Chapter 768. Leaving. Lin Ling realized that he still had a long way to go, but he was looking forward to it. After all, the world was so colorful, the further one's goal was, the better. The ancient flame devil felt the battle intent in Lin Ling's heart and became silent. It seemed to be surprised. After all, if an ordinary person heard this news, they would be disappointed. After all, they were not the strongest and were still ants. However, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was even higher after hearing this. Kid, you have a very special temperament. When you fought for your family, you were not afraid of heaven and earth. You were not afraid of death, which surprised me. However, I can tell you that it is very difficult for an ordinary warrior to leave the 6 great saint lands, but it is possible for you. The ancient flame devil seemed to be more talkative than usual, which surprised Lin Ling. The ancient flame devil was much more clear-headed. You have a talent that is more terrifying than the vermilion bird's flame, but it has not awakened yet. The ancient flame devil said again. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. A talent that was more terrifying than the 8th grade king body? What was that? Could it be the eyes? Lin Ling's heart trembled as he guessed it. However, this talent may not be awakened. In the end, it still depends on your experience. Okay, give me all your spirit crystals. This is what we agreed on before. The ancient flame devil said. Lin Ling nodded and took out the spirit crystals. You are so weak. You only have middle spirit crystals. If I had not woken up too late, I would not have entered your body. You are too useless. The ancient flame devil said with disdain. Lin Ling did not care about the ancient flame devil's words. After all, they were of different levels. He asked curiously, you seemed to be very murderous before, killing everyone you saw. But now you seem to be more talkative. That formation destroyed my consciousness and wanted to take over my body. Killing was caused by my bloodline, not my soul. My soul was continuously destroyed by the formation, so naturally, my body was in control of everything. At that time, it would be a massacre. The ancient flame devil said coldly. Lin Ling understood. The mysterious person in the tomb wanted to get the ancient flame devil, so he used the array to destroy the ancient flame devil's intelligence. After he broke the array, the ancient flame devil gradually recovered. However, an ancient flame devil with intelligence was better than one that only knew how to kill. After all, an ancient flame devil that only knew how to kill ancient flame devil would devour him one day. After giving the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and he was in his mind. Eyes, what was the ancient flame devil's eyes? For even the ancient flame devil to think highly of it, and for it to be able to walk out of the 6 great holy lands, what secrets did this eye hide? Perhaps he was. Is God God, Tian? The days passed quietly. Lin Ling's cultivation increased slowly. He was one step closer to the middle stage of the emperor spirit. The people of the great Qin Empire had already left. Only Qin Shao and his son Qin Jingtian were left. They planned to return to the rainforest Holy Land with Lin Ling walking out of the cultivation ground. Many people of the Fire Ancient clan greeted Lin Ling respectfully with smiles. Lin Ling returned their greetings one by one. He came to the Fire Ancient clan square. There, Qin Shao and the Taiyan Grandmaster were already shouting. Both of them were old drunkards. At first, the Taiyan Grandmaster was extremely respectful of Qin Shao. After all, he was the leader of the great Qin Empire and his strength was unfathomable. However, after interacting with him, he realized that Qin Shao was easy to talk to. He did not look at others with arrogance just because he was stronger. Of course, the Taiyan Grandmaster also knew that the strong had their own pride. The reason why he could talk to people of the same generation was because of his grandson, Lin Ling. Because Qin Shao gave Lin Ling face, he also treated the Taiyan Grandmaster as a friend of the same generation. Lin Ling, come and drink. Seeing Lin Ling come, the Taiyan Grandmaster and Qin Shao said at the same time. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He looked at Qin Jingtian beside Qin Shao and saw that the latter also had a bitter expression. Clearly, he had been forced to drink with many people during this period of time. After Lin Ling smiled, he also sat down beside the two old men. He picked up his wine cup and drank. Then, he spoke his thoughts. His main purpose of returning this time was to let the Fire Ancient clan go to the Mountain River Valley. What, we can also go to the Rainforest Holy Land. The Taiyan Grandmaster was a little excited. He did not expect that he would have the chance to step into that holy land in this lifetime. Lin Ling, can we go too? Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors heard the Taiyan Grandmaster's exclamation and all ran out. They were also very excited. Lin Ling smiled and then nodded. Yeah, the Rainforest Holy Land. That is the martial arts holy land of the 100 domains. I didn't think that we would be able to go. Lin Qingcheng and the others suddenly jumped up in excitement. There was no martial artist that didn't yearn for the Rainforest Holy Land. Old Yen, Lin Ling is now ranked 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. He has also established himself in the 7 Profound Martial House. With the great Qin Empire there, you don't have to worry about anything happening. Qin Shao smiled and then looked at Lin Ling. Old Yen, you have a good grandson. As far as I know, this little grandson of yours has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for a year, but he has created a massive number of miracles. He has become the fastest growing monstrous talent in the 7 Profound Martial House. Is that so? Tell me about it. Regarding his little grandson, the Taiyan Grandmaster was incomparably interested. Even Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors were also interested. After all, after Lin Ling had returned, he had only briefly recounted his experiences. This made the Taiyan Grandmaster's heart itch. But they knew that this little grandson of his had always been low-key. Although there were some dazzling things, he didn't like to exaggerate them. Okay, I'll tell you one by one. Qin Shao was also interested. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the square. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and quietly withdrew. He looked at the bustling square and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. No matter how arrogant and overbearing he was in the outside world, at home, he was only a child of the Fire Ancient clan. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, Lin Ling set out. This time, he and the Qin Shao father and son went together. As for the Fire Ancient clan, because there were too many of them, they had to go to the Rainforest Holy Land in batches. The Great Qin Empire was responsible for escorting them. With the Great Qin Empire's help, Lin Ling could naturally rest assured. Lin Ling, the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When he arrived at the huge city gate of the Cloud Sea City, there was already an endless crowd gathered there. This made Lin Ling a little surprised. Were all these people here to send him off? All the acquaintances looked at Lin Ling and smiled. All the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at Lin Ling and were incomparably excited. Alright, it's not like I'm not coming back. Everyone, there's no need to send me off. The endless crowd, and all of them were grateful. This made Lin Ling's heart somewhat excited. Send off, our king. Boom! With a loud shout, fireworks bloomed in the sky. Countless people knelt down on one knee. Layer upon layer, the grandeur was awe-inspiring. Even Qin Shao was incomparably excited at this scene. Although he was above everyone, he had never experienced being sent off by so many people with respect. It seemed like Lin Ling had won their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were moist. He waved his hand and didn't say anything else as he strode away. Behind him, fireworks bloomed as hundreds of people knelt down on one knee. It wasn't just the Cloud Sea City. It seemed like the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew that their legend was leaving. Hence, they all looked in the direction of the Imperial City and knelt down on one knee. He was their benefactor. Their legend, Lin Ling. It's over. Perhaps it's a little late. Sorry. Chapter 769. Killing in the prairie. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. Under the blue sky, the green prairie was extremely quiet. Occasionally, one or two birds would fly across the sky, adding a bit of life to the silent earth. Hiya! On the prairie, 3 horses galloped, leaving the dust in their wake. On the horse, Lin Ling looked ahead. There was a blue sky and white clouds, a vast prairie. It gave him a feeling of galloping through the world, of being free and unfettered. He had been in this world for several years now, and he was becoming more and more powerful. One day, when he stood at the peak of the clouds, he didn't know what that feeling would be. Lin Ling. A figure called out from the side. Old Master Qin. Lin Ling turned his head, a bit puzzled. Qin Shao faintly smiled. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial halls, your strength is above average. 3 months from now, the 7 Profound Martial House will hold the 7 Profound Heavens Pride Ranking Tournament. At that time, you must not miss it. Lin Ling nodded. He had missed the 7 Profound Heavens Pride Ranking Tournament's preliminaries. This time, it should be the semi-finals, and there would be even more powerful geniuses that would appear. The geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries had all sorts of mysterious king physiques. They would bloom together, and the era of geniuses would begin. Lin Ling also had a touch of anticipation. Someone is spying on us. Hurry up. At this moment, Qin Shao frowned and said. Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian's eyes flashed. Someone was following them. The 3 horses sped up, crossing the prairie like a bolt of lightning, splashing up the broken grass. In front of them, the vast sea of rain appeared. As long as they took a dragon boat, they could reach the Rainforest Holy Land. However, Lin Ling frowned even more. His soul force could feel that the feeling of being spied on had not disappeared. Rather, it was becoming stronger. He was sure that someone was following the 3 of them. Moreover, the strength of those people were not weak at all. Stop your horses. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. A man wearing a large cloak appeared. Beneath the cloak was a cold and indifferent face. He lifted his foot and then heavily stomped on the ground. Bang! The earth cracked open, and a surging power erupted. Even the distant sea of rain was shaken by the impact. Lin Ling and the other 2's horses were startled and raised their front hooves, causing Lin Ling and the other 2 to abandon their horses and leap up. When they landed on the ground, the 3 of them frowned as they looked at the cloaked man. Saint Spirit Realm Expert. Qin Zhao's complexion became dignified. At the same time, a large number of cloaked men appeared in the surroundings. They seemed to walk out from the darkness, an extremely strange sight. Moreover, they had blocked the path of Lin Ling and the other 2. Is Lin Ling here? It was the leader of the cloaked men. Then, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing an extremely ferocious face. There was no flesh on his face, it was like a skeleton. Who are you? Lin Ling slowly unsheathed the large sword on his back, and his voice became deeper. He felt that the cloaked men knew that he was Lin Ling, otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped him. They only asked him this question to obtain confirmation. The cloaked men's goal was very simple. They were here to kill him. One had to know that not many people knew that Lin Ling had gone to the Cloud Domain. After the battle with the Saint Race, many people knew that Lin Ling had been in the Cloud Domain, but Lin Ling had already left. Moreover, his whereabouts were mysterious. However, the cloaked men still came to find him. This meant that they had come prepared. The Fighting Evil Faction. The man with the bloodless face coldly said. He was like a zombie that had crawled out from the ground. The Fighting Evil Faction was an extremely strange faction in the 100 territories. During the Dragon Lake competition, Lin Ling had once killed a member of the Fighting Evil Faction. It was Ghost God Qi Yan. This meant that today, these people had come to avenge Scarlet Flame. The Fighting Evil Faction was savage by nature. Lin Ling had killed one of their members. Even if they had to go to the ends of the earth, they would come for revenge and even exterminate his entire clan. It seems that you already know why we've come. At this moment, 2 cloaked men beside the cloaked man said in unison. They lifted their cloaks, revealing pale faces. What was strange was that these two people looked exactly the same. They seemed to be twins, and they weren't too old either. They should be proud sons of heaven from the rainforest's holy land. Yin-yang twin demons. Qin Jingtian stared at the two youths and said in a dignified voice, "You're quite knowledgeable." The two cloaked men said in unison, "Yin-yang twin demons." These two were proud sons of heaven from the seven profound martial house. They were ranked around the top 100, and their strength was at the late Emperor's spirit realm. They were both extremely powerful. What was most terrifying was that these two were born from the same womb. If they joined forces, even a Saint Spirit powerhouse would be obliterated by them. Moreover, this had happened before, and had alarmed the rainforest's holy land. Yin and Yang, when they joined forces, their combat strength would more than double. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. Today, he was in a bit of a crisis. These two youths were peak proud sons of heaven, and their cultivation was higher than his. Not only that, but there was also a Saint Spirit realm cloaked man leader. On his side, Qin Shao was a Saint Spirit powerhouse, but he could only block one of them. Qin Jingtian was weaker than him, so how could he be a match for the Yin-Yang twin demons? As he looked around, besides these three powerhouses, there were also many other Emperor Spirit realm powerhouses. It seemed that they had made ample preparations today. "Kill!" the cloaked man leader said in a low voice. He took a step forward, and as if he had stepped through the void, he was the first to appear in front of Qin Shao. "Old Master Qin!" Lin Ling anxiously shouted. "You and little Tian, leave immediately. I will stop him." Qin Zhao's expression was dignified. This cloaked man's aura was strange, and he cultivated ghost god martial arts. Although he didn't fear him, it would be difficult for him to defeat him in a short period of time. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. "Let's go!" Lin Ling shouted. He called out to Qin Jingtian and immediately left. Boom! Just as the two of them moved, the battle between Qin Shao and the cloaked man leader erupted. The momentum was so great that it shook the earth. Far away in the Rain Sea, many cultivators also sensed the commotion. They couldn't help but rush over and watch the battle with fear and trepidation. "It's Lin Ling." Someone recognized Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling was very unlucky. Lin Ling's name had just shaken the 100 territories, and now he was surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the cloaked men all had ghost god auras. They must be the revered fighting evil sect. "I'll help you. Yang, you go and kill Lin Ling." One of the Yin-Yang twin demons looked at Qin Shao. He knew that the great Qin Empire's leader was very powerful, so he planned to join forces with the leader to kill Qin Shao. Okay, Lin Ling is only in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. I will kill him. The other youth named Yang leapt towards Lin Ling, and the other cloaked men also attacked. "You dare to kill a member of the fighting evil sect? You will die even if you run to the ends of the earth." The cloaked man closest to Lin Ling attacked. His strength was in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and he could control the aura of the netherworld. He transformed into a sinister ghost claw and grabbed at Lin Ling. Chapter 770. The experts arrive, you're courting death. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swung the Tyrant Song sword in his hand, and the true intent of sword and true intent of fire fused together to form a sword slash that swept through everything in its path. With a single slash, it severed the ghost claw and even split the cloaked man at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm into two. Whoosh! Blood spurted out like rain, causing the fighting evil faction's members to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. How dare you kill a member of the fighting evil faction? Die! Yang pounced over, his spirit energy exploding as he punched out. That punch seemed to have opened the gates of hell, accompanied by a large number of ghosts. Yang seemed to have the only Yang energy in hell. Brother Qin, you go first. I'll stop him. Lin Ling wanted to break out of the encirclement with Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian was weaker than him, so Lin Ling wanted to buy time for Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian also knew that it would be useless for him to stay. Instead, it would be harmful for him, so he ran forward like crazy. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were cold. In his left hand, the flames of the vermilion bird gathered in a frenzy. The dazzling flames set the prairie ablaze. When an ancient vermilion bird appeared in his palm, he looked behind him and punched out. You want to fight me head-on? You're courting death. Yang roared, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before. He was ranked 200 on the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. His strength was not bad, but he was at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm and ranked 100. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, so Lin Ling was like an ant to him. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and a terrifying aura exploded, as if it wanted to destroy the grassland. The crowd in the distance trembled. A battle between heaven's prides was indeed terrifying. Whoosh! As soon as his palm touched the Hell's Fist, Lin Ling's body trembled and his aura surged. His opponent was very strong. Not only was his cultivation level higher, but he was also not an ordinary late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Lin Ling was almost injured, but he used the explosive force to retreat, trying to break out of the encirclement. Not bad. Yang also took half a step back. His eyes were filled with horror. His fist had not been able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, that fist had not been easy for him. There were still flames burning under his palm. This meant that Lin Ling's king body was even higher than his. It was at least at the 8th grade. What a terrifying genius. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was lower than his, he might have been the one to die in this exchange. We can't let them escape. Kill! Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't allow Lin Ling to live any longer. Moreover, he was only an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but he had been forced to take half a step back. This was a humiliation to him. Kill! A large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts pounced on Lin Ling, attempting to surround him once more to prevent Lin Ling from escaping. Many of these experts were at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even in the upper 3 regions, they were existences that couldn't be underestimated. Only the Fighting Evil faction could summon so many Emperor Spirit Realm experts so easily. Dominating Song of the World. Lin Ling shouted. He swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy and stamina. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, so he couldn't waste any of his spiritual energy. Then, he swung his sword again. The sword was like fire. Whoosh! Another 2 Emperor Spirit Realm experts were killed in a single strike. This caused the hearts of the Fighting Evil faction's cultivators to tremble. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. They could easily fight those with higher cultivation levels. As for the crowd in the distance, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the 100 regions. Many people had doubts in their hearts, but now they were all gone. This genius seemed to be able to easily kill ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. No wonder the Fighting Evil faction had sent so many experts to kill him. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Yawn! Although Lin Ling had killed several Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, he had been delayed. Yang caught up behind him. His right fist was pulled back at an angle that exceeded the limits of a human's ability. It was as if his fist had turned into a bow. Yang energy from hell condensed in his fist and shot out crazily. Ancient devil welcoming pill. Shit! Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent was really strong. Even with his 8th grade king body, he couldn't win against him. He was suppressed by his opponent's cultivation level, so he had to use an even more powerful move. The pill entered his body, causing the flames inside his body to change. When they appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, a vermilion bird formed from white flames bloomed. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He looked behind him and struck out with his palm. Boom! Yang energy from hell collided with the ancient flames, creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The surging energy even killed a Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator nearby. It was terrifying. Ah! Yang! Yang let out a painful cry. This time, he couldn't block Lin Ling's flames. The white flames wrapped around his body and burned him continuously. Finally, he fell to the ground, his voice fading away. He had been burned alive by the ancient flames. Lin Ling was already invincible in the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Now that his king body had been upgraded and he'd used the ancient devil welcoming pill, his strength had increased by another 10%. This allowed him to fight someone 2 levels above him and kill Yang. Of course, this was his limit. After all, the ancient devil welcoming pill had a time limit. It couldn't be used carelessly. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly swallowed a large amount of pills. He'd also been injured in this clash. The Vermilion Bird Dao platform in his Dantian was cracked. Even if he could win against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, it wouldn't be easy. And there were countless experts around him. If he was seriously injured, he might even die. Go! Go! Lin Ling didn't stop. He took a step forward and sped across the grassland like a bolt of lightning. The cloaked figures were stunned, unable to react. Their top genius of the fighting evil faction had died just like that. Yang! Yang! In the distance, Yin and Yang were born from the same womb. He immediately sensed that Yang had died, and this made him release a shocking roar of anger. Clearly, he had not expected this result to occur. Kill him! Kill! Yin gave up on attacking Qin Shao and pounced toward Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance was completely shaken. The strong cultivators of the Fighting Evil clan had all come out, and not only had a few died, but even a top genius of the Fighting Evil clan had also died. Could Lin Ling's strength be ranked below the top 100 on the Fighting Evil clan? Blazing Sun, Sparrow Sun. Kill! Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold as he ran. A large number of cloaked figures surrounded him. As he ran, he gathered a powerful solar storm. After a giant sun appeared in his palm, he slammed it heavily into the ground. Rumble! The solar storm appeared, wreaking havoc on the grassland, turning it into a sea of fire. Several more of the Fighting Evil faction died. Lin Ling was about to break out of the encirclement. Yin's expression was unsightly. This Aunt Lin Ling was really tenacious. Today, Lin Ling won't be able to escape. Kill! Chapter 771. Pain, Heavenly Dragon Empire, how despicable. They are taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the distance secretly thought. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had arrived at a good time. Lin Ling's chi had been weakened and he had been injured. Moreover, many people from the Fighting Evil faction had died. That way, the Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't have lost many people and they would have been able to kill Lin Ling. Qin Jingtian, leave quickly. Don't look back. Go! Lin Ling's eyes were cold. There was even madness, anger, and brutality in them. However, he firmly suppressed them. Today, he was facing 2 major powers. Therefore, leaving this place was the right way to go. Do you think that you can leave? Go! At this moment, baleful aura surged in front of them. A large number of experts had arrived. A flag with the word Duan embroidered on it was fluttering in the wind. The Justice Duan family had also arrived. Moreover, other than the Duan Imperial Prince, there was also an old man with white hair who looked like a lion. That old man's eyes were like lightning. His body was tall and sturdy. A tyrannical aura burst out with each step he took. Another Holy Spirit Realm expert had arrived. 2 ancient empires and the Fighting Evil faction had come to kill Lin Ling today. In order to kill Lin Ling, there are so many experts. Many people were shocked. The ancient empires valued Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling would not be able to escape today. Bastard! The road ahead was blocked. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop and look into the distance. Fortunately, Qin Jingtian had already left. Lin Ling's eyes were firmly fixed on the experts of the Justice Duan family. His eyes were even colder and even more ruthless. The experts who met Lin Ling's eyes suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at the eyes of a demon god. The more a junior like Lin Ling forced him, the colder he became. Why should I be afraid of him? He is only one person. Go! The Duan imperial prince was also shocked by the killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes. It even made him feel like giving up the chase. It seemed that if he did, the consequences would be very serious. But in the end, he calmed down. Perhaps Lin Ling had left him too many nightmares. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, his heart was filled with fear. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling was alone, so why should he be afraid of him? Lin Ling, you can die with pride. Before you die, you actually asked Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire to accompany you in death. You even asked the powerful cultivators of our two ancient empires to come out and kill one person. Only you have this kind of glory in the rainforest Holy Land. The white-haired old man blocked Lin Ling's path like a heavenly soldier, his cold voice drifted out from his mouth. Tell me your name. You. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold as he spoke indifferently. Zun Wang. You Zun Wang, Imperial Wang. I'll remember this name. One day, I'll definitely kill you. Kill. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They stared at the youth in the center, shocked by his determination and fearlessness. One had to know that the experts surrounding Lin Ling were all stronger than Lin Ling. They were all famous figures in the 100 territories. But Lin Ling was still not afraid. What kind of willpower was this? Qin Shao, die. Kill. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then, a roar sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Many people focused their eyes and looked over. Qin Shao had died. Two Saint Spirit stage experts attacked. One was the leader of the fighting evil sect, the other was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Although Qin Shao was strong, how could he block the opponent's assassins? Dead. The leader of the Great Qin Empire has fallen. Kill. Many people felt sorrow in their hearts. A king above tens of thousands of people died today in order to protect Lin Ling. Father. In the distance, Qin Jingtian lost his spirit and knelt on the ground powerlessly. His father was dead. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling's eyes became blank as he stared in the distance. The face of the benevolent old man appeared in his mind. The old man who trusted him the first time he went to the Qin clan. But today, in order to protect him and Qin Jingtian, that old man died. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling roared at the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. His heart was in pain. His friend, his elder, died in front of him. It was the first time he was so sad since coming to this world. Huh. Father. Around him, Duan Zunwang and Lord Long laughed coldly as they looked at the youth in grief. They did not attack, they were enjoying this moment. Die, you all must die. Father. Lin Ling's body trembled. An extremely terrifying coldness was emitted from his body, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they seemed to be afraid. What are you afraid of? He's just a junior. Roar! Among them, a tall and sturdy man shouted angrily, as if he wanted to prove his fearlessness and attract the attention of Duan Zunwang and the others. However, when he took a step forward, his gaze met with the youth in the center, and an indescribable fear arose in his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Those eyes seemed to see through heaven and earth, see through the ancient times. Those were emotionless eyes. Bang! His head exploded, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to constrict. They only looked at each other, and that person died. What did Lin Ling do? How terrifying! All of this was like a dream, and also very ironic. That person wanted to prove himself and also wanted to be valued by the big shots of the ancient countries, so he volunteered to fight. In the end, he was killed in one move. That was a soul force attack. Those with a weak soul force, do not look at him. This boy has already turned into a demon. Duan Zunwang coldly said, causing many people to nod. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again, but they were still shocked in their hearts. Lin Ling had been surrounded by so many powerhouses, but he had still managed to kill one of them. He had even caused all the other martial artists to fear him. He was so domineering. Which proud son of heaven in the rainforest Holy Land could do this? Today, the Justice Duan family has received orders from the imperial court to kill the 7 profound martial house disciple Lin Ling. This boy has already turned into a demon. If he is not killed, then it will be a great disaster for the 100 territories. Therefore, for the sake of the common people of the world, the Justice Duan family will kill Lin Ling. The old man Duan Zunwang calmly looked at Lin Ling and righteously said. In his heart, Lin Ling was already dead. A martial artist who has turned into a demon has a cruel nature. Therefore, for everyone's safety, my heavenly dragon empire will also kill him. Yes. Mr. Long kindly said. They said these words because they didn't want to leave any traces behind. After all, Lin Ling had a powerhouse supporting him from behind. Although they didn't fear him, they wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. But their words were very hypocritical. In the distance, the crowd despised them. If they wanted to kill, then kill, but they were actually looking for excuses. The people of the ancient kingdoms were so prideful. Of course, although they sighed in their hearts, they also knew that in this world, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No matter what despicable things the winner did, everyone only knew that he had won. They only cared about the result, and did not care about the process. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils were filled with killing intent. His mind was blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and insidious people. He wanted to avenge old man Shao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Little demon, let me come out. Killing will plant a heart demon in your heart of martial arts. My wisdom has not yet been restored. After I come out, I may not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. Kill. Chapter 772. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. His mind was also blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and treacherous people. He wanted to avenge old Master Shao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Brat, let me out. Killing will plant an inner demon in your martial heart. My intelligence has not recovered yet. When I come out, I might not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. In his heart, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Kill. Kill. There was only one word in Lin Ling's heart. Kill. Even if he turned into a devil, even if he turned into a killing god, he would still kill. Life was like a mayfly in a dream. How could he let the senior who doted on him die for nothing just because of his own safety? Old Master Shao could not die for nothing. No, definitely not. Lin Ling could not do that. He was a person who would take revenge for any enmity and repay any kindness. Lin Ling's hands drooped down. His slender body stood there as if he had lost his soul. He even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Many people looked at Lin Ling and their gazes froze. What did Lin Ling do? What is that? Kill. At this moment, someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. They saw white smoke coming out of Lin Ling's body. It was extremely dreamy, but it gave people an even stranger feeling. It was very cold. Everyone felt even colder. They could feel the coldness from the youth even from a few hundred meters away. At the same time, an ancient aura that seemed to have come from ancient times filled the air. Amidst the hazy smoke, a huge figure quietly appeared, causing the entire land to shake violently. What did Lin Ling do? Kill! Many people's voices changed. They subconsciously retreated. That aura was very terrifying. It made them feel as if the youth had turned into a devil. How is this possible? That terrifying demonic beast has always been in his body. Kill! Imperial Prince Duan's eyes were wide open. The figure that appeared quietly made him realize that it was a nightmare. In the past, a large number of experts from the Duan family died in the mouth of that demonic beast. And now, it had appeared again. Master Long also lost his gloating smile, and his old eyes widened. They all thought that the ancient demonic beast was so terrifying that it was not something that Lin Ling could control. Therefore, they guessed that the last time Lin Ling summoned the demonic beast, it must have been an opportunity. After being summoned, it could not be summoned again. But now, the truth was that a mere Emperor Spirit Realm Jr. was hiding a terrifying demon beast within his body. The fog gradually dispersed. 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front paws were on the ground, and they were filled with an invincible power, causing the earth to tremble. Behind the 9-tailed fox, 6 dazzling tails were wagging, shocking everyone. The ancient flame devil had reappeared. Lin Ling is actually above the ancient flame devil. Yes! At this moment, Master Long shouted in horror. On the ancient flame devil's head, Lin Ling's body appeared. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and his lower body was buried in his head. Only his upper body was exposed. It made people wonder if the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling. Roar! An angry roar sounded. With the demonic beast as the center, a towering inferno swept out in all directions. Ah ah ah! Ah! This fire instantly killed a large number of warriors. Whoosh! Smoke filled the air. A figure weaved in and out, and a large number of lives were lost. The crowd could only vaguely see that the huge demonic beast was very fast. It weaved in and out of the crowd, and when it waved its claws, it seemed to directly bring people into the void, killing them instantly. Boom! Flames swept out in all directions with the demonic beast as the center, turning the grassland into a sea of fire. It was very terrifying. The demonic beast had appeared and slaughtered everything. Retreat! Retreat! Master Long and the other experts were also panicking. They frantically flew into the sky and watched the massacre below with fear. The people of their 2 ancient countries, the people of the fighting evil faction, were dying under the demonic beast's mouth. Wait, this demonic beast doesn't seem to be conscious. Prince Duan stared at the ground and said fearfully. He remembered that the demonic beast had laughed evilly last time. It had laughed like a fox and had the intelligence of a human. But this time, the demonic beast seemed to only know how to kill and nothing else. This demonic beast must have been injured or sealed before. Now that it has forcefully come out, the injury or seal appeared again. Master Long guessed. But their guess was right. At this moment, Lin Ling had already lost consciousness. The only thought in his mind was to kill everything in the world. And this killing intent was passed on to him by the ancient flame devil. As for the ancient flame devil, it only had killing intent. Only the ancient flame devil's soul was still protecting Lin Ling. It did not allow Lin Ling to completely transform into the ancient flame devil. After all, if Lin Ling truly transformed into the ancient flame devil, then Lin Ling might die. This world would only have the ancient flame devil, and there would be no more Lin Ling. Furthermore, the ancient flame devil's soul would also be turned to ashes, leaving behind only its massive body. The massacre continued. Hell of fire! The hearts of the crowd in the distance trembled violently. In their eyes, there was only destruction, nothingness, silence, and suppression. Even if they used their eyes to look, they would still tremble with fear. As for the warriors on the ground, they all cried out in pain. They wanted to escape, but they could not. They could only die one by one. What a terrifying demonic beast! But that demonic beast's aura is getting weaker and weaker. It seems like it will die at any moment. In the sky, Master Long sucked in a breath of cold air. But he had the bloodline of a dragon and could sense the fluctuations of souls. And now, the ancient flame devil's soul fluctuations were getting weaker and weaker. And once the ancient flame devil lost its soul, it would die. Of course, his guess was correct. But there was one thing wrong. When the ancient flame devil's soul died, then the ancient flame devil would appear. A soulless ancient flame devil was even more brutal and terrifying. It wanted to kill everyone in the world. Alright, we'll use numbers to make the ancient flame devil's soul die. And I'm guessing that Lin Ling has been possessed by the ancient flame devil. Now that he's dead, only the ancient flame devil is left. Prince Duan nodded. His guess was normal. After all, the ancient flame devil was so terrifying that even they had to retreat. Lin Ling was only a junior in the Emperor's spirit realm. How could he block the ancient flame devil's devouring? Then, he was shocked. In order to kill Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family had paid a terrible price. Roar! At this moment, the earth shook violently, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A huge explosion of flames appeared in the sky, layer upon layer, causing the prairie to seem as if it was rolling over. The terrifying flames soared into the sky, and the residual energy rushed towards Prince Duan and the others. Its speed was incomparably fast, and several of the experts were instantly burned to death. Even Prince Duan was too slow in retreating, and his arm was infected by the flames. Chapter 773. Behind the scenes, no. Prince Duan cried out in pain. He had cut off his own arm, but the flames still wrapped around him, covering his body with inextinguishable ancient flames. Am I going to die? Prince Duan yelled crazily. His cultivation was useless against the flames, he could only be burned to death. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a dream. A moment ago, he thought that he had finally killed Lin Ling to vent the hatred in his heart. However, in the next moment, he had died along with Lin Ling. This kind of death was very depressing. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to that person and come for revenge. His body fell from the sky into the sea of fire. Before he died, he saw the young man's body lying in the sea of fire, which made him roar unwillingly. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Rumble. The forbidden flames continued to erupt, no one could stop them. The flames burned all the way to the Sea of Rain, and it took half an hour for the flames to die down. The flames were so terrifying. Only 2 people were left in the sky. One was Master Long, the other was the elder from the Duan family, Duan Xuanwang. Even the leader of the fighting evil faction was burned to ashes by the forbidden flames. It was terrifying. Any Saint Spirit Realm expert was like an ant in front of the ancient flames. Master Long and Duan Xuanwang looked at each other, fear in their eyes. Master Long looked at the ground that had turned into ruins. Where's the ancient flame devil? The area below had already become a forbidden land of death. There was no one left, only a hazy white smoke drifting up. The incomparably terrifying ancient flame devil from before had now disappeared. It died from self-destruction. Master Long said. Duan Xuanwang said with an ugly expression. He was stronger, so he was the first to avoid the ancient flame devil's flame before it died. He saw that the ancient flame devil's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if its soul was about to collapse. Then, a terrifying flame burst out, and the ancient flame devil disappeared. Everyone in the prairie was dead, only the two of them were left. "Let's go down and see. Master Long." Master Long didn't believe it and flew down. The ground was still a sea of fire, but there was indeed no one here. There were no ancient flame devils either. This place was like the Nine Serenities hell. The two experts looked at the empty land, and veins popped out on their foreheads. Lin Ling, how hateful. Their men were all dead, and even Prince Duan had fallen. This result also shocked the hearts of the crowd in the distance. Had Lin Ling been killed by the accumulation of countless experts? Although Lin Ling had died in this battle, it had still shocked the 100 realms. At that moment, the crowd did not see that in the rolling flames in the distance, there was a gigantic red ape covered in blood. It was even burned by the flames, and it was running madly with a person on its back. In the final explosion of the Great Fire, this red ape was the only one who had survived, and the reason it could survive was because of the ferocious beast's great recovery abilities. However, even though it survived, the red ape's life was also at stake. However, it had a conviction in its heart, and that was to carry the young man out. This giant red ape was Little Flame. In front of him, the sea of rain was gradually approaching. This caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker, and his pace to quicken. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure stood in front of the sea of rain and blocked Little Flame's path. A clear voice like a bell rang out, "You're not dead yet. You're really tough. I've sent so many great forces to kill you, but they've all died. Lin Ling, you're very powerful." Yes. That person was a young girl wearing a long black dress. She had a devastatingly beautiful face, and her eyes were very beautiful. They were silent like the night sky, and anyone who saw them could not help but fall in love with her. However, her words and her intentions were completely different from what she appeared to be. Little Flame looked at the young girl cautiously and did not move. "Lin Ling, you shouldn't have challenged the palace lord. The moment you decided to challenge him, you already had half a foot in hell. The palace lord's power is not something you can shake." Yes. The young girl did not seem to be in a hurry. Her voice rang out like a bell. At that moment, Lin Ling was unconscious. His mind was filled with only killing everything. It was as if he would turn into a killing demon at any moment and lose his mind forever. However, he could faintly hear the young girl's words. "The palace lord could not allow you and Sakura to live, so he ordered me to destroy you. Between you and Sakura, I chose you, but the palace lord chose Sakura. In the end, I crippled Sakura. He was addicted to my beauty and was completely defenseless against me. In the end, his cultivation was crippled by me, and his innate king physique was taken away by me. In the past, the son of the previous palace lord, Di Wuji, was the most promising candidate to become the next palace lord. However, he was crippled by someone. His bloodline and inheritance wanted to seize the lost glory, but in the end, he was crippled by someone." The soft voice seemed to ring in Lin Ling's ears, causing him to subconsciously clench his fists. Was his elder brother crippled? After your elder brother was crippled, it was your turn next. In fact, it was me who ordered them to surround and kill you today. However, you are indeed more terrifying and mysterious than your elder brother. The experts of the two great ancient countries came to kill you, but they all died. Only 2 people were left. However, you were only seriously injured. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you have once again proved my vision. Your potential is even greater than Sakura's." The voice floated over again. The killing intent in Lin Ling's heart became even more intense. It was her, everything was set up by her. No wonder he had been hiding his tracks, but he was still hunted down by the people of the two great ancient countries. Moreover, the two great ancient countries moved out at the same time. None of this was a coincidence. As expected, this girl was not an ordinary person. She approached his elder brother with a purpose. Today, she caused the death of old man Xiao. This girl was truly sinister. Alright, it's time to end this. Although you are very mysterious, you are still like an ant to me. Remember, my name is the second dream. The ethereal, even gentle voice sounded. However, there was a sinister killing intent in it. Lin Ling could not move. At this moment, he had forcefully used the ancient flame devil. Even if the second dream did not attack, he would die at any time. He could only watch as the second dream did whatever she wanted. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame let out a wild roar. The red fur all over its body grew like bamboo shoots and its body became even bigger. It was a full 5 meters tall. It carried Lin Ling on its back and ran all the way towards the Sea of Rain. What? This beast actually awakened its bloodline when it was about to die after suffering such serious injuries. The second dream's beautiful eyes focused. She waved her right hand lightly. It was as if the void had been shattered. Rays of light flowed and a light palm shot out. However, it was still too slow. Little Flame's speed was obviously faster than before. It carried Lin Ling and rushed into the Sea of Rain. In the next moment, they disappeared into the vast sea. This sea, the Broken Dragon Prison, is the intersection of the two great holy lands. Lin Ling is seriously injured and cannot pass through the Broken Dragon Prison. Chapter 774. Another holy land. The Rain Sea was boundless and on the other side was the Water Moon Holy Land. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to break through the Broken Dragon Prison and reach the Water Moon Holy Land. Rumble! The terrifying power of the sea roared. In the sea, Lin Ling's body was hit hard and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform collapsed. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the ancient flame devil had begun to invade him and seemed to want to devour his will. If it succeeded, he would turn into a mindless ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil that devoured Lin Ling came from the ancient flame devil's body and not its soul. The ancient flame devil's soul was in a self-sealing state. Previously, in order to protect Lin Ling and prevent Lin Ling from being devoured by the ancient flame devil's body, the ancient flame devil's soul had been trying its best. But in the end, it ran out of soul power. One must know that the ancient tomb's array was to destroy the ancient flame devil's soul and take its body. If Lin Ling did not break the array, the ancient flame devil's soul would have been destroyed. After that, the ancient flame devil's soul awakened and could control the ancient flame devil's body for a period of time so that it would not turn into a mindless killing beast. Old Man Shao, big brother. At this moment, Lin Ling's consciousness was frantically resisting. The second dream was the mastermind behind this attack. How could Lin Ling let them off so easily? He, Lin Ling, could not die here. He still had to challenge the palace lord. Ancient flame devil, you want to devour me? Unless we die together. Lin Ling's unyielding will was fighting, he couldn't lose, he had to win, life was a challenge, he had to overcome it, he wanted to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. Lin Ling did not lose this battle. The two ancient countries came to kill him and only the two of them returned alive. This was a tie. If Lin Ling did not die, the two ancient countries would have provoked a terrifying existence. This meant that the two ancient countries had lost. The second dream had also lost. She had provoked Lin Ling. The gate of heaven is broken and the Chu River opens. The jade water flows to the east. The two green mountains face each other. The lonely sail comes from the horizon. Under the boundless green mountains, a clear voice floated. It was free and easy, with satisfaction, the ancient mountains echoed endlessly. Master, in this exchange between the three sects, our Qingyun sect is once again last. A mountain, the mountain sect's mountain. The Reliance School is still the best. Many of their warriors have reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. What amazing geniuses! Another girl's voice rang out with envy. Bai. Haha, Bai Yunfei is very powerful, but I don't like him that much. In the mountain range, an old man in a blue robe was slowly walking with a dozen disciples. They were from the nearby Blue Cloud sect, and the Blue Cloud sect was one of the strongest sects in the surrounding area. It was unknown how many young elites had come here in order to enter the sect to learn martial arts. Wait, look! There's someone by the river. Suddenly, the girl called Wan pointed at the river in the distance. Let's go and see. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They hurried over one after another. They saw a young man lying on his stomach by the river. The waves pushed his body from time to time, causing his long hair to flow with the waves. Next to the young man was a small monkey. This person might be dead. Let's ignore him. One of the girls said. Maybe he's not dead. Wan frowned. She crouched down and checked. Master, he's still alive. The old man pondered and shook his head. This person's origin is unknown. Since he's not dead, let's leave him here. But Master, didn't you say that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda? If he stays here, he'll be eaten by the monsters in the mountains sooner or later. Wan was a little reluctant. Alas, let's take him back then. The old man nodded. He looked at the young man and found that he had no cultivation. He was just a commoner, so he didn't fear him as much. Everyone continued to move forward. Along the way, they found a carriage to take the young man. In the carriage, the young man lay quietly. His long eyelashes fluttered from time to time. Finally, his eyes slowly opened. There was a flash of light, but it quickly disappeared. Where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He floated along the sea and was finally rescued by the people of the Azure Cloud School. That young man is very handsome. None of the male disciples of the Azure Cloud School can compare to him. At this time, the clear voice of a girl came from outside the carriage. Wan, you don't even like Bai Yunfei. You actually like that trash. He's not bad looking, but in this world, strength is respected. A man without strength is useless. Another voice came. Senior, don't talk nonsense. The girl called Wan blushed. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He checked his body and smiled helplessly. His vermilion bird Dao platform was broken, and his entire body was injured. Many of his meridians were broken, and his dantian was damaged. This was the most tragic battle he'd had since coming to this world. Xiao Yan. Lin Ling hurriedly looked to his side. When he saw the sleeping little monkey, he relaxed. Xiao Yan had also been seriously injured, but the body of a wild beast was always stronger than that of a human's. Their recovery was also stronger, so Lin Ling wasn't that worried. In this exchange between the three schools, you've all seen the difference in your strength. You don't even have a single earth spirit. You should train hard when you go back. An old man's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. Earth spirit? These people were very weak. It looked like they were from some small, remote school. On the path of martial arts, you must first strengthen your meridians, temper your bones, and cleanse your marrow. Only then can you go further. The old man's voice came again, instructing his disciples. This place isn't the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling guessed. After all, the old man's martial arts were different from the sacred ground of the rainforest. His soul force quietly spread out, and he immediately found that the old man's strength was at the Emperor's spirit realm. However, his body was extremely sturdy, and he sat there like a fierce tiger. Training the body. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. On the path of martial arts, there were 3,000 paths. The martial arts of the sacred ground of the rainforest refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, forming a powerful attack and defense. But the martial arts of the rainforest seemed to focus on the body. It was hard to say which of the two was stronger, but their paths were the same. It was just that they had different methods. My vermilion bird Dao platform is destroyed, but I still have my king body. Since I've come to another sacred ground, I might as well start over. A bold idea arose in Lin Ling's mind. Recultivate. Chapter 775. Blue Cloud Sect. Cultivating one's physical body had to be done in the early stages of martial arts. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. For example, the experts in the rainforest Holy Land could no longer cultivate their physical body. After all, the amount of spiritual energy in their bodies had already become a habit. If one wanted to strengthen their physical body, there would be conflict. However, if one strengthened their physical body from the beginning and allowed their spiritual energy and physical body to reach a state of balance, this situation would not occur. Lin Ling did not expect that the destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform would bring him such great benefits. He wanted to be reborn, and once he returned, he would sweep through the world. If I'm going to destroy it, I'll destroy it completely. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He destroyed the Vermilion Bird Dao platform in his Dantian once again. He was confident that with his alchemy skills and experience, he could recover to the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm in 3 months and even break through to the next realm. Puff! The destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform caused Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. The people outside the carriage also noticed and thought that Lin Ling's old injuries had flared up. Many of your meridians are broken. If you hadn't met me, you would have become a cripple for the rest of your life. You wouldn't even be able to carry a bucket of water. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His attitude was like that of an expert. Lin Ling secretly smiled. The old man seemed to have a high status. However, if he were to meet the old him, this old man would be like an ant. After all, the old man was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling planned to learn the Blue Cloud Sect's physical body cultivation technique. Therefore, he said respectfully, I hope Senior can give me some pointers. You're too old and your talent isn't good. If you learn martial arts, you won't be able to reach the martial spirit realm in your lifetime. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, a tall girl immediately said disdainfully. Lin Ling's gaze swept over. The girl was only at the martial spirit realm. He shook his head. He naturally did not care about the words of an ant. Therefore, he continued to look at the old man. Master, didn't you always say that meeting is fate? Since he was sincere, why not help him a little? Said the girl called Wan Er. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a good impression of her appeared in his heart. AI, although your aptitude is not good, but meeting is fate. Then come with us to Qingyun's sect. The old man sighed. Although he had agreed, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He only needed to see the Blue Cloud Sect's cultivation technique. As for guidance, he did not need it. His martial arts experience was better than anyone here. The Qingyun school was like a paradise on top of a high mountain. Within 100 li radius, there were youths learning martial arts. It was the holy land of martial arts. Of course, to Lin Ling, this was only a school that was slightly stronger than the Guyan school. The days passed quietly in peace. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, Lin Ling obtained a basic body cultivation technique, the Demon Ox Body Strengthening Technique. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a cultivation technique. As if he was thirsting for it, he began to crazily learn it. With his experience, as long as he could come in contact with it, it would not be difficult. In less than a month, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had quietly advanced from the body refinement realm to the peak of the martial spirit realm. As for the most talented disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, the strongest was only at the peak of the martial spirit realm. However, in order to not shock the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. As for the method of hiding, it came from a set of cultivation techniques from the Limitless Sword Saint's memory. He believed that even the Azure Cloud sect leader would not be able to detect it. Lin Ling was very low-key in the Azure Cloud sect. He did what ordinary disciples did. After he was done, he cultivated in his own residence and rarely came in contact with others. Over time, many disciples of the Azure Cloud sect did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. They thought that Lin Ling was hired by the sect to do odd jobs. Regarding this, Lin Ling was happy. After all, he could cultivate more peacefully. The only person who often came to look for Lin Ling was Wan Er. She was a kind-hearted girl. She had a lot to talk about with Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling's knowledge always made Wan Er's eyes light up. A casual sentence from him could easily solve Wan Er's cultivation bottleneck. Little Flame, after you're done playing, come back at noon. On the peak of the Azure Clouds sect, Lin Ling looked at Little Flame, who was about to leave, and said, "GG." Little Flame waved his hand and left. Lin Ling shook his head. There were still 2 months before the 7 Profound Genius ranking competition. Therefore, he would rush back at that time. With his current cultivation speed, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to recover his full strength. Lin Ling casually picked up a branch and stood quietly. He was practicing his sword. After cultivating his physical body and reaching the peak of the martial spirit realm, his body's strength had greatly increased. His foundation had become more solid, which was of great help to his sword Dao. The wind gently blew past. An indescribable feeling was emitted from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, he was not the trash in the eyes of the Azure Cloud sect's disciples. Instead, he was showing off his ability and was even filled with killing intent. This was the Sword of Killing. It was transmitted to Lin Ling by the ancient Flame Devil's killing intent. Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, the wind stopped flowing. If there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the wind had been cut off. This was a terrifying realm. After all, wind was invisible and colorless, making it difficult to capture. To be able to cut it off with a branch, this meant that his attainment in Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling, every time you practice your sword, you give me a strange feeling. It seems that this kind of temperament has only appeared on my master. In the distant mountain path, a clear voice rang out. It was Wan Er. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood. He was not surprised by Wan Er's appearance. She had seen him practice his sword many times. It was just that his realm was too deep and Wan Er could not understand it. He's also practicing his sword. He's just grabbing a broken branch and putting on an act. What a piece of trash. He's been in the Azure Clouds sect for a month and still hasn't reached the first stage of body transformation. At this moment, another voice sounded out. Several youths followed behind Wan Er, striding over. Lin Ling, if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, as your senior brother, I might give you some pointers. A youth in luxurious brocade robes walked the fastest. He proudly appeared in front of Lin Ling, the corners of his mouth curled up in a proud smile. Lin Ling was very low-key. In the Azure Cloud sect, he was a servant and a piece of trash. They usually disdained to pay attention to him, but what they were jealous of was that Wan Er often came to find Lin Ling. This made them very angry. Lin Ling looked at the youths and shook his head. He did not say anything. Their strength was too weak. He did not even have the thought of teaching them a lesson. Wan Er, look. This is the mysterious Lin Ling that you spoke of. But from what I see, he's just a piece of trash. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? Lin Ling's disregard made the youths even angrier. One of them walked out in large strides. Lin Ling, do you need your senior brother to give you pointers? Lin Ling sighed. He knew that sometimes you disdain to pay attention to a fly, but if you don't get rid of it, the fly will continue to entangle you. So he lightly said, how do you want to give me pointers? How about this, let's have 3 moves. If you can block it, then you win. If you can't, then kowtow 3 times. The youth joked. The others also took joy in Lin Ling's misfortune and laughed. Lu Qing, you've gone too far. Lin Ling just arrived at the Azure Clouds sect. How can he be your opponent? Wan Er couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded. Then he admits that he's weak. Since he's a piece of trash, why is he using a branch to put on an act? Wan, you're too gullible. The youth called Lu Qing said. This made Wan open her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Wan, on the path of martial arts, realms don't represent everything. Sometimes, technique is the key to victory. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice came out, making Wan Er's beautiful eyes light up. That's all for today's update. I'm really tired. But even though I'm tired, I still have to ask for the monthly votes. I realized that after 2 days of outburst, my monthly votes didn't increase at all. I can't even outburst anymore. Chapter 776. Bitter training. She realized that every time Lin Ling spoke, there was a hint of philosophy. That kind of feeling, Lin Ling was like a grandmaster. Deliberately mystifying. Lu Qing's pupils constricted. He did not like Lin Ling's tone. Technique is the key to victory. Then I'll ask for some advice. Ferocious tiger fist. His fist was like a ferocious tiger. It was said that this martial art was comprehended by an elder of the Azure Cloud sect by observing a ferocious tiger. It could increase one's strength by 3 times, reaching 20,000 jin. Senior Lu, teach him a lesson. The other disciples sneered. They had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Now, they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being knocked to the ground with a single punch. Lin Ling, be careful. Wan Er anxiously shouted. Tiger's form, no tiger's intent. Lin Ling, however, shook his head. The branch in his hand turned into a strange trajectory. Without a sound, it passed by the fist and gently hit Lu Qing's arm like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The seemingly ordinary branch hit instantly disintegrated the fist and dislocated Lu Qing's arm. What? At the same time, a distant elder looked at the branch in Lin Ling's hand in shock. His body trembled. This elder was the current head of the Azure Cloud sect. He was also the elder who brought Lin Ling back. As for Lin Ling, he had never taken him seriously. He thought that the youth would be mediocre in his life. However, when he passed by, he saw such a strange scene. It was a move without any spiritual energy or strength, but it broke Lu Qing's powerful martial arts like an antelope hanging its horn. Was this Lin Ling just lucky? Or had his swordsmanship reached the point of perfection? Moreover, that was not a sword. It was just a normal branch. Was this the level of difficulty that Master had mentioned before, surpassing a sword without a sword? However, how could such a strange thing happen to a youth? Ah, my hand! Lu Qing was rolling on the ground in pain. His hand was dislocated, while the others were staring with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling, a person without any cultivation, defeated senior brother Lu in one move. Was he still the trash of the Blue Cloud sect? I like peace and quiet, so get out of my sight now. If you come here and cause trouble again, I won't just break an arm. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing and said indifferently. At the same time, he put away the branch and slowly walked towards the wooden house. Teach him a lesson. What are you waiting for? On the ground, Lu Qing let out an angry roar. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, he was taught a lesson by Lin Ling. How could he stay in the Azure Cloud sect in the future? The faces of the several disciples beside him became surging with killing intent as they rushed towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at them. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. This was an extremely terrifying killing intent. Plop! The legs of those disciples went soft and they sat down on the ground. Their faces were deathly pale. Lin Ling's eyes were so terrifying. When they met Lin Ling's eyes, they found themselves in the death prison. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. A slender figure holding a sword walked out from the mountain of corpses. That feeling was as if they would be killed by that figure in the next moment. Let's go! Those disciples quickly got up and crazily rushed down the mountain. They didn't even dare to pay attention to Lu Qing. Lu Qing naturally didn't dare to stay and also fled. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Lin Ling when he had no cultivation. This kid is so mysterious. He actually released an aura that made me feel incomparable fear. Far away, the old man's face was incomparably dignified. This was the first time he discovered this low-key youth. He couldn't see through him. Just when he thought that Lin Ling was a peerless expert, he discovered that Lin Ling had no cultivation. This feeling of being neither high nor low made his mind fuzzy. The days slowly passed. Lin Ling lived in seclusion every day and constantly improved his strength. He'd also cultivated the ox demon body fortification method to the peak. He could transform into an ox demon with boundless strength. His strength could reach millions of kilograms, incomparably terrifying. The Water Moon Holy Land's cultivation method was different. It focused on constantly challenging the limits of the human body. This made Lin Ling realize that in addition to the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and meridians, every cell in the body was even more tyrannical. When the cells also contained vigorous spirit energy, the strength of a martial artist would greatly increase. The rainforest sacred land was different. It had always strengthened the Dantian's Dao platform. And now, Lin Ling's cultivation had already recovered to the peak of the earth spirit realm. A spirit chi seed had appeared in his Dantian. This was all thanks to the many treasures in his green ring. The yang spirit fruit was the most helpful. It provided the essence of life and allowed Lin Ling's body to continuously strengthen. In addition, Lin Ling could break through to the earth spirit realm at any time, but he didn't choose to do so because his body hadn't reached the required level. If his cultivation level increased but his body didn't reach the required level, then it would be even more difficult to cultivate in the future. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to leave the Azure Sky sect. After all, the martial arts methods here were no longer suitable for him. The ancient flame demon had already entered a deep slumber in his Dantian. When he thought of this, Lin Ling's heart grew cold. When he'd summoned the ancient flame demon again, he'd almost been swallowed by the killing intent and turned into a mindless ancient flame demon. He even knew that if it hadn't been for the ancient flame demon's soul forcefully protecting him, Lin Ling might really have died. The ancient flame demon's body and soul seemed to be separate. One was for slaughter and annihilation, while the other had the intelligence of a human. The mysterious formation in the old tomb was to destroy the ancient flame demon's soul and turn it into a wild beast that only knew how to kill. Then, it would be controlled by others. Now that the ancient flame demon had entered a deep slumber again, this meant that its body could awaken at any time and slaughter the world. I wonder what happened to the soul. Lin Ling was secretly worried. Only the ancient flame demon's soul could intimidate the body. Unfortunately, the soul seemed to have entered a deep slumber. It was severely injured this time, unless he could find a spiritual herb that could recover the soul. In conclusion, with the help of the ancient flame demon's soul, Lin Ling had luckily survived this ordeal. As for the ancient flame demon's body, he didn't dare to summon it again. This was because if he did, no one would be able to save Lin Ling. The only outcome would be death. This also meant that although Lin Ling had the powerful ancient flame demon's body, he couldn't use it in the short term. In fact, the body was a ticking time bomb. The murderous aura has always been hidden in my body. Although it has calmed down, it could erupt at any time. I have to be careful. The previous summoning had paid a terrible price. The surging murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. If it were to erupt, Lin Ling would lose consciousness again and only think of annihilating the world. Moreover, during this period, Lin Ling had also sensed the murderous aura. However, it was suppressed by Lin Ling's strong willpower. This murderous aura was also something that Lin Ling had to deal with. Chirp chirp. Outside the house, Little Flame came back with 2 juicy red fruits in its little paws as it smiled proudly at Lin Ling. Little Flame, where did you go to steal fruits again? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. After taking one of the fruits, Lin Ling ate it and said, after eating, spar with me. Chirp chirp. Little Flame nodded and hugged the apple to eat. It was extremely cute. During this period, Lin Ling had constantly sparred with Little Flame. Little Flame's strength was very strange. Sometimes, he couldn't see through it. That powerful body seemed to have no limit. This made Lin Ling feel that even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for Little Flame. Chapter 777. Azure Cloud Sect Gathering Rumble. Not long after, in a hidden valley far away from the Azure Cloud sect, a terrifying battle erupted. Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-haired ape. Every move of his was earth-shattering and his strength was incomparably great. On the other hand, Lin Ling used his physical body to resist. He also unleashed the Bull Demon Body Strengthening Art. Lin Ling's aim in this spar was to find out how much his physical body had improved. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use any of his martial intent. Bang! Bang! In the valley, the pure strength of a man and an ape collided, causing the ground to crack. At this moment, no one from the Azure Cloud sect was here. Otherwise, it would be shocking. After all, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed all the geniuses in the nearby area. He was almost comparable to the elders of the sect. Time was like sand in one's hand. If one wanted to hold it tight, it would often slip away from one's hand. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was already 19 years old. Currently, he had completely washed away his immature face. Under his handsome facial features, there was an indescribable calmness. Deep in his eyes, there was a flicker of sharpness. That kind of depth didn't seem to exist in a 19-year-old youth. Lin Ling, the sect bell has rung. All the disciples have gathered. On this day, Wan came to Lin Ling's residence and spoke. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and nodded. In reality, he had already planned to leave to find a more profound physical body cultivation method. In the Azure Cloud sect, he couldn't let go of Wan. Therefore, before he left, he planned to leave a large amount of elixirs for Wan. At least, Wan could become a top genius in the nearby area. Following Wan to the Azure Cloud sect's plaza, a large number of youths were still practicing martial arts, displaying powerful martial arts. After hearing the envious voices of their peers, all of them proudly puffed out their chests. So powerful! Wan stared at the plaza without blinking. Those senior brothers had practiced the sect's martial arts to perfection. On the path of martial arts, the physical body is the key. However, the martial intent is also the foundation. Lin Ling indifferently said. With his insight, he naturally didn't place these martial arts in his eyes. Although these martial arts were strong, they were only used to display one's strength. They couldn't be compared to the rainforest Holy Land, where one cultivated the true meaning of martial arts. True martial intent. What is that? Wan was curious. She always felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than her teacher. It's a kind of ethereal concept. You can borrow the power of heaven and earth to support yourself. There's the true meaning of fire, the true meaning of water, the true meaning of sword, and so on. If one day you feel that your body has reached its limit, then you can try to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and develop in this direction. Lin Ling indifferently said, giving Wan pointers on the martial Tao of the rainforest's sacred land. What he didn't know was that just an ordinary sentence would cause a peak Valkyrie to appear in the Watermoon Holy Land in the future. She was a formidable genius that dual cultivated both the mortal body and martial intent. Alright, I got it. Wan nodded. Lin Ling gently flicked her forehead. To Wan, he treated her like a little sister. In addition to giving her a large number of dawn, Lin Ling also recorded his martial arts experience in a bamboo slip, preparing to give it to Wan. You're deceiving junior sister Wan again. Lin Ling, you've been in the Blue Cloud sect for almost 2 months. You haven't made any progress in your cultivation, but why do you keep deceiving junior sister Wan? At this time, a sharp voice came from behind. A tall woman walked over, looking at Lin Ling with disdain. She was the daughter of the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. She had an illustrious reputation in the Blue Cloud sect. She was also one of the top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect. Her name was Kai Xianling. Senior sister, Lin Ling didn't deceive me. Wanner anxiously argued, but Kai Xianling reprimanded her with a glare. The kind Wanner didn't say anything else, but she still believed in Lin Ling in her heart. Lin Ling, you should properly cultivate in the Blue Cloud sect. Why do you keep putting on an act in front of Wanner? Let me tell you, if you continue like this, the Blue Cloud sect won't let you stay. Kai Xianling looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He was too lazy to say anything. The Blue Cloud sect won't let him stay. He had already planned to leave. As for putting on an act, to put it bluntly, in terms of martial arts experience and foundation, even the current Blue Cloud sect master would concede defeat in front of him. After all, the Blue Cloud sect master was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Lin Ling was also at this realm in the past, but he was a Heaven's Chosen. Defeating the Blue Cloud sect master would be easy. The sect master is here. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice, silencing the entire square. The Blue Cloud sect master and various elders appeared. Their eyes swept across the crowd. The reason why we have gathered all of you here today is because of a grand martial arts event. Currently, there are Heavens Chosen from the sacred ground who are here to provide guidance. They are at the sacred Moon Mountain, so all the sects nearby are planning to attend. Our Blue Cloud sect is the same. Heavens Chosen from the sacred ground? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that it should be Heavens Chosen from the 7 great martial arts halls in the rainforest sacred ground. The martial arts there were even more powerful. He wondered if he could find a more profound physical body cultivation technique. The crowd was excited. Heavens Chosen were like the children of God to them. They needed to look up to them. Moreover, they had never seen a Heavens Chosen in their lives. However, there are too many people going to the sacred Moon Mountain, so the Blue Cloud sect can't bring all of our disciples. We can only bring 30 at most. The sect master said again, then announced the names one by one. Among them were Wanner and Kai Xianling. They were all top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect. However, when Lin Ling's name was announced, the square went silent for a moment. Then, a large number of dissatisfied voices could be heard. Lin Ling, that trash is going too. That's too lucky. Sect Master, did you mispronounce his name? Lin Ling is not a genius. My strength has already reached the martial spirit realm. Lin Ling hasn't even reached the first realm of body tempering. He's also a newcomer. What qualifications does he have? Their voices were filled with disdain, like the waves of the sea. Sect Master, Lin Ling shouldn't have the qualifications. He often puts on an act. Don't be fooled by him. As the eldest senior sister, Kai Xianling couldn't help but say. This is my decision. Are you questioning me? The sect master looked at Kai Xianling indifferently and said with a frown. He was the old man who saw Lin Ling's mysterious aura. The reason why he called for Lin Ling was because he felt that Lin Ling had an indescribable feeling. Great Elder. Kai Xianling couldn't help but look at her father. The Great Elder frowned and wanted to say something. However, he remained silent. He also didn't understand why Lin Ling was qualified to go. In his heart, Lin Ling was just a servant and trash. However, this was a small matter. He didn't want to question the sect master because of this. Lin Ling, this is your opportunity. Don't embarrass the Blue Cloud sect on this trip. The Great Elder looked at Lin Ling and scolded angrily. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He didn't care at all. This trash is really lucky. Kai Xianling stared at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. Her eyes were filled with disdain and pride. Chapter 778. Meeting a robber on the way early in the morning of the second day, the group set off. The sect leader and the elders went first while the disciples went in groups of 3 to 5. Lin Ling went with Wanner, but Kai Xianling didn't seem to trust Lin Ling, so she insisted on going with him. Lin Ling, although this trip isn't far, be careful. I'll leave Wanner to you. The sect leader took a deep look at Lin Ling, then smiled. Lin Ling smiled back and nodded. Even if the sect leader didn't say anything, he would protect Wanner. A trash like him wants to protect Wanner? Sect leader, you think too much. At the side, Kai Xianling stared into the distance and mumbled to herself. This made the sect leader frown, but he didn't say anything. He just felt a little unhappy in his heart. This Kai Xianling was the daughter of the great elder, and in addition to her outstanding talent, she didn't seem to put anyone of the same age in her eyes. She was too arrogant and only respected powerful geniuses. If they weren't as strong as her, they were all servants. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling calmly. He was in charge of protecting Wanner, and Kai Xianling wasn't under his protection. As for Kai Xuanling's arrogance, Lin Ling just didn't like it, but he didn't care. Maybe Kai Xianling thought that Lin Ling was trash, so she didn't care about Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't need to explain anything in front of Kai Xianling. The three of them rode on their horses and slowly went towards Moon Saint. It would take them at least 3 days. On the horse, Lin Ling looked into the distance. His mind was very clear. He had been cultivating since he came to Water Moon Holy Land, and this was the first time he went out. The Water Moon Holy Land was slightly different, but Lin Ling couldn't tell what the difference was. Lin Ling, what do you think is different about the warriors outside? As they walked, Wanner asked Lin Ling questions from time to time. She liked talking to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have a lot of knowledge. Lin Ling smiled and slowly began to talk about some of his experiences. Deliberately mystifying things. Have you ever seen a powerful martial artist who can split mountains and seas? He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. Kai Xianling said coldly from time to time. After all, Lin Ling was talking about the battles between the strong, such as the mysteries of the ancient tomb. However, Kai Xianling didn't believe in this at all. With Lin Ling's strength, would he have the chance to encounter such things? Lin Ling glanced at her indifferently, not even bothering to pay attention to her. A day later, the three of them crossed mountains and rivers. Before long, they arrived at a dense forest. Up ahead, there was a huge battle going on. Dozens of people were fighting, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be ordinary civilians who had encountered some bandits. How arrogant! I can't believe he's still doing such a crazy thing when he's so close to Lunar Saint Mountain. Kai Xianling frowned and said coldly. She was about to make a move. Wait, things aren't as simple as they seem. Lin Ling looked at the front indifferently and said softly. His words stunned Kai Xianling for a moment, and the ridicule in her eyes became more intense. People who practice martial arts should help when they see injustice. How can a coward like you talk about martial arts? Some things can't be judged based on the surface. You want to be glorious, but you have to see the situation clearly. Lin Ling frowned. If Wanner wasn't here, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Coward! Kai Xianling shouted and ignored Lin Ling. She spurred her horse and rushed forward. Senior sister! Wanner called out worriedly. She also looked at Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling didn't help. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If he could help others with a little effort, Lin Ling wouldn't refuse. However, there were 2 groups of people fighting in front of them, and there were many things that weren't right. Lin Ling had to be cautious. First, the commoners were dressed strangely. Second, his soul strength had detected that there were many Earth Spirit Realm practitioners among the commoners, but they hadn't made a move yet. They were restraining themselves. Therefore, there must be something fishy going on. When a cultivator walks the world, sometimes impulsiveness will bring a heavy price, and so will showing off. Lin Ling said faintly. Wanner nodded. Compared to her senior sister, she trusted Lin Ling's experience more. Bandit, give me your life. Kai Xianling of the Azure Cloud sect is here. At this moment, Kai Xianling was riding a fine horse, looking valiant. She had the aura of a heroine, and she was also a bit excited. She could easily dominate everything with her powerful martial strength, and then receive everyone's admiration and praise. At some point, she had even imagined how dazzling she would be. After the battle, the commoners would surround her and admire her as if she was the pride of the heavens. After a moment, she charged into the crowd and pounced directly at the bandits. A few of the bandits' eyes revealed a cold light as they were incomparably surprised. They'd seen 3 people pass by earlier, and had guessed that they were sect disciples. One had to know that sect disciples were always wealthy, with all sorts of pills and spirit herbs, as well as martial arts and methods. Therefore, they'd always been the targets of their pillaging. However, sect disciples were all very strong, so they had to set up traps every time they pillaged. At this moment, both sides seemed to be fighting each other, but in reality, the commoners were their people as well. So long as those arrogant genius disciples had the intention of showing off and came to help, then both sides would be able to besiege those genius disciples. This kind of trap had been effective time and time again, and it was the same now. However, they'd seen 3 genius disciples appear, but only one of them had pounced over. "First Master, what do we do?" One of them called out lowly. "Move." The First Master could only wave his hand. There'd been a change in the plan, but that was all they could do. "Little girl, you've been fooled. Today, we'll take you back to Shan Fortress and let you have a taste of being ridden by 10,000 people." Everyone revealed a greedy look, including those martial artists who'd shouted for help earlier. "What?" Kai Xuanling's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was surrounded by everyone, and those people's gazes were not good. It was as if they could see through her clothes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She realized that she'd been fooled. Lin Ling was right. Some things weren't as simple as they seemed. Those commoners were actually bandits in disguise. "Catch her!" The bandits around her shouted, which made Kai Xianling a little flustered. At this moment, she suddenly blamed Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to have noticed something, but why didn't he stop her? She was resentful, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling hadn't warned her. However, Lin Ling's warning had been met with disdain from her. Moreover, she might not have listened to him. "Lin Ling, it's just as you've guessed. Those bandits aren't as simple as they seem." On the other side, Wan Er was still riding on her horse. She looked at the scene in front of her and said worriedly. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He wasn't too surprised. When he saw Kai Xianling being surrounded, he frowned slightly. With Wan Er around, even if he didn't like Kai Xianling, he would still save Kai Xianling for Wan Er's sake. "Qingyun sect's disciple, with me here, no one can touch you." At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. It was like the cry of an eagle, and it caused the clouds to surge. A figure stepped on the air. His white clothes were like the white clouds in the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked handsome and mighty. A sword pierced through the air. Chapter 779. The Genius by Yunfei, so powerful. The bandits' pupils shrank. They were most afraid of encountering a genius disciple from a school. It was extremely easy for him to fight someone of a higher level. "Who is it?" Kai Xuanling's beautiful eyes were also looking forward. Suddenly, a look of excitement appeared in her eyes. In her eyes, the young man who was like a proud son of heaven slaughtered everything and saved her from her nightmare. He was a real young hero, the idol of her dreams. His handsome appearance, his elegant white robes, and his powerful strength, all of these made her heart pound with eagerness. The young man's strength was extremely strong. He was at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. His sword was unpredictable and had the power to split a mountain. With a swing of his sword, heads fell off. The bandits died one by one, leaving only Kai Xianling in front of the forest. At this moment, her heart was trembling. It was as if she and the young man were the only ones left in this world. A swordsman. This was the warrior she admired. It was said that a swordsman was the most ethereal and elegant. Wherever his sword passed, heaven and earth would shake. "Thank you," Kai Xianling said somewhat nervously. "No need. We are all disciples of a school. When we go out, of course we will help each other." The young man calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, a large number of people also arrived. They were all disciples of a school. At this moment, they looked at the white-clothed young man and said, "Senior Bai Yunfei's sword is still sharp. Aren't you a disciple of the Blue Cloud School?" "We are disciples of the Reliance School," a young man said with a smile. The Reliance School, the Sunset School, and the Blue Cloud School were the most famous martial arts schools in this area. "Bai Yunfei, you are the #1 genius?" Kai Xianling stared at the white-clothed young man. Her heart was beating faster. The #1 genius of the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei. She didn't expect that it would be this proud young man who saved her today. She became even more nervous. Bai Yunfei was handsome and elegant. He was also a swordsman. He was the object of admiration of the girls of the 3 schools. Haha, it's just a false reputation. "Junior sister, you are going to the Moon Saint Mountain, right? Let's go together. If something like before happens again, I can take care of you," Bai Yunfei said with a smile. "Okay." Kai Xianling nodded immediately. She felt extremely lucky to be able to travel together with Bai Yunfei. Then she pointed to the distance. "There's a junior from the Azure Cloud School over there." By now, Lin Ling and Wan had arrived on horseback. Wan Er's appearance was sweet, and her figure was filled with the charm of a woman. The eyes of the Reliance School lit up, but they hid it well. Bai Yunfei gave Wan Er a few more glances. Compared to Kai Xianling, Wan Er was clearly more feminine. "Earlier, you seemed to be watching with folded arms. As a man, shouldn't a man lend a helping hand when a fellow student is in trouble?" Bai Yunfei looked at Lin Ling again and said softly. Lin Ling chuckled. He didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. "He's cowardly and incompetent. He was already scared out of his wits when we fought the bandits. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been besieged." Kai Xianling was explaining her previous situation. She did not want Bai Yunfei to think that she was incompetent. "Earlier, I seem to have warned you not to be careless," Lin Ling said with a frown. Kai Xuanling's expression froze. Lin Ling had indeed warned her. But at that time, she wanted to shine brightly, so she ignored Lin Ling's words. Now that Lin Ling had said this, she felt somewhat embarrassed. "You warned me because you were afraid. Compared to senior brother Bai Yifei, you're like an ant under the ground," Kai Xianling reprimanded. She could not bear to lose face. Although she knew that she was wrong, she could not swallow the anger in her heart that was being reprimanded by someone who was inferior to her. Lin Ling was very weak. From the beginning, she had looked down on him. So no matter what Lin Ling did, she would not change her position in her heart. "Senior sister, you." Wan Er could not help feeling wronged for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had warned Kai Xianling, but she did not listen. Afterwards, she pushed the blame to Lin Ling. Her senior sister was too unruly. "Okay, let's go." Lin Ling did not care at all. His goal was to send Wan Er to Lunar Saint Mountain. Everyone else was like air. "Let's go together. If something happens, you won't be able to protect them," Bai Yunfei said indifferently. His expression was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. "Do as you wish." Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei was a very proud and arrogant person. In order to show off in front of others, Bai Yunfei used words to suppress Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't even bother to pay attention to an ant like that. "Senior brother, this brat is ignoring you." The several disciples of the Reliance School looked at Lin Ling's back with ugly expressions. Just a mediocre person. Don't mind him. Bai Yunfei shook his head. He looked at Kai Xianling with a faint smile. This girl was barely passable. On the way to Lunar Saint Mountain, at least he would not be so bored. But compared to the girl called Wan, Kai Xianling was still lacking in flavor. But whether that was the case or not, he would know after tasting her. Wan and Kai Xianling were toys for Bai Yunfei to pass the time on the way to Lunar Saint Mountain. If he made a move, these two girls would not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. The other disciples of the Reliance School smiled faintly. They knew that Senior Bai Yunfei was a playboy. How could he be interested in a mere Kai Xianling? Kai Xianling did not know so much. She looked at Bai Yunfei with admiration. Senior Bai Yunfei, we've made a fool of ourselves. That is a piece of trash from our school. He doesn't even know etiquette. He doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to Senior Bai Yunfei. Then, one after another, the group continued to move forward. It looked like they were moving together, but in reality, they were divided into two groups. Lin Ling and Wan were in front, and Bai Yunfei was behind them. As time went on, Bai Yunfei and Kai Xuanling's relationship seemed to be getting better and better. Wan, Senior Bai Yunfei is a swordsman and the #1 genius of the 3 schools. Why don't you talk to him? A young man on a horse came up to her. No need. I'll be with Lin Ling. Wan smiled and refused. The young man was a little embarrassed. In the end, he left in embarrassment. He was surprised that there was a girl in the 3 schools who did not like Bai Yunfei, but liked to be with a piece of trash. This was too strange. Lin Ling drank lightly. He did not pay attention to the people behind him. After a while, he smiled. Wan Bai Yunfei is a swordsman. You like swordsmen the most. Why don't you get closer to him? I don't know. I always feel that he is a little hypocritical. Although his smile is very beautiful, it seems that he has a purpose. Wan shook her head. Lin Ling was a little relieved. Although Wan was kind, she was not stupid. At least, she was smarter than Kai Xianling. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Some people are not as simple as they seem. Wan eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words were philosophical, which made her heart light up. Some things were not as simple as they seemed, just like the bandit incident. Some people were not as simple as they seemed. Was it like Bai Yunfei? Bai Yunfei, the #1 genius of the 3 schools, the most admired person of all the girls. Was he not as gentle and elegant as he seemed? Chapter 780. Acting on occasion. Lin Ling, I got it. Wan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Her words carried a deeper meaning, which made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. This little girl seemed to be even more intelligent than he thought. Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the second dream. The second dream was also very intelligent and very shrewd. However, compared to Wan had a more kind and pure feeling. The second dream was very sinister and ambitious. It was as mysterious as the night. The pitiful one was his big brother. Because he was enchanted by the second dream's beauty, he ended up in a terrible state. In the past, Lin Ling wanted to remind Disher Tian, but at that time, Disher Tian didn't listen at all. Lin Ling wondered how he was doing now. When I return to the sacred land of the rainforest, the second dream, your nightmare, will begin. Lin Ling said to himself coldly in his heart. This hatred, he would definitely take revenge. Along the way, they finally arrived at the area of the sacred Moon Mountain. Everyone found an inn to stay in. At night, the bright moon was like water, illuminating the earth with a pure white color. A beautiful figure walked out of the room. Looking at the full moon in the sky, the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile. She was Kai Xianling. During this period of time, she and Bai Yunfei were getting closer and closer. Bai Yunfei also liked her very much. On the surface, he adored her very much. This made her feel that she was the happiest woman in the world. After all, Bai Yunfei was the object of admiration of all the young girls in the 3 major schools. However, today she got him. She would make all the girls envy her. Are you going to Bai Yunfei's place? However, after taking a few steps, a soft voice rang out. Kai Xianling frowned. Under the moonlight, she saw a slender figure sitting in the garden, drinking wine indifferently. It was Lin Ling. What does it have to do with you? Kai Xianling said coldly. Did Bai Yunfei say that you will be the only woman in his life? So he asked you to accompany him tonight. Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out. So what? Bai Yunfei said that I'll be his first woman. After we return to the 3 schools, he'll announce it publicly. Lin Ling, are you jealous? Unfortunately, you're no match for Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling said proudly. Lin Ling shook his head. I just want to say that Bai Yunfei isn't who you think he is. Maybe everything he did was just a show. Shut up. Don't insult Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling immediately raised her eyebrows, causing Lin Ling to smile faintly. For the sake of Wan Er's face, that's why I said it. If you don't like it, then pretend I didn't say anything. Also, don't look at this world with your eyes. What you see with your eyes may not be the truth. With that, Lin Ling slowly walked away. A piece of trash like you has the right to speak? Kai Xianling laughed disdainfully and walked towards Bai Yunfei. She believed in her own eyes. Under the bright moon, she walked towards Bai Yunfei with the excitement of a young girl. Step by step, she walked towards Bai Yunfei. In her mind, she was fantasizing that in the next moment, she would become the happiest woman in the world. I'm here. Bai Yunfei was already waiting in front of the door. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look even more dashing under the moonlight, causing Kai Xianling's heart to beat faster. Xiao Ling, I love you. You're so beautiful today. Bai Yunfei's long hair was tied behind his head, looking handsome and confident. Step by step, he walked towards Kai Xianling. Holding her hand, he slowly walked into the room. Yunfei, I'm a little nervous. Kai Xianling was still more concerned about her reputation, so she was a little nervous. You still don't believe me? I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Didn't that Lin Ling look down on you? I can teach him a lesson for you at any time. As long as it's your request, I'll do it. Bai Yunfei said with a pause between each word as if he was making an oath of love. In this trip to St. Moon Mountain, I'll also announce our relationship to the world. Yunfei, you're so good. Kai Xianling was moved. Bai Yunfei really did love her. Lin Ling had almost caused her to lose the best man in the world. This Lin Ling was so hateful. Next time, she'd let Lin Ling know how much Bai Yunfei loved her. The two entered the room and slowly closed the door. The lights were turned on, and the 2 figures hugged each other quietly. Gradually, the sound of clothes slipping off could be heard, and the soft voices of a man and a woman could be heard in the room. Far away, Lin Ling was already cultivating. To him, Kai Xianling was just a passerby. He only cared about Wan Er. The night passed quietly. At dawn, everyone in the inn woke up. They packed their luggage and set off again. This place was already at the foot of St. Moon Mountain. Lin Ling walked out with his horse. Looking at the ancient mountain in front of him, his eyes were shining constantly. Last night, he had unknowingly broken through to the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm and recovered to the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. He was only 1 realm away from the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was a little dissatisfied with such a fast recovery speed. After all, his physical body hadn't improved. Now that his realm had improved, it would be even harder to increase the strength of his physical body. Therefore, the need for a more advanced physical body cultivation technique was imminent. What's the matter, Lin Ling? Wan was next to him. She also walked over with her horse. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. Let's go up the mountain. Leading their horses forward, the two ignored the disciples of the Reliance School. At this time, a large number of people came out from the inn. It was the disciples of the Reliance School. At the head of the group was Bai Yunfei. At the moment, he was in high spirits. It was no wonder that so many women admired him. It's Bai Yunfei. There were already many disciples of the other schools in the inn. They were all going to St. Moon Mountain, and when they saw Bai Yunfei, many of them narrowed their eyes. As expected, the number one genius of the three schools, Bai Yunfei, was also coming to St. Moon Mountain. It seemed that the St. Moon Mountain was a gathering of geniuses. Yunfei, wait for me. At this time, the voice of a young woman could be heard from the inn. Kai Xianling quickly ran up to Bai Yunfei. Feeling the gazes of everyone around her, she quietly wrapped her hand around Bai Yunfei's arm with a proud smile on her face. With so many people watching, Kai Xianling would let them know that she, Kai Xianling, had already obtained Bai Yunfei. She was the happiest woman in the world. Aside from looking at everyone else, her eyes were also looking at Lin Ling and Wan as if she was showing off. In the distance, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't care at all. Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was incomparably surprised. She then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Your senior sister, in order to obtain the envy of the entire world, has sacrificed herself. Wan's body trembled. She understood what he meant, but she didn't think that her senior sister would give up her virginity for the sake of glory. Unfortunately, the truth isn't as simple as it seems. Lin Ling said again. At this moment, the disciples of the three schools were all staring at Bai Yunfei in shock. They didn't think that the number one genius, the proud son of heaven, Bai Yunfei, would have a partner. This would break the hearts of countless young women. Let go! Let go! At this time, Bai Yunfei shouted. He didn't think that Kai Xianling would suddenly wrap her arms around his arm. Yunfei, you! Exclamation point. Kai Xianling was surprised. Bai Yunfei's attitude was different from last night. Merry Christmas! Thank you for the gift. I love reading. Thank you, my dearest father. Chapter 781. One word, get lost. Doing such a thing in front of so many people is a disgrace. I absolutely cannot do it. Bai Yunfei said indifferently, causing Kai Xianling to unwillingly withdraw her hand. Bai Yunfei looked ahead and then slowly walked forward. As for the Reliance School behind him, they sneered. As expected of senior Bai Yunfei, a girl had given herself to him so quickly. Bai Yunfei was the number one prodigy, how could he be tied up by a girl? His next target should be Wan. Bai Yunfei was not only strong, but also dissolute. What he liked most was to conquer girls. As juniors, they already knew this. Junior Wan, we're about to arrive at St. Moon Mountain. There will be prodigies coming. If you like prodigies, I can recommend you. Bai Yunfei said as he caught up to Wan. Wan was a girl with a unique taste. Her rejection made Bai Yunfei's heart itch. He had to conquer this girl no matter what. As for Kai Xianling, Bai Yunfei didn't feel anything after he conquered her. Yunfei. Behind him, Kai Xuanling's eyes narrowed. Bai Yunfei, who loved her the most, had not only rejected her today, but also took the initiative to talk to her junior. Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Ling had said last night. Could it be that all of this was just an act? Impossible, this was fake. She hurried over to him, causing Bai Yunfei to furrow his eyebrows. This woman was very annoying. We've known each other for a while, but I don't like being tied down by others. I'm an eagle in the sky, so how can I be tied down by an ordinary woman? Xiao Ling, you should look at yourself clearly. I'm not someone you can match. Tap tap tap. Kai Xuanling's face turned pale. She took 3 steps back in shock. Was everything last night a dream? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was calm as if he had known everything. Lin Ling had seen through Bai Yunfei and reminded her, but she was still immersed in it. She felt that she was extremely stupid. For a moment, she couldn't say anything. All of this was very ironic. Today, she wanted to proudly tell Lin Ling that Lin Ling's words last night were laughable. She wanted to show off, but now, she was the laughable one. Wan my brother is one of the geniuses here today. If you're interested, I can introduce him to you. Bai Yunfei smiled. The crowd was shocked. Bai Yunfei's brother was a prodigy? Every single one of these geniuses came from the Water Moon Holy Land. Every single one of them was a child of God. They were the type of people that they would look up to in their entire lives. But to think that such a proud person would be Bai Yunfei's brother. The disciples of the Pan Mountain School smiled. Naturally, they knew of Bai Yunfei's background. Previously, Kai Xianling had wanted to pester Bai Yunfei, but now that Bai Yunfei had accompanied her for a night, it was already a reward for her. But now that Kai Xianling had been taken advantage of, would she dare to challenge Bai Yunfei even if she wanted to take back what she had? I wonder if Senior Bai Yunfei is tired of playing with her. I wonder if we can take advantage of that girl. A disciple looked at Kai Xianling greedily. Kai Xuanling's body trembled. She realized that everyone was looking at her with mocking eyes. She was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Wan what do you think? Bai Yunfei ignored Kai Xianling and looked at Wan Wan was different from Kai Xianling. She should be pursuing greater strength. Therefore, Bai Yunfei was confident that as long as he said that he was a prodigy, Wan would give him a chance. At that time, he would have a way to get Wan Sorry, I'm not interested in being a prodigy. However, Wan eyes turned cold. She already knew everything. Bai Yunfei had used his title as the #1 genius to toy with her senior. That was why Wan felt nothing but disgust towards him. If not for the fact that he was so strong and had such a powerful background, she would have definitely taken revenge for her senior. This man was very ugly. What? Bai Yunfei's eyes grew cold. He had already invited Wan twice in a row, but she had refused both times. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, in the 3 schools, no one had ever refused him when he invited a girl to join him. Am I not clear enough? I'm not interested. Also, I feel disgusted when I see you. Wan said coldly. It seems that you don't know who you are, and you don't know who I am. Bai Yunfei's face became even colder. Even the sword at his waist made a sound like a dragon's roar, which made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble. The momentum of the #1 genius was so terrifying. Wan was not as strong as Bai Yunfei. She took a step back and frowned. I say, aren't you too thick-skinned? You're using force when you can't use soft methods? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. They looked over and found that it was the young man who came with Wan That young man looked ordinary, so the crowd ignored him from the beginning. They even thought that he was Wan servant. But now, this young man dared to talk to Bai Yunfei. How dare he? Lin Ling. Wan took a step back again and stood behind Lin Ling. Although many people thought that Lin Ling was trash, they felt that standing behind Lin Ling gave them a sense of security. Are you talking to me? Bai Yunfei said word by word. Being rejected by Wan was one thing, but even a young man dared to talk to him. This made him slowly pull out his sword. Speak. I'll see what else you can say. Are you impulsive or reckless? Or do you want to apologize for what happened before? Speak. Let's see if I can take back my sword. Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling dared to talk to him before because he was impulsive. Now he wanted Lin Ling to calm down. Let's see if Lin Ling still dared to talk. Senior Bai Yunfei is angry. Many people said secretly, especially the disciples of the Reliance School. They smiled mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling did not know that he was provoking the number one genius of the three schools. Get lost. However, when everyone was thinking, a cold voice rang out again, making everyone stare. Senior Bai Yunfei gave Lin Ling a chance to say one more word to see if Bai Yunfei would take back his sword or feel better. However, Lin Ling only said one word. Get lost. How arrogant. Even Wan Er's beautiful eyes were wide open. Lin Ling had always been low-key and silent, but this was the first time she saw Lin Ling show a strong attitude. You're courting death. Bai Yunfei's sword flashed. It was like an eagle in the sky with the air of a king. That sword was extremely elegant. Bai Yunfei was not only the number one genius of the three schools, but also an enviable swordsman. In the Water Moon Holy Land, because they did not practice martial arts, most of the warriors were good at fist techniques. Warriors who could use swords were very rare. Those who could use swords were even rarer. They were superior to others. And Bai Yunfei was a respected swordsman. Whoosh! A sword slashed. The sword light was like snow, making the eyes of the crowd dreamy. What a gorgeous sword! Chapter 782. How ironic. That young man was too arrogant. Now he was going to pay a terrible price. The sword appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant as if it had pierced through the air. This made Wan Er even more nervous. However, at this moment, Lin Ling made a suction force with his right hand. An ordinary tree branch next to his feet flew into his hand. Holding it in his hand as if he was holding a big sword, a powerful aura and power burst out. The tree branch swept out like a sword. Clang! Bai Yunfei's sword was cut open. The tree branch showed its sharpness and cut Bai Yunfei's neck again. This made Bai Yunfei stop in his tracks. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The moment you drew your sword, your time of death has come. Lin Ling said indifferently. He threw away the tree branch in his hand, took Wan Er, and led the horse forward slowly. Bai Yunfei was the number one genius of the three schools, but he was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling did not know how many opponents like him had been killed by him. He had just disdained to do it before. However, Bai Yunfei was too arrogant. How dare he try to kill Wan Er? That Bai Yunfei was courting death. He was not qualified to play with a sword in front of Lin Ling. Chi! Under everyone's shocked eyes, blood spurted out from Bai Yunfei's neck. His eyes were wide open. Then he fell down on his back. He had never thought that the number one genius of the three schools, who had a bright future and was looked up to by countless people of the same age, would die here today. This was all like a dream. Paw! At the same time, Bai Yunfei's cloud rune sword shattered like glass. The sword shattered. Silence. There was a deathly silence in front of the inn. The crowd opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The number one genius of the three schools had been killed in one move. The title of number one genius had become a joke. Moreover, Bai Yunfei used a sword, but that unknown young man had used a tree branch instead of a sword. Not only had he killed Bai Yunfei, he had also used the tree branch to break Bai Yunfei's sword. Number one swordsman. This was all very ironic. Swordsman, he is actually a swordsman. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. She had always admired Bai Yunfei and thought he was the number one swordsman, the most dazzling genius. But now, it was clear what a sword was. Lin Ling's sword was the most terrifying. The funny thing was, such a powerful genius had been hiding by her side, but she had unexpectedly not known. Instead, she had looked up at Bai Yunfei. Suddenly, she recalled everything that had happened after she left the Azure Cloud School, the bandit's trap, Bai Yunfei's playfulness, and now the killing with one sword strike. Only then did she realize that she had always misjudged Lin Ling. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than she had imagined. We're screwed. That young man killed Bai Yunfei. If Bai Yunfei's brother finds out, he'll definitely be furious. Maybe even our 3 schools will be implicated. The disciples of the Pan Mountain sect started to panic. The crowd's pupils constricted. That disciple of the Qingyun sect had offended a heaven's chosen. On the road to Mount St. Moon, Lin Ling and Wan continued on their way. To him, everyone else was just a passerby, and Wan was the most important. As for Bai Yunfei, it didn't matter who he was. If he dared to make a move on Wan then he would die. Wan was also Lin Ling's benefactor, so Lin Ling wouldn't let anything happen to her. Lin Ling, your strength. Wan was shocked. Looking at the young man leading the way, she felt like she was in a dream. The young man's appearance was unremarkable. He wore a long robe, his steps were steady, and his back was slender. But at this moment, she realized that this young man was like a hidden genius. That dazzling light had always been hidden in his body. I'm even stronger than Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling turned his head back and laughed. There was no pride in his expression. Killing Bai Yunfei was a normal thing to him. You're so strong. Wan Er's heart was beating violently. Looking at Lin Ling, her eyes were full of vigor and even a little girl's shyness. At the peak of Mount St. Moon, there was a surging crowd. Aside from the top geniuses of the 3 schools, all the strong cultivators from thousands of miles away had arrived. They were all very excited. After all, they were about to see a legendary Heaven's Chosen. And if they were lucky, they would be able to receive guidance from a Heaven's Chosen. Even their headmaster would benefit greatly. They'd heard that there were 2 geniuses here today, a man and a woman. According to their sources, the woman was more dazzling and powerful than the man. She was even more powerful than the man. Of course, no matter who they were, as long as they were a Heaven's Chosen, they would be above them. Lin Ling, Wan, you're here. Everyone from the Azure Cloud School had gathered. Seeing Lin Ling and Wan arrive, the headmaster couldn't help but feel relieved. Then the headmaster told them that when the Heaven's Chosen appeared, they must not be negligent. They must be respectful and not offend the Heaven's Chosen. Wan and all the other disciples were in awe of the Heaven's Chosen and immediately nodded. But Lin Ling didn't care at all. Heaven's Chosen? He also wanted to see how amazing the Heaven's Chosen of the Water Moon Holy Land were. More and more people came to the square. Everyone was looking forward to it and excited. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, shocking the entire square into silence. Senior Bai Yunfei has been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School. What? Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Bai Yunfei, the number 1 genius of the 3 schools, had been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School? Could it be that the disciple of the Azure Cloud School was the number 1 genius of the 3 schools? Not good. Bai Yunfei is the younger brother of the Heaven's Chosen who's coming today. He's dead. How can we explain this to the Heaven's Chosen? The pupils of the headmaster and elders of the Reliance School were all focused. Only they knew Bai Yunfei's true origins. In the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei's status was only second to the headmaster. All of the cultivation resources were provided to him in an endless stream. This was why Bai Yunfei was the number 1 genius. But now, Bai Yunfei was dead. This had provoked the wrath of the heavens. Numerous gazes were directed towards the Azure Cloud sect, causing the expression of the Azure Cloud sect's sect leader to change drastically. They had caused a huge disaster. Who is it? An elder of the Reliance School shouted coldly. He strode over with a murderous look on his face. Today, all of you from the Azure Cloud School will die. Even if you hand over the murderer, you won't be able to quench the Heaven's Chosen's anger. He was furious because Bai Yunfei was dead. The Heaven's Chosen would definitely vent his anger on them. So he killed a disciple of the Azure Cloud School with one palm strike. The crowd was shocked. The Reliance School was arrogant. Elder Chen, you killed a disciple of our school without knowing right from wrong. Do you want to start a war between the two schools? The headmaster of the Azure Cloud School shouted angrily. The other side was too overbearing. In the past, the Azure Cloud School was ranked behind the three schools. But if they really fought, the Azure Cloud School didn't have to fear the Reliance School. So the Reliance School usually didn't dare to be so arrogant. But today, the other side didn't seem to fear anything. Can your Azure Cloud School afford the wrath of the heavens chosen? Chapter 783. A frivolous figure, is the Reliance School so unreasonable? Bai Yunfei was killed because they wanted to kill us. At this moment, Wan stepped forward. Not fearing the crowd, she glared coldly at the elder from the Reliance School. After all, Bai Yunfei had been rejected by her, so he used his sword to kill her. After that, he was killed by Lin Ling. How could she blame anyone else? Could she and the others just watch Bai Yunfei do whatever he wanted? They wanted to kill you, so you let them kill you. What's more, this matter came from your mouths. Who knows if it's true or not? Maybe you wanted to seduce Bai Yunfei and failed, so you became angry out of humiliation and plotted to kill him. The elder said angrily. Now that things had come to this, someone had to come out and be the scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, he put the blame on the Azure Cloud School. I didn't. Wan anxiously refuted. Wan you don't have to explain. Bai Yunfei was killed by you and Lin Ling. You were jealous that Bai Yunfei was with me, so you held a grudge against him. That's why you killed the elder of the Reliance School. As soon as Wan finished refuting, a sinister voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Kai Xianling. At this moment, Kai Xianling was staring coldly at Wan Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. In fact, she also knew that Bai Yunfei was courting death, but she was not reconciled. Bai Yunfei had abandoned her and pursued Wan instead. This made her very jealous. Moreover, she still felt that Bai Yunfei loved her. It was just that Wan appeared and charmed Bai Yunfei, causing him to be obsessed for a while. But in the end, she was confident that with her own efforts, she would be able to get Bai Yunfei. And with Bai Yunfei, she had everything, but now she had lost it all. Therefore, she was not reconciled. She wanted Wan to die. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Previously, Lin Ling did not say anything to her, but she could feel that Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain and pity for her. In addition, Lin Ling was the #1 genius, but he had never liked her. All these things made her even more unwilling. Now, she wanted to see who was the pitiful one. Senior sister, you. Wan looked at Kai Xianling absent-mindedly as if she could not believe everything in front of her. Some people in the crowd knew that Kai Xianling was slandering Wan and Lin Ling. Because of jealousy, Kai Xianling seemed to have a twisted mind. But they did not dare to speak out. After all, the Reliance School to find a scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, if they came out to speak, they would be inviting trouble. As expected, you're all going to die, shouted the elder furiously. Kai Xuanling's eyes turned cold as she said, kill them all. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were nervous. They had become the enemy of everyone in the square. The Reliance sect elders wanted to kill them, but the Blue Cloud sect leader and the others didn't dare to say anything. They feared the chosen. Wan you don't have to explain. Right or wrong is in the human heart. Sometimes, people are selfish. They only think for themselves. So, when dealing with such people, there's no need to talk too much. Why don't you? Just then, a calm voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out slowly and came to Wan who was crying unjustly. Wan nodded. The sense of security in her heart grew stronger. Lin Ling looked at the elder of the Reliance School indifferently. He waved his right hand and used the tyrannical song sword for the first time since he came to the Water Moon Holy Land. His arrogant figure appeared again. Explain. Kill. Swish. The sword light flashed like a crescent moon across the crowd's eyes. The elder of the Reliance School narrowed his eyes. His head exploded. Flames appeared on his body. He was killed by the sword. Yes, the Reliance School wanted to use the people of the Blue Cloud School as scapegoats. No matter how they tried to explain, it was useless. In fact, it was power that represented everything. Bai Yunfei was wrong first. But the crowd thought he was right because he had a powerful brother. So, Lin Ling told them that he, Lin Ling, was the master of right and wrong. Because he had the power to surpass everything. You killed our elder. Someone from the Reliance School shouted in the distance. Swish! The flaming sword slashed out again. The elder pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. But in the next moment, he could not say anything because he was also dead. Another elder had fallen. Only now did the crowd realize that Lin Ling of the Blue Cloud School was terrifyingly powerful. Killing an elder was as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, Lin Ling was arrogant. It seemed there was nothing he did not dare to do. For a moment, the people of the Reliance School did not dare to say anything. What a powerful genius! He was more than twice as powerful as Bai Yunfei. Had he reached the heavenly spirit stage? The faces of the people of the Blue Cloud School were also stiff. They could not believe what they had seen. Lin Ling, the trash of the Blue Cloud School, had not made any progress in cultivation for several months. He was the most inconspicuous existence. But now, was he still the most inconspicuous existence? This dazzling light was enough to shock the world. A young man not even 20 years old was able to kill an elder. Who in the 3 schools could do this? If you want to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. Therefore, I will use my sword to solve everything. Ignoring the silence in the square, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone looked at him. They found that the young man was standing there like a pine tree. He was as elegant as the clouds and as arrogant as a mountain peak. His domineering aura was completely different from before. You're dead. Earlier, you had the Reliance sect kill a few people from the Blue Cloud sect. That was enough to quench the Reliance sect's anger. But now, you've killed them. Do you want the entire Blue Cloud sect to be buried with them? The first elder of the Blue Cloud School shouted angrily. The disciples of the Blue Cloud School were relieved that they would not be killed by the elder of the Reliance School. Lin Ling, it's good that you suffered alone. Now you've implicated the entire Blue Cloud School. Kai Xianling also said angrily. In the current situation, even if she wanted to stay out of it, it seemed impossible. The entire Blue Cloud School had been implicated by Lin Ling. Before, they had only sacrificed her and a few other disciples. You're despicable. Lin Ling slowly turned around and coldly looked at Kai Xianling. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. Lin Ling's eyes were so cold. I used my sword not only to defend right and wrong, but also to save the disciples of the Blue Cloud School. Now, you say that I implicated you. The indifferent voice made the hearts of the disciples of the Blue Cloud School tremble. Yes, Lin Ling had saved them, but the first elder blamed Lin Ling. I know you saved them, but sometimes saving people is harming them. The first elder looked coldly at Lin Ling and then said to the sect leader, in my opinion, Lin Ling should be the one to blame. What he did has nothing to do with the Blue Cloud School. Only then can we live. So ugly. The pupils of the Blue Cloud School's disciples constricted. The first elder was burning the bridge after crossing the river. The sect leader of the Blue Cloud School also frowned. When the Reliance School had killed the disciples of the Blue Cloud School, the first elder was afraid of the geniuses, so he did not dare to take action. But Lin Ling took action, so the Reliance School did not dare to be arrogant. But the first elder took action against Lin Ling. Chapter 784. The arrival of the genius. My father is right, Kai Xianling said coldly. It seemed that with the support of the great elder, she was not so afraid of Lin Ling. She then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, destroy your own cultivation so that we don't have to fight. Damn! Very sinister. At this moment, even the sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect frowned. For the first time, he felt that Kai Xianling was very disgusting. Xiao! At this moment, a flame shot out like a meteor and fell on the great elder of the Blue Cloud sect. It instantly engulfed him, causing him to cry out in pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. A moment later, he stopped breathing. This happened so fast that the crowd did not even have time to react. However, they were staring at Lin Ling because it was Lin Ling who attacked. The great elder of the Blue Cloud sect? You don't seem to know your own strength. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out a sentence coldly. The great elder wanted to harm Lin Ling and had always thought of Lin Ling as a weak disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling was able to kill the Reliance sect's elder. His strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. The great elder wanted Lin Ling to destroy his own cultivation. Wasn't that courting death? Now, your backer is gone. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling and said. Kai Xuanling's eyes widened. Her father had died in front of her eyes. She wanted to use her father's prestige to make Lin Ling regret offending her. However, her most powerful backer could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling and was easily killed. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was silent. Even the sect leader was the same. Lin Ling's strength seemed to be unfathomable. Sect leader, today I will repay the debt of saving my life. From now on, I will leave the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Ling looked at the old man and bowed. The old man and Wan had saved him before, so he had to take responsibility for everything today. He would take responsibility for what he had done and would not implicate the Qingyun sect. Lin Ling, you. Qingyun sect leader said anxiously, feeling as if he had missed something. Everyone from the Qingyun sect had mixed feelings. Lin Ling seemed to have decided everything. Everyone who had been so aggressive just now didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling dominated everything. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The earth trembled as if an ancient giant beast was strolling over. Who killed my younger brother? His voice was like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A thought appeared in their minds, the genius had arrived. An enormous aura shook the entire square. A tall and sturdy figure appeared before everyone's eyes, striding forward like a dragon and tiger. This person was nearly 2 meters tall and wore a black chosen's robe. His exposed muscles were thicker than a normal person's thighs and filled with terrifying strength. He stood there calmly, like a mountain that one could only look up to. Clearly, this person's physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Bai Yunzhan. Everyone from the Reliance sect bowed. This young man was the chosen who had been cultivating in the martial arts hall. He was the one they had to respect and look up to. Bang! Bai Yunzhan took a step forward, his aura vast and mighty. The various sect leaders could sense that he was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm, but his strength had surpassed the early stage of the emperor's spirit realm. This meant that he was stronger than all the sect leaders present. Of course, this was normal. The chosen had always surpassed their opponents. Who killed my younger brother? Bai Yunzhan's cold eyes swept across the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye. It's him. It has nothing to do with us. At this moment, Kai Xianling pointed at Lin Ling with hatred. Lin Ling had destroyed everything she had. First, it was Bai Yunfei. Then, it was her father. Now, she had no one to rely on. In the future, she could not be arrogant. Therefore, she wanted to see Lin Ling die. Lin Ling's strength was mysterious and terrifying, but how could he be a match for a chosen? In fact, this was the first time he had seen a chosen in his life. It's you. You're ignorant. Bai Yunzhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. This guy was ignorant. He knew that Bai Yunfei was his younger brother, but he still dared to kill him. Did this young man not know the value of life? Why did he have to provoke him? Many people looked at Lin Ling. They understood Bai Yunzhan's words, and even agreed with them. Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. He had killed the number one chosen, Bai Yunfei. In truth, he had dug his own grave. Unfortunately, such an outstanding talent had to die at Sacred Moon Mountain. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression. Some were gloating, some were sighing, and some were sneering. Lin Ling quietly stood there. One man, one sword. His robes fluttered in the wind. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky, extremely natural. Your strength cannot be considered a true chosen of heaven. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth. He had defeated a massive number of chosen of heaven at the Rainforest Holy Land. He thought that the chosen of Water Moon Holy Land would be even stronger, but today he was disappointed. This chosen of heaven was only at the heavenly spirit realm. In the seven profound martial house, this was at best a moon guard disciple. You're talking about me? Bai Yunzhan was stunned for a moment, and then he wildly laughed. This chosen of heaven was a dead man, and he had clearly seen his strength. He was only at the early king's spirit realm. Such a person dared to question him. I'm talking about you. Your strength has not reached the standard of a true chosen of heaven. Lin Ling said again. His tone was incomparably calm, without joy or sorrow. Bai Yunzhan finally frowned. This chosen of heaven was unknown, but too natural. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Not only that, but this was true contempt. A chosen of heaven is not something that you can understand. A chosen of heaven represents a genius with a firm heart of martial arts. They represent a genius with an outstanding talent. They are the children of heaven. You have never faced a chosen of heaven, so you do not know how terrifying they are. But you will soon understand. Bai Yunzhan lightly said. An ethereal aura spread out, and his body seemed to grow even larger. Pang pang pang. The earth seemed to be unable to bear his weight. Layer upon layer of earth caved in, causing many people to gasp. The strength of this mortal body was beyond their imagination. Interesting. He is indeed stronger than the leaders of the three sects. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land was indeed different. It was actually a combination of spiritual energy and strength. That young man seemed to have cultivated his body's cells to be incomparably sturdy. Of course, Lin Ling was only surprised, but he still did not take it seriously. Pang! Bai Yunzhan stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lin Ling like a siege car. An illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms appeared around his body, but in reality, it was not an illusion, but a real 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 kings go to battle. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted. The 6 fists merged together like an awl and rushed towards Lin Ling. There was no doubt that the power was strong. It was an attack of pure strength. Some weaker people even felt their legs go soft and fell to the ground. This was the first time they had seen the strength of a chosen of heaven, and it was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling still stood there quietly without moving. He gently picked up the tyrannical song sword in his right hand and slowly drew a beautiful trajectory. Then, he held the sword with both hands. A majestic aura of sharpness flashed. The light only appeared for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 785. Dominating everything inside his body, his powerful physical strength and sword intent fused together. In addition, the killing intent hidden in his body quietly condensed, causing Lin Ling's sword to be different from before. At the same time, Bai Yunzhan's terrifying fist arrived, but Lin Ling heavily slashed out. Heavy kill. It was a collision of strength between an early King Spirit Realm cultivator and a peak King Spirit Realm cultivator. Of course, there was also the sword intent. Boom! An explosion sounded. Under countless shocked gazes, Bai Yunzhan's body flew backwards, blood spurting out from his arm. His arm had been cut off. Although Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, Lin Ling's Demon Ox body fortification technique had been trained to the peak. Moreover, Lin Ling had used sword intent, which was different from before. It contained the killing intent hidden in Lin Ling's body. This sword was Lin Ling's new sword, and it was incomparably terrifying. It had reached 70% sword intent. How could Bai Yunzhan block it? Ah! In the distance, Bai Yunzhan let out a painful howl, holding his arm and rolling on the ground. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Was this fake? A dignified genius, an expert they had to forever look up to, actually had his arm cut off in one move. That sword was terrifying. You say I don't understand geniuses? But you're so weak, are you worthy of being called a genius? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he looked indifferently at the distant Bai Yunzhan. Many people even forgot to breathe. A genius who couldn't block a single sword. Was this really a genius? And Lin Ling, a disciple of the Azure Cloud School, had killed Bai Yunfei, an elder of the Azure Cloud School, and cut off Bai Yunzhan's arm in one move. In front of Lin Ling, Bai Yunzhan was a proud genius. This was laughable. He wasn't worthy at all. The crowd thought in shock. A genius who had been waiting for half a day had become a stray dog. This was very disappointing. Could it be that all of this was like Lin Ling said, your strength isn't a true genius? In the silent square, everyone looked at the youth as if he was the one in charge of everything. Lost, they've all lost. Kai Xianling laughed. She did not know why she was laughing either. She just felt that all the people she relied on had been destroyed by Lin Ling, Bai Yunfei, her father, and even the Heavens Chosen. She did not expect that there was an existence even more terrifying than the Heavens Chosen by her side. The funny thing was that she had always thought that Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing. Even though Lin Ling had reminded her many times, she had always thought that Lin Ling was too weak. Therefore, she had never taken him seriously. And now, was Lin Ling still weak? That was a powerful strength that she had to look up to and even worship. The people of the Qingyun sect, including the sect leader, were all shocked as they looked at the frivolous and unruly figure. That figure overlapped with the Lin Ling in their memories, making them feel as if they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Was that the youth who was accidentally saved by the Qingyun sect? And that was the most inconspicuous existence in the Blue Cloud sect? Was that the young man who lived in seclusion and was treated as a servant by the Qingyun sect? All of this was, in fact, like a dream. My arm! At this moment, on the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face was incomparably ferocious. He had already cultivated his body's cells to the level of 100,000, but how could he not block that sword? In the past, he had tried before. With a punch, his opponent's sword would break and he would die. But now, he had failed. What was so special about that youth's sword? I don't understand the prodigy you're talking about. Prodigies represent geniuses with a firm martial heart. They represent geniuses with outstanding talent. They are the children of the heavens. But true prodigies don't bully the weak and flaunt their strength. You think you're strong, and you treat others like ants. Is this your martial heart? Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. You! On the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face became even more ferocious. Your so-called Heavens Chosen is just arrogance in front of the weak. In front of a true Heavens Chosen, you're nothing. If you're not convinced, you can say it. How many heavens chosen have you defeated who are stronger than you? Lin Ling said again. These words made Bai Yunzhan's face even more unsightly. He was a prodigy, but now he was being humiliated in front of everyone. After all, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the king's spirit realm, while he was at the peak of the king's spirit realm. But he had lost. Did he have the right to be proud? Moreover, true prodigies challenged those above their level and faced difficulties head-on. They were not like Bai Yunzhan, who only showed off his superiority in front of weaker cultivators. You dare talk about me? I'll kill you. Bai Yunzhan roared in anger. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In the Water Moon Holy Land, he didn't dare to be arrogant because his talent was powerful, but other people's talent was more powerful than his. Therefore, he didn't dare to challenge the geniuses who were stronger than him. He only dared to enjoy the feeling of superiority over the weak. Kill me. Don't think that just because you come from a powerful martial arts hall that I don't dare to touch you. I've killed many people like you who have extraordinary backgrounds but are arrogant. However, Bai Yunzhan's threat caused Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. Lin Ling wanted to kill Bai Yunzhan. The crowd's hearts trembled. Bai Yunzhan came from the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts hall. His background was terrifying, but Lin Ling still dared to kill him. In reality, they didn't know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had killed even the most powerful prodigies. So, how could he not dare? As long as Bai Yunzhan dared to reveal killing intent, Lin Ling would not show mercy. You want to kill me? Bai Yunzhan glared at Lin Ling. However, from Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a trace of fearlessness and determination. It was as if Lin Ling's killing intent was not an act. He had indeed killed many prodigies in the past. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Who was this youth? Bai Yunzhan's heart violently pounded. For the first time, he felt fear. For the first time, he felt that the youth in front of him was a true prodigy. Wait, I was wrong. Please be merciful. Bai Yunzhan shouted anxiously. He had no choice but to shout. Although his pride was violated and he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he was also a human being. He also cherished his own life. This was human nature. Bai Yunzhan begging for mercy. The crowd was even more shocked. A prodigy was begging for mercy. However, Lin Ling's sword was still raised. He was unprecedentedly determined. He had decided to attack. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of Bai Yunzhan's words. Moreover, he did not trust Bai Yunzhan. Of course, the reason why he revealed killing intent was because of the enormous killing intent in his body. That killing intent was left in him by the ancient flame devil. Swoosh! The sword light was like water. It was so bright, like the moon flying across the sky. However, it was also majestic and invincible. No! Bai Yunzhan roared. He finally understood why this sword was so terrifying. Not only did it have an enormous physical strength, it also had an ethereal sword intent. It was said that in another holy land, martial arts intent was cultivated there. This ethereal power had always been disdained by the prodigies of the Water Moon Holy Land. They thought that it was a deliberately mystifying power of martial arts. Even Bai Yunzhan did not put it in their eyes. However, he now knew that there were 3,000 different kinds of martial arts. Martial arts intent borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was not weaker than the physical strength of the Water Moon Holy Land. This Lin Ling was not a prodigy of the Water Moon Holy Land. Chapter 786. Seeing an old friend swish. A sword light flashed, and a sword mark appeared on Bai Yunzhan's head. He pointed at Lin Ling, unable to say a word. Finally, he fell to the ground. Today was supposed to be the day of his glorious return. He wanted to let his younger brother see his pride and let his younger brother enjoy his glory. However, he encountered an ordinary-looking young man who killed him with 2 slashes. His pride didn't even have the chance to bloom. All of this was very sad. Just like the first words he said when he found out that Lin Ling had killed his brother, "You are very ignorant. Idiot." And these words were actually directed at him. Dead. Idiot. Looking at the fallen Bai Yunzhan, the people in the square felt as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Especially the people from the Reliance sect. They thought that the genius who dared to kill Bai Yunzhan's brother was dead for sure. However, the result was that Bai Yunzhan was also dead. Lin Ling dominated everything. Now, who still wants me to be the scapegoat and bear the wrath of the genius? Idiot. Ignoring the dead Bai Yunzhan, Lin Ling turned to look at the crowd and said indifferently. Silence. The crowd was silent. Strength represented everything. Right and wrong were determined by strength. At this moment, who dared to speak? Countless eyes looked at the tall and straight figure, and there was only shock in their hearts. Bai Yunzhan is dead. You dared to kill a disciple of the Tai martial school. You have guts. Idiot. At this moment, a faintly discernible voice floated above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into everyone's ears. Many people's hearts trembled. A thought arose in their minds. The experts of the Water Moon Holy Lands martial school had arrived. In front of them, clouds rolled. 2 figures stepped forward, as if they were immortals. One of them was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He wore a loose robe. His body was incomparably sturdy. Next to him was a young girl wearing a purple dress. She had a beauty that could topple countries and cities. She carried a jade zither on her back. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. So beautiful. Idiot. Many people looked at the purple-clothed girl and could not help but say this in their hearts. Not only was she beautiful, she even had a kind of innate noble temperament that was above everyone's heads. That kind of temperament was not faked, but truly possessed. With dazzling talent, a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts, and a temperament that was as noble as a princess, this kind of girl undoubtedly made the hearts of many youths in the square jump. There were even some youths who fell in love at first sight. Some of them were so shy that they didn't dare to look at the purple-clothed girl in the eye. Many girls from other sects felt a sense of inferiority. What a beautiful sister. Even Wan Er's heart skipped a beat. She thought she was one of the top beauties in the Qingyun sect, but compared to the purple-clothed girl, she was like a firefly. 2 figures slowly floated down, causing the crowd to react. Lin Ling was in trouble. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. In the previous battle, he had only used 50% of his strength. Therefore, he wanted to see how strong a true heaven's favorite was. Lin Ling. However, when everyone thought that a great battle was about to begin, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. The one who spoke was the noble princess and the purple-clothed girl. She seemed to know Lin Ling. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the purple-clothed girl quickly ran towards Lin Ling. She happily stood in front of Lin Ling, as if they were lovers meeting. That's right, it was a lovers meeting. Many people present were aware of this, especially some youths. Their hearts immediately filled with envy. That purple-clothed girl was a heaven's favorite, and was even more noble like a princess. They could only look at her from afar and could not profane her. But now, that noble princess was acting like a little girl in front of Lin Ling. How could they not be envious? Then, under their shocked gazes, the purple-clothed girl held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, she took the initiative to hold his hand. All of this meant that the purple-clothed girl might like Lin Ling, and it was not Lin Ling who was chasing after the heaven's favorite. Lin Ling, do you know her? Yes. Wan Er's heart was complicated, but she also felt that the young man and the girl in the square were a perfect match. They were a match made in heaven. The 2 of them walked together in an incomparably natural manner. One was a heaven's favorite, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, and the other was a hidden genius. They were very compatible. Is he the trash I thought he was? Yes. Kai Xianling muttered to herself. Today, Lin Ling gave her a great shock. Not only was he frivolous and arrogant, but he even made the most beautiful fairy in the world personally hold his hand. Compared to that fairy, she, Kai Xianling, was like a toad. The most ridiculous thing was that this toad actually laughed at Lin Ling, laughed at the true heaven's favorite. Yu Munyun, why are you here? Yes. Lin Ling had no idea what the people in the square were thinking. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What surprised him was that the purple-clothed girl was actually the little princess of the Cloud Sea Empire, Yu Munyun. Sister Yuer and I went out to gain experience and accidentally came here. Yes. The purple-clothed girl was Yu Munyun. At this moment, she was incomparably excited. She didn't expect to see him here, and during this year, she had missed him incomparably. Senior sister and Yuer is also here. Yes. Lin Ling was even more delighted. He already knew that Yuer and Yu Munyun went out to gain experience, but he didn't expect that the two women's place of experience was actually the Water Moon's sacred land. Mengyun, he is. Yes. In the distance, the indifferent old man said with some surprise. My friend Lin Ling. Yes. Yu Munyun hurriedly introduced him, causing the old man's eyes to flicker. Although Yu Munyun said that he was a friend, he felt that it wasn't that simple. Elder, that was the matter before. Yu Munyun said again, causing the old man to smile and nod. Since he is your friend, then let's forget about it. Forget it. If Lin Ling was a person with no background, then based on the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack a disciple of the Tai martial sect, he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. After all, the Tai martial sect also had its own dignity. How could they allow others to casually kill their disciples? However, since Yu Munyun spoke, it was different. Firstly, Yu Munyun's reputation in the Tai martial sect was not small. She was a proud daughter of heaven. Daoist Tianyi of the martial palace wouldn't make Yu Munyun unhappy because of Bai Yunzhan. Secondly, Bai Yunzhan was just an ordinary disciple of the Tai martial sect. He couldn't be compared to Yu Munyun. Let it go just like that. Hearing the old man's words, many people's eyes flickered. Bai Yunzhan's death was very tragic. Today, we are under the order of the martial palace to have an exchange with your three major sections. Sect masters of each sect, come out. The old man obviously wouldn't care about the thoughts of the weak. Soon after, he said as a matter of routine. This was also a kind of rule. Every year, the martial palace of the Water Moon Holy Land would send experts to the small sects to give them pointers on martial arts. And this exchange was undoubtedly the most sensational thing for each sect. Of course, there were some exceptions this year. Many people's thoughts were still on Lin Ling. They were still thinking about the scene where the young man dominated the square not long ago. Lin Ling, come with me to the Tai martial sect later. Sister Yu will be very happy to know that you are here. Chapter 787. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, good. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He also wanted to see Yuer. Moreover, he didn't know if he could get a more powerful physical body cultivation method in the Tai martial sect. If he succeeded, he could recover his strength crazily. The exchange between the various sects ended not long after. Lin Ling walked out slowly. Countless people looked at him with a solemn expression. Senior Lin Ling, we have neglected you before. Please don't take it to heart. Previously, our Sunset sect was just a bystander. We had nothing to do with Sir Lin Ling. The leaders and elders of the various sects cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little startled. He then shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, in this world, strength represented everything. At first, these leaders and elders were high and mighty. However, after knowing that he had the strength to dominate everything, they were all respectful like dogs. "Get lost," Lin Ling said coldly. Although he didn't take it to heart, he didn't have a good impression of these people. So arrogant. The disciples of the various sects were shocked. However, they didn't dare to have any objections. They even felt that Lin Ling was qualified to ask their leaders and elders to get lost. Okay. We will get lost." The leaders and elders of the various sects naturally didn't dare to have any objections. They retreated one after another. Lin Ling wasn't a calculative person. Therefore, when he walked towards the Azure Cloud sect, he first looked at Kai Xianling. The latter's eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't help but take a step back. Now, she didn't have any right to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. "Don't kill me." Subsequently, Kai Xianling knelt down with a plop. Many people in the Azure Cloud sect laughed at her. Lin Ling shook his head. He could easily kill her, but he didn't want to do so now. "I won't kill you. I just want you to know that some things aren't as simple as they seem." Boom! Kai Xuanling's mind was buzzing. Lin Ling had said this to her before, and it was very accurate. The bandit incident, the Bai Yunfei incident, and now Lin Ling. Yes, some things were not as simple as they seemed. The world she saw might not be real. "I didn't kill you because your end might be even worse. You betrayed betrayed your best friend. You can only watch as she becomes stronger and more arrogant than you. Your death is all in Er's hands," Lin Ling said again, looking at Er. Er had saved his life in the past, so today, he would return the favor to Er and let Er decide everything. Er, I have to go. I'll leave these things to you. At least you won't be weaker than Bai Yun, and it won't take too long." Lin Ling gave a talisman bag to Er. Inside it were heavenly treasures, all kinds of pills, and martial arts manuals. It was enough for Er to soar into the heavens. Stronger than Bai Yun Zhan. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Among them, the headmaster of the Reliance School showed a greedy look. Bai Yun Zhan was stronger than their headmaster. If he could get that talisman bag, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. "When Lin Ling leaves, we must get that talisman bag," the headmaster said to the elder in a low voice. Whoosh! A flame shot out. It was gorgeous and colorful. It fell on the elder who was about to nod his head and burned him to ashes in an instant. The eyes of the headmaster of the Reliance School narrowed. Lin Ling's insight was terrifying. He could hear him whispering. He didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power covered the entire square. No whisper could escape his senses. "I dared to give the talisman bag to in front of so many people. Of course, I have nothing to fear." Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Many elders' hearts trembled. Lin Ling was terrifying. He seemed to know everything. Put on. The headmaster of the Reliance School anxiously knelt down. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, I was just possessed. Please spare my life." "Sorry, it's too late." Lin Ling coldly shook his head. His killing intent was obvious. Boom! A terrifying flame attacked. The headmaster of the Reliance School let out a terrified cry. He was burned by the flame. He was unwilling and regretful. He shouldn't have had any ideas about Er. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have said those words. However, there was no such thing as going back in time. The headmaster is also dead. The crowd was even more frightened. Lin Ling once again dominated everything. He killed whoever he wanted. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Everything was for the sake of Er's future. At the very least, this merciless killing would make the greedy people not dare to have any ideas about Er. However, the effect was very good. Right now, no one dared to touch Wan. Everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Your every move is under my control. Don't think that just because I'm gone, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. If you make a mistake, there's no medicine for regret. Lin Ling said again. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling, don't worry. The Qingyun sect swears that before Wan fully matures, if anyone dares to have any ideas about her, the entire sect will be mobilized. Even if the opponent is the heavens, we will fight. The headmaster of the Qingyun sect walked out. He was filled with regret. Before, Lin Ling had told him that Lin Ling would shoulder everything. At that time, he felt that he had missed out on something. Now, he knew what he had missed out on. You are currently at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but your foundation and talent are not very good. I have a heaven and earth fortune pill here. It can at least improve your king physique. As long as you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible for you to break through to the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling threw a pill to the headmaster of the Qingyun sect. Although he was at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, it was not difficult for him to guide the headmaster of the Qingyun sect. Thank you. The headmaster of the Qingyun sect trembled with incomparable excitement. I'm so envious. The people of the other sects licked their lips, incomparably jealous. The Qingyun sect had only helped Lin Ling once, but Lin Ling had greatly increased the headmaster's strength. He had even helped the Qingyun sect cultivate a genius that was not weak. How could they not be envious? Why didn't such a good thing fall on their heads? The disciples of the Qingyun sect were also incomparably envious, but their faces were gloomy. Thinking back, they were sitting on a mountain of gold, but they had missed the opportunity. After all, Lin Ling had cultivated in the Qingyun sect for a few months. If they had gone to find Lin Ling, they would have definitely obtained the opportunity and fortune today. However, they had missed it. They had thought that Lin Ling was trash, causing them to miss the opportunity to become stronger. They were incomparably regretful. In the entire Qingyun sect, only Wan was lucky. Lin Ling, I was wrong, can you? Seeing that Wan had obtained a precious opportunity, Kai Xuanling's heart was filled with jealousy. She could not help but say this. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling indifferently. Kai Xuanling's last hope was snuffed out, and Lin Ling even smiled disdainfully. This woman was really thick-skinned. The fact that he didn't kill her was already the greatest reward he could give her. Yet, she still wanted another opportunity. Your fate is to watch Wan continuously surpass you, and in the end, you will die in Wan hands. After Lin Ling smiled, his eyes turned cold. Now, scram. Chapter 788. Tai Martial Sect. Lin Ling, I know who is good to me and who is bad to me. I won't let you down. Although Wan was kind, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Lin Ling had left Kai Xianling to her. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed Kai Xianling. She wanted Kai Xianling dead to take revenge for what happened today. Are you leaving? Wan looked at Lin Ling and asked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Yes, I still have things to do in my hometown. Therefore, I have to go back. When you are strong enough, you can come and find me. That place is called the Sacred Land of the Rainforest. Okay. Wan nodded heavily. The flames of war burned in her heart. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to find Lin Ling. Then, when she saw Lin Ling waving his hand and leaving, tears flowed out of her eyes. She knelt down and said, Master. Lin Ling had taught her martial arts and given her a large amount of elixirs. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was her master. Lin Ling's body trembled and he stopped. He turned around and revealed a brilliant smile. Although he was called master, his innocent smile gave others the feeling that Lin Ling was the boy next door. Of course, this was just an illusion. Everyone still remembered the radiance of the young man. Master? Lin Ling's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. Was this the first disciple of his life? White clouds drifted leisurely. Several figures flew into the distance. Gradually, a huge continent appeared in the sky. That continent was shining with golden light, as if it was the heavens and the earth. Around that floating continent, auspicious beasts would fly from time to time. Moreover, there were martial artists entering and leaving like stars in the sky. What an ethereal place! Lin Ling was surprised. He could feel the rolling spiritual energy rushing towards him. He didn't know what the sacred land relied on to produce spiritual energy. The sacred land of the rainforest was the source of spiritual energy. Therefore, the Water Moon's sacred land naturally had its own mysterious place. The Water Moon Holy Land has several martial arts halls. I am in the Extreme Martial School. Yu Munyun kept explaining at the side. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Lin Ling, and her heart was pounding. The young man had gradually transformed. He had more steadiness and sharpness, and less childishness. It was obvious that the young man had been fighting non-stop for the past year. However, the current young man was more attractive to her. She still remembered that day in Ocean of Cloud City when the young man had rescued her from the abyss and tried to snatch her hand in marriage before a few tens of thousands of experts. That day was the happiest day of her life. Dream Clouds, your strength has risen so quickly. Lin Ling looked at Yu Munyun. The latter had also reached the Emperor's spirit realm, and there was a mysterious aura being emitted from her. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Munyun. Hee hee. Yu Munyun smiled proudly. There was a voice in her heart that she hadn't spoken out loud. I've become strong because I hope that I'll be able to protect you one day. The old man's gaze flickered incessantly as he watched Yu Munyun hold Lin Ling's hand. He was even more certain that Yu Munyun liked that young man. This was very surprising. After all, there were many geniuses in the Extreme Martial School who pursued Yu Munyun. However, all of them were rejected by Yu Munyun. So, Lin Ling was truly enviable. However, from another perspective, when Yu Munyun was weak, Lin Ling would have definitely been of enormous help to her. Of course, Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak as well. He'd investigated a little, and even though Lin Ling was at the heavenly spirit realm, his strength didn't seem to be so. The three of them soon arrived at the Extreme Martial School. Afterwards, they learned that an Yuer had gone out adventuring. This caused Lin Ling to feel a burst of regret. He had no choice but to find an even more powerful mortal body cultivation method. The Extreme Martial School wasn't any smaller than the Seven Profound Martial House. It was just that Lin Ling didn't have the time to visit them one by one. Instead, he followed Yu Munyun to see her master. Yu Munyun knew Lin Ling's goal, so she wanted to help Lin Ling obtain a powerful mortal body cultivation method. The cultivation of the mortal body was broad and profound. Lin Ling had used the Demon Ox body strengthening formula to lay down a solid foundation. But after this, not all mortal body cultivation methods would be suitable for him. The two of them walked along the square. Yu Munyun continued to hold Lin Ling's hand. This caused many of the Extreme Martial School's geniuses to narrow their eyes. Their proud son of heaven actually had a master. If they didn't fear Yu Munyun's status, they would have already taught that young man a lesson. After all, that young man's cultivation was only at the king's spirit realm. Lin Ling was naturally aware of those angry gazes. However, his expression was calm and fearless. Yu Munyun was his. How could he not even dare to hold her hand? He, Lin Ling, was never afraid of others being jealous of his people. Moreover, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the early king's spirit realm, the truth was that he could make a breakthrough at any time. It was just that he wanted to strengthen his mortal body. Lin Ling strode forward, his aura grand and imposing, causing Yu Munyun's heart to violently beat. Lin Ling was still holding her hand. This meant that the two of them had a relationship. Moreover, he didn't fear the jealousy of any other proud son of heaven. This kind of strength was something that Yu Munyun liked very much. After all, this was a feeling of being protected. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the residence of Yu Munyun's master. It was on a mountain peak, and there were also a large number of proud sons of heaven cultivating there. The mountain peak was called Tianyi Peak. Mengyun, this is. An old woman walked out of the gorgeous palace and looked at Yu Munyun in surprise. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the Tai martial sect as they pleased. However, Yu Munyun had special privileges because the old woman doted on Yu Munyun. However, Yu Munyun rarely brought others into the Tai martial sect. This was the first time. Master, his name is Lin Ling. Yu Munyun immediately jogged over and wrapped her arms around the old woman's arm. She looked like a granddaughter acting coquettishly with her grandmother. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He could tell that the old woman doted on Yu Munyun very much. Then, through Yu Munyun's introduction, he learned that the old woman was called Perfected Tianyi. What? He wants to learn the physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect. Perfected Tianyi frowned. This is against the rules. Master. Yu Munyun immediately acted coquettishly. This made Lin Ling speechless. This was the first time he saw Yu Munyun acting coquettishly. However, he was touched. Yu Munyun was working hard for him. Sigh, you little girl. I am really afraid of you. Alright, it's not impossible. However, if you want to obtain the cultivation method, you have to go through the dragon drum bamboo forest. Perfected Tianyi said lightly. In fact, disciples who were not from the Tai martial sect could not obtain the cultivation method of the martial arts hall. Moreover, it was difficult for the disciples of the Tai martial sect to obtain it. However, Yu Munyun was his favorite disciple, so he made an exception. Master, those who are not from the Holy Spirit realm are not allowed to enter the dragon drum bamboo forest. Aren't you rejecting me? Yu Munyun seemed to know how terrifying that forbidden area was. Dragon drum bamboo forest. Many geniuses at the side narrowed their eyes. They also knew about that terrifying place. It was said that the dragon drum bamboo forest was the place where the elders of the Tai martial sect died. Therefore, many of the cultivation methods that the experts were proud of when they were alive were hidden there. However, it was very difficult to enter that place. Even Holy Spirit realm experts could die if they entered. If Perfected Tianyi allowed Lin Ling to enter, it would be equivalent to letting Lin Ling die inside. After all, Lin Ling's strength was only at the heavenly spirit realm. Chapter 789. Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Stupid girl, you have someone in your heart and completely forgot about your master. There are many paths in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. It's not like this is the most difficult path for him to take. Immortal Tianyi scolded with a smile. He was a little jealous. This Lin Ling looked ordinary, but she didn't know how he got her disciple's heart. She was envious. I knew that master is the best. Yu Munyun suddenly laughed. Immortal Tianyi then looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, I made an exception today because of my disciple. After all, if I let you get the cultivation technique casually, the Tai martial sect will have objections. So, do you dare to go to the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? Junior has nothing to fear. Lin Ling said indifferently. Immortal Tianyi's eyes lit up. For the first time, he had a good impression of Lin Ling. This young man had a firm martial heart. Good. There are many cultivation techniques in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. What kind of cultivation technique you can get will depend on your luck. Immortal Tianyi said again. His attitude was not as cold as before. The surrounding geniuses were incomparably envious. However, most of them wanted to embarrass Lin Ling in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yu Munyun was very important to Immortal Tianyi. Therefore, when he brought Lin Ling over, they didn't dare to object. However, it didn't mean that they were willing. Among them, there were a large number of Emperor's Spirit Realm geniuses. They were even more disdainful of Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Then, he followed Immortal Tianyi. Yu Munyun also apologized to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I can only help you to this point. After all, you're not a disciple of the Tai martial house. She lowered her head and said with an incomparably guilty look. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile helplessly. He also saw that Yu Munyun was already doing her best. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have any chance. Mengyun, thank you. Lin Ling said with a sincere smile. Yu Munyun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she became excited. She seemed to have finally helped Lin Ling once. Junior sister Mengyun is smiling. The surrounding crowd's pupils constricted. That young man's words had actually gotten Yu Munyun's devastatingly beautiful smile. Moreover, Yu Munyun seemed to be worried about whether or not she could help Lin Ling. This really made people jealous. Master promises you that he will let you go through the simplest Longu bamboo forest. There won't be any danger there. Yu Munyun said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and thanked Yu Munyun again for her help. The three of them walked side by side and soon arrived at Tai Martial House's Longu bamboo forest. An elder with long eyebrows was guarding there. When he saw them arrive, he said indifferently, "Do you want to enter the bamboo forest?" Daoist Tianyi nodded and explained his intention. The elder frowned and looked at Lin Ling. This young man wasn't a member of Tai Martial House. According to the rules, he wouldn't allow him to enter the Longu bamboo forest. However, he found that this young man's cultivation wasn't strong, so he didn't care. There are 72 paths in the Longu bamboo forest. You are taking the simplest path. Of course, this so-called simple path means that there is no danger to your life. However, if you fail, you will still be injured. Moreover, if you are seriously injured, you will be eliminated from the Longu bamboo forest. Have you thought about it? The elder with long eyebrows said indifferently. Thank you, elder. Junior is ready. Lin Ling bowed slightly. The elder with long eyebrows' eyes flashed. This young man knew etiquette. This made him have a good impression of Lin Ling. He reminded, you can take pills inside and there is no time limit. If you are injured, you can heal your injuries first before proceeding. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard. The ancient rock wall in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a small path. An ancient aura filled the air as if this path led to ancient times. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. What a mysterious aura. Is it an ancient martial artist from the Water Moon Holy Land? Lin Ling, do your best. Yu Munyun waved her small fist at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled indifferently and stepped into the small path. At this moment, a large number of Heaven's Prides had already gathered behind them. They had come because of the fame. After all, a young man who wasn't a member of Tai Martial House was able to enter the Longu bamboo forest. It would be strange if they weren't curious. That guy's luck is pretty good. He is able to get junior sister Mengyun to help him. He really makes others envious. I have seen him before. He is very weak. If he enters the Longu bamboo forest, he will at most be a joke. Even Saint Spirit Realm experts will be injured if they enter the Longu bamboo forest. Many Heaven's Prides were discussing spiritedly. They didn't think that Lin Ling would succeed. Yu Munyun was also extremely worried. However, Daoist Tianyi's voice came from the side, the Longu bamboo forest doesn't depend on one's cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong a Heaven's Prides are, they can't be stronger than their predecessors. Therefore, it depends on one's luck, comprehension ability, and talent. Lin Ling is taking the simplest path. Even if he fails, his life won't be in danger. Girl, you don't have to worry about him. Yes, master. Yu Munyun smiled. However, it was extremely forced. She was still worried about Lin Ling. The winding path was ancient and quiet. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. It seemed that no one had walked on this path for many years. The Longgu bamboo forest is the place where the Tai martial house's predecessors left behind the essence of martial arts. Yu Munyun fought for this opportunity for me. I definitely can't let her down. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady. His blue and white robe fluttered as he walked. His handsome face kept looking forward. Gradually, a fork in the road appeared in front of him. At the same time, a large amount of starlight condensed and formed a mysterious picture in front of the fork. The celestial dipper mind training technique mediates the creation, reverses yin and yang, moves the stars, and reverses the sky and the sun. At one of the forks, an ancient martial artist appeared. He displayed a powerful body training technique that could swallow the sun and the moon, and move the stars. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The Water Moon Holy Land was indeed the best place to train one's body. The ancient martial artists here had trained their bodies to the point of perfection. They could crack the ground with their feet and break the sky with their fists. The 8-9 Mysteries technique is the same age as heaven and earth. It doesn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and isn't bound by the 5 elements. It condenses the body into one. At another fork, an ancient martial artist appeared. He condensed his body into a golden stone that was indestructible. However, in the process of cultivation, he had to go through 5 tribulations: water tribulations, wind tribulations, earth tribulations, fire tribulations, and thunder tribulations. It was extremely difficult. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a very powerful technique. Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to cultivate it successfully. The Blood God Body Training Technique, rebirth from a drop of blood and eternal life. The Dijiang Ancient Sorcery Technique, the divine technique of the ancient sorcerer clan. It cultivates the body like a demon and has 3 heads and 6 arms. It has infinite strength and is immortal. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. They were all ancient and powerful techniques. This also meant that he could choose any technique he wanted. However, it didn't mean that he could cultivate it successfully. It was just opening a door. And the end of that path would definitely be the ancient martial artists who cultivated these techniques in the past. The Tai True Body, the innate body of one Qi. It achieves the innate body and is not afraid of the 5 elements. It can enter a furnace without melting. It is rumored that it can achieve the chaotic body. Lin Ling's expression changed. His gaze fell on the path and he made up his mind. This was it. The Tai True Body. At present, Lin Ling's innate king body was the 8th grade vermilion bird's flame. However, his body was very ordinary. It was only the demon ox body strengthening technique. However, if he could cultivate the innate body, his foundation would be even more solid. The Tai True Body, the innate body of one Qi, the chaotic body. Chapter 790. Extreme E True Fire Tempering. Lin Ling took a deep breath and walked towards the path. As he stepped in, the illusion at the intersection disappeared and a huge stone bamboo appeared in front of him. At first glance, the stone bamboo looked like an ordinary bamboo, but it was much larger and had a different color. However, Lin Ling could feel that the bamboo seemed to have a soul. Drum. He saw that on top of the bamboo, a mysterious drum was hanging there. The drum was embroidered with the mark of a true dragon. Thinking about it, this was the origin of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest's name. However, if Lin Ling wanted to move forward, he would have to go around the stone bamboo. After Lin Ling stepped in, the stone bamboo emitted a mysterious light, blocking Lin Ling's advance. It looks like there's a test. Lin Ling nodded secretly. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted to obtain a powerful body transformation cultivation method, he had to go through a test. dominating the world. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling slashed out with the large sword in his hand. This slash contained the full strength of the demon ox body strengthening technique, reaching 1,000,000 pounds. Rumble. The slash of the sword on the dragon drum was deafening. Lin Ling was confident that with the power of this slash, even a small mountain would be split in two. Dong! However, the drum on the stone bamboo swayed and emitted a dull sound. A force stronger than Lin Ling's was reflected back. It was also a pure strength attack. Pooh! The attack was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, landing on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back, and when he hit the wall, a large amount of rocks fell down. How is this possible? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It was only a drum, but it blocked his attack and even reflected an even greater force. Vermilion bird flame. Lin Ling swallowed the pill. Then, flames gathered in his left hand and he slapped out heavily. Scorching flames appeared, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light. Dong! However, when the flames collided with the dragon drum, they were once again rebounded. The flames shot straight towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the flames had clearly changed. They were no longer the flames of the vermilion bird. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. He anxiously slapped out the vermilion bird's flames again. This time, he extinguished the attacking flames. This path is indeed not easy to tread. Physical strength and spiritual energy will all rebound, and the greater the strength, the greater the rebound. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. It was no wonder that even Holy Spirit realm experts didn't dare to leave this place. It was because the greater the force, the greater the backlash. Furthermore, this path was not life-threatening. If one took any other path, the rebound force could even obliterate the cultivator who entered. If I don't break the drum, I'm afraid I won't be able to advance any further. However, the drum is difficult to break. Lin Ling continued to ponder. He believed that the reason why the extremely martial sect left the dragon drum bamboo forest behind was not because they wanted to keep people away. Otherwise, why would they leave this bamboo forest behind? If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to unravel some secrets. That's right, if the pure strength attack failed, then what about the martial intent? Lin Ling stood up, and his eyes flickered. The martial intent was not a pure spiritual energy attack. It was an indescribable realm. That drum was left behind by the Water Moon Holy Land's cultivators. He wondered if it could rebound the martial intent. Thinking of this, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and heavily slashed out once again. Xiao! The sword light flashed. There was no spiritual energy attack, it was pure sword intent. What was different from before was that the sword intent was formed by the fusion of spiritual energy. However, this time, Lin Ling did not combine any spiritual energy. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve this. If Lin Ling did not comprehend the will control like silk in the old tomb, he would not have been able to achieve this. Dong! Finally, the loud and clear sound of the drum resounded. On top of the stone bamboo, cracks appeared on the dragon drum. Soon after, the entire stone bamboo cracked and turned into dust. Success! Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode forward. Rumble! The stone wall in front of him turned red. From time to time, flames would spurt out. These flames were very mysterious and were even more terrifying than Lin Ling's vermilion bird's flames. Draco True Fire. A thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. When he was at the fork in the road, he had seen that the Xiantian body was related to the Draco True Fire. If he wanted to start cultivating, he would have to go through the tempering of the Draco True Fire. The Draco True Fire was said to be the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills. It was a flame that did not exist in the mortal world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, Lin Ling did not know. However, he was sure that the flame was even more terrifying than his vermilion bird's flames. How could a human withstand the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills? I've already come this far. How can I give up halfway? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with determination as he took a step forward. Boom! Rolling flames spewed out, burning Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was in intense pain as if he was about to melt. That feeling was as if he was a pill being refined. Turn chi into chaos, guard the mind outside, gather the spirit inside the pill, open the body to 1,000 spiritual chi particles. At this moment, an ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. It was like sweet dew after a long drought. Lin Ling's body trembled. Was this a cultivation method? At this moment, Lin Ling hurriedly followed the instructions of the cultivation method and circulated it. After all, if he did not circulate it, he might be burned to death. Pa pa pa. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling's body emitted the sound of frying beans. He had previously gone through the 8 gates and the body tempering process. Therefore, what he was refining now was his cells. He wanted every cell to be active and filled with spiritual chi. According to legend, the human body was the most mysterious. The path of martial arts was actually to continuously excavate the mysteries of the human body. The human body had a large number of cells. Each cell was like a world. Just like what Buddha said, a world in a flower, a bodhi in a leaf. Refining the cells was equivalent to opening a new world. When every cell was cultivated to the limit, it meant that the body's strength would be even greater. Pa pa pa. Under the burning of the Tai True Fire, more than half of the impurities in Lin Ling's body were expelled. A fishy liquid flowed out from the surface of his body. However, it was quickly incinerated. A new world of cells awakened and were then refined, causing them to be even more condensed. After an unknown period of time, the flames gradually disappeared. Lin Ling sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and an ancient aura spread out from his pupils. His skin was even cleaner, like a newborn baby. A huge force gushed out from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Subsequently, Lin Ling swallowed a pill to increase his realm. After all, his body had been greatly refined. It was like gold being burned by fire. The impurities were expelled and it was even more condensed. 2 million pounds and 1,000 small worlds have been opened in my body. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up, full of energy. 1,000 small worlds had been opened. This meant that Lin Ling had activated 1,000 cells in his body. All of them were cultivating and devouring spiritual chi. Let's move forward again. Lin Ling was full of confidence. Dragon drum stone bamboos appeared in front of him again. This time, there were 2 dragon drum stone bamboos. True intent of the sword and true intent of fire. Just like before, he did not use any spiritual chi. Instead, he used the true intent of martial arts. Dong dong. The 2 dragon drums exploded again and the stone bamboos collapsed. Lin Ling moved forward again. In the small path, even more terrifying flames appeared. This time, it was not the rock walls that spewed out flames, but flames under his feet. Chapter 791. Controlling Killing Intent Pain. Even though Lin Ling's body had been tempered, he still felt incomparable pain. However, Lin Ling endured it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to reach this point. First, very few people could break the dragon drum stone bamboos. Second, very few people could succeed in tempering with the Tai True Fire. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation and the fact that he was a fire-type martial artist, he might have been burned to ashes in the first tempering. Therefore, Lin Ling's choice of tempering with the Tai True Fire was very suitable for him. Time quietly passed again. Lin Ling continued to temper himself and was reborn. He opened 2,000 small worlds in his body, 3,000 small worlds, 4,000 small worlds, 5,000 small worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. It was not until Lin Ling opened his 9,000 small worlds and allowed his 9,000 cells to undergo tempering that Lin Ling finally regained his former cultivation. He opened one orifice and opened 100 orifices, making him feel as if he had awakened something. After 90,000 small worlds, he achieved the innate body, which allowed Lin Ling's body to have 10 million points of strength. What kind of concept was this? This meant that with just the strength of his body, he was invincible in the same realm. Of course, this was not an exaggeration. After all, the Water Moon Holy Land was good at physical strength and could sweep away all heroes. Lin Ling had only learned the strength they were good at. The following path was even more terrifying. A total of 9 dragon drum stone bamboos appeared, arranged in a 9-palace array. An ancient and majestic aura filled the air. Lin Ling felt as if he was facing 9 ancient martial artists at the same time. In addition, behind the 9 dragon drum stone bamboos, there was a nearly 5-meter-tall stone bell sitting on the ground. Its aura was like that of an ancient emperor. How terrifying! These dragon drums must be broken at the same time. Otherwise, it will never succeed. And to break them at the same time, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He took a step forward and attacked. Dong! 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 All the attacks landed on the dragon drum. However, the dragon drum let out a dull sound and was not broken one by one. It was too difficult. Lin Ling could break one dragon drum, but 9 at the same time, in addition to the ancient bell, this was beyond difficult. Moreover, with the appearance of the 9 dragon drums, Lin Ling might not be able to succeed even if he reached the Holy Spirit realm, not to mention that he had already recovered his former cultivation. After all, the greater the power, the greater the backlash. Dong dong dong. Lin Ling attacked continuously, but he failed every time. Even Little Flame woke up and helped Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling took it as if he was cultivating martial arts here. He displayed all the martial arts he had learned in the past, tirelessly and unceasingly, causing the dragon drums around him to constantly emit sounds, forming a beautiful and shocking drum melody. However, the drums still did not break. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had sustained some injuries from the constant rebounding attacks. However, his eyes were burning with passion as he fought more and more valiantly. Perhaps other people would have already given up when faced with such a predicament, but Lin Ling didn't. The word "give up" had never existed in his dictionary. Little Flame! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The ape and the man fought side by side. Dong dong dong. The sound of the drums continued. Sword energy and flames bloomed in the air. However, they still failed. In fact, when Lin Ling had entered here, the long-browed old man guarding the dragon drum bamboo forest knew that it was impossible for Lin Ling to succeed, so he didn't mind letting Lin Ling enter. Otherwise, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the extreme E-martial sect. Lin Ling wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. 80% true meaning of fire. Bang! Lin Ling's body surged with flames. In the past, after he had reached the 8th grade king body, he hadn't been able to comprehend fire. But now, through the constant beating of the drums, he was more familiar with the true meaning of fire. 70% true meaning of sword. Lin Ling's true meaning of sword had been half a step into 70%. But after his mortal body had improved, his true meaning of sword had reached 70%. After all, the power of the mortal body could greatly enhance the power of the sword. 70% and 80% were both extremely terrifying existences in the 7 profound martial house. Killing intent. After attacking for a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped. He stood tall like a pine tree, and the killing intent hidden in his body billowed out. This was what the ancient flame demon had left him. During this time of training at the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Ling's mind was as tranquil as still water, and his heart had reached a new level of sublimation. Therefore, his killing intent had been firmly suppressed. But now, he felt that if he wanted to break the drums, he would have to borrow the power of killing intent. Killing was also a type of strength, and it was even an incomparably terrifying strength. It was just that if an ordinary person borrowed killing intent, it would be easy to set themselves on fire. Only those that truly controlled killing intent could freely use killing intent. The ancient flame demon's mortal body is in a deep slumber. If I rashly use killing intent, I don't know if it will wake it up. But the ancient flame demon's soul is in a self-sealing state. Without the help of the soul, I cannot control the mortal body. But now, Mengyun has given me a rare chance, how can I waste it? Lin Ling's clothes fluttered in the wind, and an aura that made one's soul tremble began to fill the air. Even Little Flame's pupils shrank. At this moment, he discovered that Lin Ling was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had no soul, and only had killing intent. This was the kind of killing intent that could kill all under the heavens. This was a true killing intent. GG. Little Flame anxiously cried out. Little Flame, I'm fine. At this moment, Lin Ling, whose face was covered by his long hair, softly said. This caused Little Flame's heart to relax. Lin Ling was still awake, but he didn't know why, but that killing intent made him very worried, and also made him feel a sense of dread. Sword Elder is right. In a martial artist's life, there are too many things that they revere. But the more they revere, the more they have to face them. Otherwise, what is the point of talking about martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He seemed to be shrouded in killing intent, but his heart was incomparably calm. Martial artists, if they wanted to fight, they had to fight crazily. They had to be free and unrestrained, and they had to face difficulties head-on. The more terrifying something was, the more they had to face it. Killing intent, use it on the sword. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the intent control ability appeared. He gently controlled the killing intent and quietly poured it into the tyrannical song sword. This was the first time he controlled killing intent, and it was also the true intent of killing. Wang wang wang. The tyrannical song sword started to vibrate, as if a terrifying demon had been sealed. Woo woo. An invisible wind spread out from Lin Ling's body. Killing intent bloomed, and the entire space became extremely oppressive. If someone were here, they would definitely have a fantasy where blood soared into the sky and corpses littered the ground, forming a sea of bones and blood. The sea was turbulent, and a massive blood-red sword slowly floated out from the sea. Lin Ling had poured his killing intent into the tyrannical song sword. Only by doing so could he begin to control killing intent. This sword, desolate killing intent. A name rose up in Lin Ling's heart. This was also the first time he had comprehended his own true intent of the sword, and it was no longer the sword moves of the tyrannical sword manual. Wang wang wang. The sword in Lin Ling's hand jumped even more violently. On the blade of the sword, a large number of ghosts appeared. These ghosts were all people that had died at Lin Ling's hands in the past. They seemed to be sealed within the sword, but they wanted to rush out of the tyrannical song sword and devour Lin Ling alive. However, Lin Ling was like their master, firmly suppressing them. Most of them were from the 18 King Saint clan bloodlines. But since Lin Ling could kill them, he could naturally control them as well. Desolate killing intent. When the killing intent reached a crazy critical point, a sharp sword light slashed out, like the scythe of a death god. This was the fusion of the true intent of the sword and the true intent of killing. It had reached half a step into the 90% sword intent, and was only a step away from the peak of the true intent of the sword. A feeling of invincibility and annihilation rose up in Lin Ling's heart. It was very familiar. Chapter 792. A bell that hadn't rung in 200 years. An incomparably terrifying sword slash swept through everything before it. It didn't contain any spiritual energy, only the true intent of the sword and the merciless true intent of killing. At this moment, the 9 drums let out a pleasant drum melody. At the same time, the 9 drums cracked, and the last ancient bell began to sway. The sound of the bell reverberated. Nonsense. How can someone who isn't from the extreme martial sect enter the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? This is simply an insult to us. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside. There were elders, masters, and even geniuses. When they found out that Lin Ling had entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, all of them were dissatisfied. They were disciples of the extreme martial sect, but none of them had entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Lin Ling was just an outsider. How strong is this kid? A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius asked. I heard that he isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Someone replied disdainfully. How shameful. More geniuses frowned and said. It was indeed shameful. Not only was the other party not a disciple of the extreme martial sect, he was as weak as an ant. How dare he enter the forbidden area? Entering a place that they didn't dare to enter. How could they not feel embarrassed? It's junior sister Mengyun who brought him here, and Daoist Tianyi agreed. Many people shook their heads helplessly. Although they were dissatisfied, Daoist Tianyi wasn't someone they could offend. Therefore, they could only be secretly angry. Junior sister Mengyun, is Lin Ling here? Ring! Right at this moment, a voice that was clear and melodious like a bell resounded from the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. A young woman in a white dress walked over quickly and appeared by Yu Mingyun's side. After this woman arrived, the surroundings became deathly silent. They gazed at this fairy-like woman in a white dress, and their eyes were filled with deep longing. Another proud daughter of the heavens, an Yu, who was as famous as Yu Mengyun. Yu Mengyun was noble and pure in the hearts of the geniuses, and her beauty was breathtaking. As for An Yu, she was an outstanding beauty and as pure as a snow lotus. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Both of them were the most beautiful disciples of the extreme martial sect, and there were even many geniuses from other martial palaces who were pursuing them. Yeah, he entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yu Mengyun looked at An Yu and said with a smile. An Yu, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. A year? I haven't seen that guy for a whole year. Why did he come to the Water Moon Holy Land? The two of them stood side by side like the most beautiful scenery in the extreme martial sect, causing many geniuses to be secretly moved. If they could have such a beauty in their life, even if it was just one, then their life would not have been in vain. Junior sister Mengyun, junior sister Yu, is that person your friend? At this moment, several figures appeared behind the two girls and looked at them with a smile. These people were not old, about 20 years old. However, they had an extraordinary temperament and their breathing was long. It was obvious that they had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak. They were also the top heavens prides in the extreme martial school. They were ranked around 100 and were looked up to by countless geniuses. Senior brother Chu, that is indeed our friend. Yu Mengyun looked at a young man in brown clothes and said. Chu Xingchen was the leader of these people. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the extreme martial school. He was also Daoist Tianyi's disciple and Yu Mengyun's senior brother. Chu Xingchen was amiable and approachable. He was the object of adoration of countless young girls. When he heard what Yu Mengyun said, he smiled and said, your friend should be quite young. He is really powerful. Even I don't dare to enter the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him were somewhat dissatisfied. One of them said, on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it is, the more you have to surpass it. This is good, but in fact, you have to look at yourself clearly. As far as I know, the youth who entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest did not have the cultivation of the Emperor Spirit Realm. With such strength, it is very difficult to succeed. Yes. Yes, no one has succeeded in entering the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest for 200 years. Junior sister Mengyun, your friend is a little arrogant. Another person added. Yu Mengyun and An Yu frowned. They didn't know what to say for a moment. No one had succeeded in 200 years. It was no wonder that others doubted Lin Ling. Hihi, if Nangongshi didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that it has been 200 years since the bell rang. 200 years ago, only one of us succeeded in entering the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yes. Daoist Channy, who had been silent all this time, smiled faintly as if he was reminded of the past. The crowd's heart trembled. Could it be that in Daoist Channy's era, the ancient bell rang in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? It had been a long time. It was indeed nostalgic. Don't worry. Even if that Lin Ling fails, he won't die. Moreover, I guess that he will come out soon. Daoist Channy shook his head and said after chuckling. She hadn't heard the bell ring for 200 years. Perhaps she wouldn't have the chance to hear it again in her life. However, the bell ring was as loud as the sound of heaven. It was the most pleasant bell ring in the world. Even now, she still missed it. Dong! However, at this moment, an earth-shaking bell rang in the ancient sacred ground. Chapter 793. Breakthrough Realm Rumble. In the sky, the cauldron suddenly exploded, and 10,000 flames gushed out. A dazzling figure floated in the air like a resplendent star. That person stood there quietly, and a wisp of ancient aura pervaded the air. It was as if he was the sky just by standing there. Innate body. It was said that the innate body could communicate with the heavens and earth, allowing one to master any martial arts. One could even enter the resonance of the heavens and earth at any time. This was the foundation of the legendary chaotic body. Innate body. That kid succeeded. How is this possible? Impossible. Daoist Channy stared in the direction of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. She was shocked. She had never thought that the youth would succeed. She was even prepared to welcome the youth's failure. But now, the bell's reverberation told her that it was not a dream. Impossible. Impossible. Daoist Channy kept shaking her head. In fact, she did not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, if he could become Yu Munyun's friend, his strength should be pretty good. However, the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest was not a place where one could succeed just by being a genius. Otherwise, countless geniuses in the Tai martial sect would have obtained the cultivation techniques of their predecessors. In order to succeed, only geniuses with perfect innate talent, king body, physical body, martial arts foundation, soul power, and combat experience were qualified. 200 years ago, there was one such person in the Tai martial sect. That person was now the sect master of the Tai martial sect. As for Lin Ling, his strength was not even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he reach the standard left behind by Emperor Tai? It seemed impossible. In fact, she did not know that Lin Ling was just recultivating. It did not mean that Lin Ling was an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm genius. So, why was it impossible? Silence. In the entire Tai martial sect, only the sound of Daoist Channy shaking her head could be heard. Those geniuses who were previously dissatisfied all narrowed their eyes and were speechless. A moment ago, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of Yu Munyun to enter the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. But in the end, he would be humiliated. But now, Lin Ling had sounded the bell and shocked all the geniuses. None of them had succeeded, but an outsider had. This was also a silent slap to their faces, and the applause was loud and clear. The entire Water Moon Holy Land was silent, and under the sky, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. A figure gently floated back to the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, then quietly stood on the ground. Innate constitution. Lin Ling's pupils constantly flashed. He could feel a terrifying strength hidden within his body. It was a strength of 10 million. He had a feeling that in a situation where he didn't use any spiritual energy, he could split apart mountains and seas with a single punch. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and the 10,000 small worlds within his body had been completely opened. In addition, he noticed that the surrounding spirit chi was continuously flowing into his body, as if his spirit chi would never dry up. This meant that he didn't need to rely on medicinal pills to easily recover his spirit chi. This was the advantage of the Xiantian constitution. It was as if countless windows had been opened, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at any time. Furthermore, Lin Ling now had a new technique in his mind. It was called the Tai Yuan Qi art, and it was a cultivation technique for his fleshly body. Most frightening of all was that this cultivation technique had fused with his vermilion bird flame. This meant that the combination of his fleshly body and monarch body would be even more terrifying. After all, the Tai Yuan Qi art was originally a fire-type technique from the ancient Great Emperor Tai. I broke through. Lin Ling was delighted. The vermilion bird Dao platform had appeared in his dantian, and it was twice as large as before. It was incomparably condensed. Mid-Emperor Spirit Realm. Although it seemed like he had advanced by a stage, Lin Ling could sense that his cultivation base had increased by more than 3 times. His fleshly body was strong, and with a strength of 10 million, he could easily defeat any mid-Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, he had a Xiantian constitution. If he added in his cultivation of the Tao of the sword and the true meaning of fire, he was confident that he could easily defeat a late Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. In fact, he could even fight a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, his monarch body, fleshly body, martial arts foundation, and soul power had all reached the pinnacle. So, after recultivating, my foundation is even more solid. Lin Ling felt like throwing his head back and roaring. He was much, much stronger than before. Whoa! Little Flame's voice came from the side, causing Lin Ling to look over. He realized that Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-furred ape, and the fiery red fur that reached the ground was even more dazzling. The ferocious beast's aura had also become even more powerful. Clearly, Little Flame had also benefited from the tempering of the Tai primordial fire. Earlier, Lin Ling had used his most powerful sword move to date, the Desolate Slaughter, which was half a step into 90% mastery of sword true will. It had destroyed the 9 dragon drums, and caused the ancient bells to toll. Afterward, Tai True Flame appeared, filling the area with a cauldron, which began to temper Lin Ling's body until it reached the pre-heaven level. That was the basic requirement for cultivating the Tai single energy art. Haha, Little Flame, your strength has also increased. Lin Ling smiled happily. He jumped up and landed on Little Flame's shoulder. Little Flame threw his head back and roared, causing the earth to tremble. Then, he took a step forward and slowly walked back the way he came. At this moment, the outside world was still silent. Everyone was still doubting that Lin Ling had rung the bell. Bang! 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 At this moment, the earth shook. From the cliff of the Dragon Drum bamboo forest, a huge figure slowly appeared, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Its entire body was covered in red fur, but its head was a huge white ape. This huge ape was 5 meters tall, and its thick and large arms were just like pillars, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Such a demonic beast was too frightening. However, when everyone looked at the giant ape's shoulder, their pupils constricted. There stood a young man in a blue and white robe. He had a big sword on his back, and his face was handsome and cold. Together with the terrifying giant ape, it gave people the feeling that a great emperor had arrived. You succeeded? Just as he walked out of the cliff, a surprised voice rang out. It was the long-browed elder who guarded the Dragon Drum bamboo forest. Thank you, elder. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the elder. This elder was very powerful, and was at the Saint Spirit stage. However, looking at the elder now, Lin Ling suddenly felt that the elder was not unreachable. It was as if he had the confidence to fight him at full strength. After reaching the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit stage, Lin Ling's various domains had all improved. When others broke through, their strength would increase by 1-fold. However, Lin Ling's foundation was solid and he had many domains. Therefore, his strength did not increase by 1-fold. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. The long-browed elder's pupils constricted. He did not know what to say for a moment. Previously, the long-browed elder had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter because he thought that Lin Ling would fail. Therefore, he did not think that it was a big deal. However, who knew that this young man would succeed? It was all like a dream. However, when he sensed carefully, the long-browed elder found that the young man was hiding a mysterious aura. He did not dare to underestimate him. This was very frightening. A dignified elder actually did not dare to underestimate a junior who was not even 20 years old. Lin Ling, you're out. Yes. Chapter 794. You're too weak. Senior sister An, you're back. Lin Ling looked at An Yuer and said. After a year, his senior sister's temperament had become even more attractive. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. That kind of indifference, that kind of otherworldly feeling, everything was incomparably natural. Yes. An Yuer also looked at Lin Ling, her heart incomparably excited. After a year, Lin Ling had grown up. Now, he had the spirit of a man. Her heart couldn't help but jump as she looked at him quietly. The three of them looked at each other, as if they had endless things to say to each other. The crowd in the distance frowned. Previously, when Lin Ling came out, the visual was too shocking. But now that they thought about it, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect. What qualifications did he have to make them feel surprised? Although he sounded the bell, who knows what tricks he did midway? Some of the geniuses said unwillingly. Yes, he must have encountered some good luck. Look, his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Shame. He's not a disciple of the Tai martial sect who sounded the bell to intimidate the Water Moon Holy Land, but we geniuses have to admire him. What do you think we are? Many of the geniuses coldly discussed. Although Lin Ling had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they were all geniuses who had always fought above their level. Therefore, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling had obviously broken through in a hurry, so his foundation was definitely not solid. After all, before Lin Ling entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, he wasn't even at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Junior sister Mengyun, aren't you going to introduce your friend? A soft voice rang out, causing the crowd's eyes to narrow. The person who spoke was Nangongshi. This person was at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, one of the top geniuses of the Tai martial sect. He also had an illustrious reputation in the Water Moon Holy Land. He was also Daoist Tianyi's disciple. Being able to become Daoist Tianyi's disciple showed how powerful he was. Now that he spoke, he definitely wasn't willing to lose face as a genius of the Tai martial sect, so he wanted to regain some dignity. Then, everyone looked towards Yu Minyan's side. However, the three of them were still talking and had completely ignored Nangongshi. Nangongshi's eyes were cold. In the past, he had a good relationship with Yu Minyan. Although he didn't succeed in pursuing the two girls, at least, he wouldn't be ignored. Your name is Lin Ling, right? Nangongshi roared again. This time, his voice was very loud, like a lion's roar. What's up? The voice was very loud, like thunder, and it blasted towards Lin Ling, causing him to frown. Previously, he hadn't seen An Yuer and the others for a long time, so they had a lot to talk about. Naturally, he didn't notice the others shouting at him. Moreover, they didn't know each other, so Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to them. But now, they seemed to be shouting at him rudely. Senior brother Nangong, what are you doing? Yu Minyan said unhappily. They heard Nangongshi's words, but they couldn't be bothered. They cherished the opportunity to talk to Lin Ling. It's nothing. I just want to spar with the person who obtained the legacy of the Tai martial emperor. Nangongshi didn't find any excuses and directly stated his purpose. There was no need for excuses. After all, many people were looking at him, hoping that he could fight for the glory of the Tai martial sect. You're messing around. Lin Ling is the same age as us. You're in your 20s, and you're our senior. Aren't you embarrassed to spar with Lin Ling? And Yuer immediately shouted, making it difficult for Nangongshi to speak. Lin Ling was the same age as An Yuer, and he was their junior. If he rashly went to spar, it would make him lose face. Junior sister Yuer, it's just a normal spar. We won't hurt your friend. At this time, Chu Xingchen, who had been smiling, said. He was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and was everyone's senior. He was stronger, so his words had more weight. After saying that, he looked at Spiritual Master Tianyi. Spiritual Master Tianyi had been silent. In fact, she was still surprised by the miracle Lin Ling had created. But soon, she also looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, what do you think? She also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect, but he had done what countless geniuses couldn't. How could those geniuses be convinced? I don't care. But who's my opponent? Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Today's harvest was all thanks to this senior, so he was grateful to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Your opponent is naturally me. Nangongshi found it funny. Lin Ling didn't see him. Was he faking it? You're too weak. Lin Ling looked at Nangongshi indifferently and said softly. Nangongshi was stunned. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and so was he. However, he was a genius who could challenge those above his level. He didn't know how many geniuses he had defeated in the Tai martial sect, but Lin Ling said he was too weak. Huh. The crowd also laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Lin Ling thought that he had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, so he was arrogant. He didn't know how strong the geniuses of the Tai martial sect were. You seem to have tempered an innate body, but my innate king body isn't weak either. My physical body has reached 4 million gene. With the combination of my innate king body and physical body, my strength is incomparably strong. You say I'm too weak? Nangongshi said again, causing Spiritual Master Tianyi to shake her head. In fact, she also thought that Lin Ling was a little arrogant. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling wasn't even at the Emperor's spirit realm. Now that he had luckily obtained the legacy of Emperor Tai, it didn't mean that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If you had to give an example, it would be like you had a peerless sword that could kill all enemies. However, when you first obtained the sword, you might not be the strongest. Lin Ling, then let's spar. Spiritual Master Tianyi knew that many geniuses were looking forward to it, so he smiled. All right, I'll try not to hurt him. Lin Ling could only nod. He had to give face to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Huh. More people laughed. Lin Ling wanted to hurt Nangongshi. What kind of joke was this? Nangongshi also shook his head helplessly. He had seen arrogant middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. He said to Yu Manyun, junior sister, I'll try not to hurt him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. His innate king body was displayed. It was actually a 7th-grade innate king body. An ancient crane appeared behind him, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. 100 profound splitting crane. Profound crane shattering the void. Nangongshi shouted in a low voice. He slapped out his palm, which seemed to pass through the void and instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. That palm combined with his powerful physical body formed a terrifying 8 million gene of strength. This strength was comparable to the true martial intent. This also meant that although the Water Moon Holy Ground didn't have the true martial intent, the strength of their physical body was not weaker than the former. Lin Ling, be careful. Anuer and Yumunyan said at the same time. They were disciples of the extreme martial sect, so they naturally knew of Nangongshi's strength. But they hadn't seen Lin Ling for a year, so they didn't know just how strong Lin Ling was. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was known as a monstrous genius in the Seven Profound Martial House. Chapter 795. Sword slashing 9 peaks bang. Palm met palm, and a dull sound rang out. The terrifying power caused the air to explode, creating a void. Who? An invisible gust of wind blew in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see the result. However, the result before their eyes was that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He gently extended his left hand and easily blocked Nangongshi's palm. Lin Ling's handsome face revealed a smile. Senior apprentice brother, this move is over. You've lost. What? At this moment, Nangongshi's heart was trembling. He knew just how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was as steady as a mountain, as immovable as a king. He had a strength of 8 million, but Lin Ling had still easily blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had reached 10 million. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a massive force came from his palm. This was pure physical strength, and Nangongshi felt as if he had been struck by a massive mountain range. Puff! Nangongshi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a kite and crashed to the ground, his face full of fear. He was a peak middle royal spirit realm genius, but he had still been defeated despite taking the initiative to attack. Senior apprentice brother Nangong lost? The crowd was shocked. Some people even discovered that Lin Ling hadn't moved at all. What a terrifying innate body. Sage Tianyi was also shocked. He had wanted to see just how fierce the innate body was, but now he knew that it was invincible in the middle royal spirit realm. Fierce. Lin Ling, congratulations. You've defeated Nangongshi and become the #1 middle royal spirit realm disciple of the extreme martial sect. Sage Tianyi praised. This caused many proud children of heaven to be incomparably jealous. #1, this was a very rare title. However, Lin Ling only smiled, not caring at all. #1. He was already #1 in the 7 Profound Martial House, and at that time he was only at the early royal spirit realm. He was invincible in the middle royal spirit realm. Honorable Master, how about I also compare notes with Lin Ling? At this moment, Chu Xingchen walked out with a smile and bowed to Lin Ling. This salute made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. This person didn't put on airs and was easy to get along with. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, how was it? Chu Xingchen said again. Good. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The other party gave him a good impression, so he would not refuse the battle. After all, refusing the battle would be pretentious, and it would also be insulting the other party. Straightforward. As expected of junior sister Minyan's friend. I like you more and more now. Chu Xingchen laughed loudly, then his expression became serious. The Water Moon list, you probably don't know about it, it's a list of heaven's chosen. I'm currently ranked 99, so you should be careful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He guessed that the Water Moon ranking was something similar to the Prodigy ranking. The 99th place was a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Prodigy. Senior Martial Brother, I will do my best. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. Lin Ling knows how to use a sword. Chu Xingchen showed interest, but he didn't underestimate Lin Ling. Powerful thunder appeared on the surface of his body, crackling continuously. I have the universal thunder body, and my body has reached 10 million pounds. I will use my full strength later. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, if you can't resist, Just shout and Honorable Master will save you. Lin Ling nodded. His opponent's king body was unfathomable. It seemed to be of the 7th grade, but it also seemed to be of the 8th grade. It seemed that the Water Moon Holy Land was also full of geniuses. Lin Ling, don't worry. With me here, you won't be hurt. Spiritual Master Tianyi smiled and nodded. Lin Ling was the disciple of his good disciple, so he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. As Mingyun's senior martial brother, I can be considered your elder brother, so I'll let you make the first move. After releasing his aura, Chu Xingqian's face became indifferent. Although he looked approachable, he was actually a martial arts fanatic. Once he made a move, he would use his full strength. He wouldn't hold back just because Lin Ling's realm was lower than his. Then junior martial brother will embarrass himself. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling also returned the courtesy. The sword in his hand became cold and even began to tremble. What is that? Many people's eyes widened. Lin Ling's sword seemed to have become very heavy. With 10 million pounds of strength transmitted into the sword, how could the sword not be terrifying? Even Chu Xingqian's eyes flickered. The innate body was indeed powerful. However, it wasn't over yet. A terrifying aura filled the air. It was a murderous aura. Vengeful spirits began to appear on the sword. The murderous aura overflowed, as if it wanted to kill everything. It was as if the sword came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So cold. The crowd trembled, and many people even stepped back. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but once he did, they were all afraid. True meaning of sword, true meaning of killing. Spiritual Master Tianyi's eyes narrowed. Even she felt the terrifying murderous aura. What shocked her was that this young man actually controlled the murderous aura. Half-step 90% sword intent, what a sharp genius. At the same time, a shocked voice came from the sky. It seemed that someone was also watching the battle from the sky. The murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was shocked. Not only did the momentum explode, but it also affected the martial arts heart of countless people. Everyone looked at the young man holding the sword diagonally, with a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind. There was only awe in their eyes, as if they were looking at the old great Emperor Tai. Senior martial brother, I'm making a move. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't underestimate Chu Xingqian, so he made a move with all his strength. Of course, when a swordsman made a move, he always used all his strength and never held back. The sword was like a meteor in the night sky, passing through the void. Wait, I admit defeat. At this moment, a frightened voice came. It was Chu Xingqian. He had been paying attention to Lin Ling's sword. At first, he was surprised, then shocked, and finally, fear. This was because that sword was a sword of killing. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Lin Ling would not hold back. And most importantly, he felt that he couldn't block it. Half-step 90% sword intent was very terrifying. However, even if he admitted defeat, it was already too late. Once the murderous aura came out, it would slaughter the world. How could it be held back? No, I'm calling you big brother. I admit defeat. Mengyun, quickly stop your friend. Chu Xingqian and Lin Ling looked at each other and realized that it was an ancient desolate beast roaring at the sky, as if it wanted to devour the world. This made him even more afraid. Admit defeat? The crowd forgot how to breathe. What did they just hear? Their 99th ranked elite on the Water Moon list actually admitted defeat and was even begging for mercy. This was like a dream. One had to know that not long ago, Chu Xingqian had said to Lin Ling that he would use all his strength. If he couldn't block it, just shout and perfected Tianyi would save him. But now, the one shouting was senior martial brother Chu Xingqian. This was also very ironic. Phew! The sword came out, the murderous aura. Not good. A palm quickly slapped out, causing winds and clouds to surge, as if the heavens were collapsing. Following that, after the sword came out, he slapped the sword from the side, changing the direction of the sword slash. Swish! In the distance, Tai Peak was cut in half. And it wasn't just one peak, but 9 peaks. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard, causing countless elites to swallow their saliva with great difficulty. 9 peaks were cut in half. What a sharp sword! If it landed on them, how could they block it? Chapter 796. Probing Swish. On the side of Chu Xingchen's face, a strand of hair had been cut off, making his face incomparably pale. He had almost been split in two. Now that he thought about it, he even trembled a little. Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, had made him, who was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, afraid. If Immortal Tianyi hadn't intervened, he would have died. This sword strike is quite decisive. Sigh. Immortal Tianyi sucked in a breath of cold air. She was the one who had intervened. If she hadn't, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She had tried to slap the sword from the side, but the murderous aura had still wrapped around her hand. The entire field was silent. Countless people were looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling quietly put away his sword. That terrifying murderous aura had disappeared like a tide, but it still made the hearts of the crowd beat violently, as if they had seen an ancient god of death. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself after that sword strike. Sigh. Lin Ling took a deep breath, then returned to his normal state and said apologetically. He had preliminary control over the murderous aura, but he hadn't completely controlled it. Therefore, when his sword struck, his murderous aura was incomparably fierce. It's okay, we know. Chu Xingchen also said that you should use your full strength. When a cultivator uses his full strength, it's naturally difficult to stop. Immortal Tianyi didn't care. He was still shocked by Lin Ling's sword. This young man had so many trump cards. Junior Marshal brother, I almost died in the Yellow Springs. Sigh. Chu Xingchen woke up from his trembling and couldn't help but say bitterly. He looked at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with incomparable fear. He didn't dare to face that sword again. Especially when he thought of his previous challenge, he felt even more sullen. Was he asking for his own humiliation? Senior brother, I'm sorry. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what to say, so he could only smile apologetically again. Strong physical body, half-step 90% sword intent, king body talent, how about that? Take my palm. Sigh. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. An earth-shattering giant palm fell from the sky, and without warning, it slapped towards Lin Ling. Looking at its appearance, it was even surging murderous intent. Not good. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent was too fast, so it was already too late for him to execute desolation again. But fortunately, the powerful trump card he possessed was not the true intent of sword. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. A vermilion bird quickly materialized in his left palm. Lin Ling looked up at the giant palm in the sky and slammed it down. This vermilion bird flame was incomparably terrifying. It contained 80% of the true meaning of fire, and it also contained the might of the Xiantian body. It caused the 10,000 small worlds in Lin Ling's body to awaken at the same time, causing a terrifying spiritual energy to erupt. Rumble. When the two palms collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Many geniuses were so shocked that they fell to the ground and sat down. They looked at the sky in horror, but when they saw the figure clearly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So it was him. No wonder he had such terrifying strength. But very quickly, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually blocked that person's palm. This was even more terrifying. Your innate king body is also very terrifying. How about your soul power? Tai Light Shuttle. The voice came out from the sky again. Countless shuttles like half-moons shot towards Lin Ling. They were filled with killing intent, and they were invisible and colorless. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, but they didn't know where the attack came from. "Senior brother, no!" Immortal Tianyi shouted anxiously. The opponent wanted to kill Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he block the opponent's soul power attack? After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, no matter how strong his innate king body was, or even how strong his martial arts foundation was, how could he block a soul power attack? Boundless Demon Eye. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. The opponent was filled with killing intent. Although he couldn't see clearly who it was, he knew that the opponent's strength was incomparably terrifying. So, he didn't have time to hide his trump card. Rumble. A terrifying soul power bloomed, and a pair of huge eyes appeared behind Lin Ling. They were like the eyes of a demon god, like the eyes of a celestial emperor looking at all living beings. Plop! Many geniuses present looked at the pair of eyes and fell to the ground. Some even trembled. What kind of eyes were those? They actually made people's hearts tremble. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul power was also so terrifying. The half-moon shuttles in the sky froze, and many of them even shattered. At the same time, two invisible knives shot out. Nirvana, killing everything. It was the Nirvana knife. Cha! 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 More half-moon shuttles shattered like glass, and the Nirvana knife was invincible, shooting into the sky. Amazing. No wonder you can ring the bell. You are the first person in 200 years who can do so. In the sky, a loud laugh came out. A huge half-moon shuttles appeared and cut one of the Nirvana knives like a sickle. The other Nirvana knife quickly cut a strand of his beard while he was laughing excitedly. Finally, it was also cut into pieces by the half-moon shuttles. At the same time, an old man with white hair and a youthful face strode down from the sky. This old man looked thin and old, but his body hid an incomparably terrifying physical strength. That powerful aura made everyone tremble, and they all knelt down. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone knelt down, except for Lin Ling, who was still standing, coldly looking at the old man. That old man wanted to kill him before. Haha, little brat, don't stare at me like that. I just wanted to test you before. I also saw how strong your physical strength is in your battle with Nangongshi. I also saw how strong your martial foundation is in your battle with Chu Xingchen. As for your king body, your palm was very terrifying. What surprised me is that your soul power is also very condensed. The old man laughed excitedly, making Lin Ling frown. He didn't understand what the old man meant. After all, the old man wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Because you were the first to ring the bell after me. I've been waiting for this for 200 years. So I tested you, and then I found that you were worthy of ringing the bell. In the future, you will not be any weaker than me. The old man looked at Lin Ling proudly. His loose robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably handsome. The sect master is praising Lin Ling. Everyone's heart fiercely trembled. Lin Ling's future would not be weaker than the sect master. This meant that Lin Ling would be the strongest existence in Tai martial sect in the future. What a terrifying potential. No wonder the sect master wanted to test Lin Ling before. Are you willing to be my disciple? The old man laughed again. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of love and admiration. That's right, he was testing him before. After all, he was the first one to ring the bell in 200 years, and only he knew the conditions to ring the bell in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. However, Lin Ling had appeared and strangely created a miracle. So he was very curious. After testing him, he found that this young man who was not even 19 years old was the same as him. He was a perfect monstrous genius. He even felt that Yi Xuan had surpassed him. After all, he couldn't see through Yixuan's eyes. Moreover, Yixuan was able to freeze all of his soul power attacks. Worship you as my master? Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. I've rested for the past 2 days. Today, I'm going to battle again. Ha ha ha, I've rested for 2 days. Chapter 797. Rejection. Are you still angry at me for attacking you? Hee, this old man was a bit rash before, but that was also because this old man's heart was moved by this old man's love for talent. That was why this old man tested you. Moreover, you only used your full strength in a life and death situation. This kind of test is the most realistic. If you are still angry, this old man will apologize to you. Yes. After the old man finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. Patriarch, apologize? Yes. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. A top expert of the Water Moon Holy Land was apologizing to a junior? The patriarch valued Lin Ling too much. Moreover, you also cut off a strand of my favorite beard, so you also took your revenge. Yes. The old man said helplessly. This kid wasn't a soft persimmon, he was very stubborn. Even if he wasn't as strong as the old man, he would still bite back. However, because of this, the old man liked this kid even more. This kid had a rare sharpness in him. Lin Ling opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. It turned out that the previous killing intent was to make him use his full strength. Everything was just a test. Senior, I am very grateful that you think highly of me, but I already have a master. In the end, Lin Ling raised his head. His eyes were incomparably clear. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually rejected the patriarch. One had to know that the patriarch had never accepted a disciple in all these years and had never taken the initiative to recruit one. He had never even apologized to a junior because of his mistakes. All of this showed that the patriarch, an ancient expert, liked Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling had rejected him. The old man's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Lin Ling would reject him. He looked at Lin Ling's eyes and found that this young man's eyes were very clear. He wasn't joking, he seemed to have his own persistence. My master is already dead. He didn't even teach me martial arts, but he passed down his inheritance to me. Therefore, I have to shoulder his inheritance and responsibility. Lin Ling said indifferently. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard in the entire square, causing the hearts of the crowd to surge. Lin Ling was so resolute. The other party had never taught him martial arts, but he had also shouldered the responsibility of the other party. Lin Ling smiled gently. He had 2 masters in this life. One was Hua Leitang of the Gu Yen sect, but in reality, Hua Leitang had always regarded Lin Ling as the young lord, so he could not be considered a master. His real master was Di Wuji. Now that he had received Di Wuji's inheritance, how could he casually acknowledge someone else as his master? A teacher for a day, a father for life. This was Lin Ling's principle. I can see that you are a person who values relationships and promises. What responsibility do you intend to take on from him? The old man's expression softened. He didn't know why, but he liked this young man even more. This young man didn't give up on his dead master just because he wanted to become stronger. This was something that the old man admired very much. It had to be known that in the world of martial arts, the strong were revered. In order to become stronger, there were many martial artists who would abandon everything. They would even abandon their family, friendship, love, betrayal, and so forth. I come from the Rainforest Holy Land, the 7 profound martial house. My responsibility and belief is to challenge the martial house master and have my master's glorious banner be planted on the ancient tree of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. His eyes were filled with determination. His clean face made countless people widen their eyes. What a distant goal! Challenging the martial house master was the same as challenging a powerhouse like the extreme martial sect's sect master. To many proud sons of heaven, this was like a dream. Sometimes they didn't even dare to think about it. However, not only did Lin Ling dare to think about it, he even dared to say it. Many people felt that if this blue and white robed youth said it, he would absolutely do it. This was a martial artist of my generation. Simple and direct, free and unrestrained. Heroic spirit. The old man shouted, his heart filled with admiration. This was the junior that he valued. If he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest, the martial house master. This young man had a pure and innocent heart. He was fearless, and his heart of martial arts was incomparably firm. What a pity, you are already a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House's current martial house master, Tian Lin, I know him. He has missed a good seedling. After the old man shouted, he regretted that he hadn't met Lin Ling earlier, and had instead been recruited by the 7 Profound Martial House. What was most distressing was that the 7 Profound Martial House had recruited such a perfect monstrous talent, but they didn't seem to focus on training him. Tian Lin, you bastard! The old man couldn't help but roar. Many people's jaws dropped. Because their sect master had missed a good seedling, he couldn't help but curse the 7 Profound Martial House's martial house master. Lin Ling, was he really worthy of being valued so highly? In fact, they didn't know that in terms of strength, Lin Ling wasn't the strongest among all the proud sons of heaven present. But in terms of potential, he surpassed all the proud sons of heaven. There were many different criteria for a proud son of heaven. Talent King's Body, Martial Arts Foundation, Mortal Body Foundation, Battle Awareness, Soul Force, and so on. Many of these geniuses had their own powerful domains, Talent King's Body, and Mortal Body Foundation. But none of them were as comprehensive as Lin Ling. This was the reason why the extreme martial sect master, Taoist Master Xuanyi, valued Lin Ling so highly. No matter. Although you cannot become my disciple, you should respect your elders. You can treat me as your martial uncle or something like that. Taoist Master Xuanyi unwillingly roared, and then laughed. Many people's eyes widened. The sect master didn't seem to want to miss out on Lin Ling. Lin Ling forced a smile, but his heart was filled with deep gratitude. He nodded, good, then this junior will call you martial uncle. Huh. Taoist Master Xuanyi laughed heartily, as if he was very excited. Only an expert at his level knew what a perfect monstrous genius would bring in the future. It would definitely shake the various sacred lands, so he was very pleased to hear him call him martial uncle. However, if you want to challenge the Manor Lord, don't tell me it's not a small matter. The various sacred lands have deep foundations. Take your rainforest sacred land for example. Other than the 7 great martial arts halls, there are also the 4 great desolate races, as well as the most mysterious Holy King. Experts like the Holy King are existences that surpass us. Although you can't come into contact with experts of that level, at least you have a blueprint in your heart. Taoist Master Xuanyi said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The sacred lands were indeed not as simple as they seemed. A blueprint appeared in his heart. The strongest in the sacred lands was the Holy King, followed by the 4 great desolate races, the 7 great martial arts halls, and then the 5 great ancient nations. The 7 great martial arts halls were ranked according to strength. Elites, top elites, elders, scholars, elder Xian, and finally, the Manor Lord. This meant that Lin Ling still had a long way to go before he could challenge the Manor Lord. The first step was to become a top elite and then challenge the elders. Is the Watermoon's sacred land the same? Lin Ling asked curiously. Taoist Master Xuanyi nodded. Of course. However, the Watermoon's sacred land is ruled by the Watermoon Emperor. Lin Ling was shocked. He asked again, are there other worlds other than the sacred lands? Taoist Master Xuanyi looked into the distance. Yes, very far away. I've only heard of it, but I've never gone out. I only know that it's the world of ancient warriors outside. Some ancient warriors are so powerful that they're as old as the world. The mysterious expert in the old tomb might be an expert outside the sacred lands. There's also the ancient flame devil. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it. For now, he should focus on the rainforest sacred land. Alright, everyone, disperse. Taoist Master Xuanyi smiled and waved his hand. The crowd dispersed one after another, but they were still shocked. Chapter 798. Departure. In the extreme martial sect, because of Yu Munyun and Lin Ming, Lin Ling did not encounter many difficulties. Moreover, because of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, he had become the most dazzling existence in the extreme martial sect. If it weren't for Lin Ling's conviction that he could not let go, he might have stayed in the extreme martial sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, this was impossible. In the rainforest Holy Land, there were his loved ones, his goals, and his great enmity that he had to repay with blood. So no matter what, he had to return. Over the past few days, Perfected Xuanyi had been looking for Lin Ling frequently. At the same time, he would give Lin Ling pointers on martial arts. Lin Ling had benefited greatly from this and felt grateful. Compared to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, Sage Xuanyi was much better. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also asked about spirit herbs that could restore soul force. After all, Sage Xuanyi was the senior with the strongest soul force that he had ever seen. He should have some knowledge. As for Jinren Xuanyi, he also mentioned a few heavenly treasures which Lin Ling memorized. He wanted to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. At the very least, after awakening, he would no longer be afraid of the ancient flame devil's body. He would also have a powerful life-saving trump card. Afterwards, Lin Ling also asked about the way to leave. From there, he learned that going from the Water Moon Holy Land to the Rainforest Holy Land was very difficult. However, Sage Xuanyi had a way to open the void and reach the Rainforest Holy Land's 100 territories. And regarding this, Sage Xuanyi personally promised to help Lin Ling open the void. Lin Ling was even more grateful. He knew that this was not simple, so he would remember this kindness. In the room, there was a giant wooden barrel. Within the barrel, emerald green liquid exuded a rich medicinal smell. Lin Ling sat there cross-legged, greedily absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the barrel. His upper body was like a carved gem, emitting a faint light. His strong muscles were not large, but rather streamlined, like a leopard full of strength. Who? Gently letting out a breath, Lin Ling brushed aside his wet hair, revealing his handsome face. Then, he faintly smiled. At present, he had tempered 10,000 small worlds within his body, and his physical strength had reached 10 million genes. He had also begun to cultivate the Extreme Unity 1 Chi art. This cultivation method was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of resources. It required a massive amount of life essence to temper it. And the rare herbs in the barrel was life essence that allowed Lin Ling's body to stabilize. Lin Ling, are you done? At this moment, the door was pushed open and Yu Mengyun walked in with the clothes in her hands. At the same time, Lin Ling stood up from the wooden tub with a swoosh. His fair skin, coupled with his streamlined figure, made Yu Mengyun feel as if she had been struck by lightning. A faint blush crept up her pretty face. Ah! Yu Mengyun cried out in surprise. Junior sister Mengyun, what's wrong? And Yue hurriedly walked in from outside. Then, she saw the scene in the room. Her face instantly turned red, and even her heart was beating fast. They actually saw Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling had obviously not finished bathing, but he did not tell them. Lin Ling, you. And Yue Yun said shyly. Huh. Huh. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Seeing the two girls' shy faces, he suddenly felt a sense of ridicule. He moved his feet and appeared in front of the two girls. He opened his arms and hugged each of them. Then, he ran towards the huge wooden barrel. With Lin Ling's current physical strength, carrying the two girls was like carrying two little lambs. Plop! The three of them fell into the wooden barrel. The water wet Yu Man-yun and Yun Min-yun's clothes. Their exquisite bodies were faintly discernible. Especially their plump breasts and slender legs. Lin Ling's breathing became rapid. Yu Man-yun and Yun Meng-yun obviously did not expect Lin Ling to do this. They were instantly stunned in the wooden barrel. When they saw Lin Ling's malicious gaze, they were even more shy. They wanted to leave quickly, but for some reason, their footsteps became weak. They suddenly had a feeling in their hearts that they did not want to leave the wooden barrel. Instead, they were looking forward to something happening. "You two are so beautiful," Lin Ling said softly. Yu Man-yun was as noble as a princess, elegant and refined. And Yuer was as elegant as a fairy, as otherworldly as a lotus. Lin Ling had known them for a long time. It would be a lie if he said that he had no feelings for them. "This place is not very good." Yu Man-yun lowered her head and said, like a shy little rabbit. She did not object to Lin Ling. As for Yuer, her face was a little indifferent. But in fact, she was nervous and indifferent. She also vaguely knew what Lin Ling was going to do, but the expectation in her heart was even stronger. However, when Lin Ling quietly approached the two women, a voice suddenly sounded outside the house. "Meng-yun, the essence of the liquid must be changed. After a long time, the medicinal effect will be gone." It was the voice of Immortal Tianyi. At the same time, the footsteps of Immortal Tianyi were also heard. But she seemed to have heard the breathing in the house. She stopped and turned to leave. "Senior Tianyi, even if you leave now, it's too late." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. The two women in the wooden barrel had already regained their calmness. They jumped out of the wooden barrel with red faces like elegant fairies. In the end, Lin Ling did not take advantage of them. "You put on your own clothes. Annoying, you only know how to bully us." Yu Man-yun curled her lips and said. She held in Yuer's little hand and left the house. Lin Ling sighed. For the first time, he hated Immortal Tianyi very much. It was really not the right time to interrupt. After a long time, Lin Ling put on his clothes and walked slowly outside the house. The sun was shining there. Under the maple tree, Yu Man-yun was playing the guzheng quietly, and Yuer's white clothes were fluttering like a butterfly. This scene was very beautiful. Lin Ling did not interrupt the two of them. Instead, he sat down by the maple tree, used his hands as a pillow, and looked at the bright sun in the sky. This feeling was very relaxing and familiar. In the past, in Cloud Sea City, he also sat down by the maple tree while listening to Yu Man-yun's song. Gradually, Lin Ling closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly. The two women looked at the quiet young man, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They also sat down by the maple tree and leaned against the young man. This quiet moment was very rare, so they also cherished it very much. Moreover, they knew that tomorrow, he would leave here and return to the battlefield. "When we are stronger, we will look for you," Yuer said softly. When Lin Ling was asleep, her small mouth lightly touched Lin Ling's right cheek, and Yu Man-yun kissed his left cheek. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Chu Xingchen and several geniuses were passing by. After seeing the quiet scene in the small courtyard, they were a little shocked. What a beautiful scene! The girl was like a poem, and the boy was like a sword. I really envy that guy. My junior sister is the top beauty of the Water Moon Holy Land. It's fine if he gets one, but since he got both, damn Lin Ling. Chu Xingchen muttered unwillingly and left with his junior brother. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Currently, Lin Ling was their sect master's favorite. The quiet time passed quietly. The next day, Yu Mun-yun and An Yue helped Lin Ling put on his clothes. Then, as if they were watching their husband go to war, they sent Lin Ling step by step out of the Tai martial sect. Today, Lin Ling was leaving. Chapter 799. Return, I'm leaving. Lin Ling finally waved his hand and left with perfected Xuanyi. I will become stronger. Yu Mun-yun nodded and didn't say anything else. Perhaps vows were not as good as words. She was even more determined to become stronger. She wanted to use her powerful king-type body to control all the demonic beasts in the world. This was the king-type body that Lin Ling's 7 transformation awakening elixir allowed her to awaken. Her music could control thousands of demonic beasts. Of course, this was only the initial stage. I will also become stronger. An Yue clenched her fists tightly. Lin Ling had only told them about the rainforest sacred ground, but she knew that it wasn't that simple. Lin Ling didn't want them to worry, so he used his firm body to block everything. Yue, sometimes separation is also the motivation to become stronger. Your soul force is very special. You are the only successor of the extreme realm. Perfected Tianyi comforted her. Both of his disciples were blessed by the heavens and had terrifying talents. Yes. And Yue nodded heavily and became even colder. In her mind, a golden lightning roared. If it appeared in the outside world, it could instantly kill martial artists of the same level. She also had a powerful soul force, but it was different from Lin Ling's. At this moment, the ancient lake of the water moon's sacred ground was a mysterious place. No one knew where the lake water came from. Every night, there would be a large area of water rushing into the sky, as if the bottom of the lake was connected to the vast ocean. This place leads to the vicinity of the Rain Sea. I will use my powerful force to open the void. It will only last for one breath. Lin Ling, you have to seize the opportunity. Perfected Xuanyi stopped by the lake and looked at Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Martial uncle, I will be back. Lin Ling was grateful and nodded heavily. Perfected Xuanyi smiled with relief. He believed in Lin Ling. After all, this brat was loyal and loyal. Once he called him martial uncle, he would be martial uncle for life. I will let you see the strength of my physical body, the divine transformation body of an ancient god. Rumble. The lake water erupted, and an ancient aura erupted from the mountain range, causing the earth to tremble. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the thin and old Taoist Xuanyi was growing rapidly. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was like an ancient god that had descended to the mortal world. His skin turned into a bronze color and shone brightly under the sunlight, looking majestic. At that moment, perfected Tai looked even younger. He was only in his 40s and his body was 2 meters tall. Lin Ling, look carefully. This is the combination of the king physique and the physical body. The golden fist blasted forward like a storm, causing the air to riot. The fast speed of the fist caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. This was probably reaching 1,000,000 punches in a single breath. Crack! The void shattered like glass, and a dark, bottomless void appeared. Go, have a safe journey. A low and hoarse voice floated out of perfected Xuanyi's mouth. Thank you, martial uncle. Lin Ling took a step forward, shot into the void, and finally disappeared. Whoosh! The river roared and flowed east. This was the Goose Feather River. It was said that even goose feathers would settle when they fell into the river, and this river led to the Rain Sea. Whoosh! At that moment, the wind howled, and the void seemed to be forcefully torn apart by someone. A slender figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. He was Lin Ling. I'm back. The familiar smell and wind made Lin Ling close his eyes. However, as long as they didn't talk about the fighting evil faction, then it would be fine. 3 months ago, the Hai family sent out all their experts. In the end, they all died. That Lin Ling is really scary. Yeah, I heard that not only the Hai family, but even the people from the 2 ancient kingdoms all died. Countless people were buried with them before Lin Ling died. This Lin Ling is really hard to deal with. Many people chatted again. 3 months ago, the battle by the rainy seaside shocked the 100 territories. In that battle, the 2 ancient kingdoms and the fighting evil faction were completely annihilated. And the great Qin dynasty's Qin clan leader and Lin Ling just died. The price to pay for killing the 2 of them was very high. If you don't know, then don't say anything. They weren't completely annihilated. There are still 2 people alive. At this moment, a cold voice came from the restaurant. Everyone looked over and saw that at the corner of the table, 3 middle-aged men wearing embroidered clothes were drinking indifferently. Only 2 people are alive, but this also proves how scary Lin Ling is. After all, I heard that many Holy Spirit Realm experts died. Now that the Hai family's vitality is greatly damaged, there are no more Holy Spirit Realm experts left. A cultivator said unwillingly. The other party was questioning him. The people drinking stopped and looked indifferently at that cultivator. Their eyes were cold, causing that cultivator's body to tremble. He somewhat wanted to take back his words. However, he was also considered a famous cultivator in the 100 territories. With so many people watching, if he took back his words, what face would he have left? Immortal Iron Leg, a famous expert in the 100 territories. However, in Sea Devil Town, everything is said by us. Therefore, you only have one chance. If you miss it, then it will be too late to regret it. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferently at that cultivator. He seemed to know the other party's background, but he still forced that cultivator to change his words. You won't even give? That cultivator's face turned ugly. The other party was humiliating him. Moreover, the other party was very domineering. He seemed to be from the Hai family. The Hai family was the fighting evil faction. Cultivator's expressions changed when they talked about it. He didn't think that he would actually meet someone from the Hai family in this restaurant. You won't even give. Within 3 breaths, you must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you can't leave Sea Devil Town. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said indifferently. His words carried a strong sense of authority. Thank you Zhang Yojia, account number 885, Stars Secret Room, Real Excellence, Heartless Heartbreaks Tip. Chapter 800. The fighting evil faction, the Hai family is really arrogant. They don't fear the immortal Iron Leg at all. Wow! The immortal Iron Leg was very strong. He was at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer and was very famous in the 100 territories. However, the fighting evil faction didn't fear him at all. Time's up. Go! Show! The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes disappeared from his original spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was in front of the immortal metal leg. His ghost claw was filled with murderous intent as it reached out. It was a terrifying claw, like the claw of the underworld. I was wrong. I'll repeat myself. Go! The immortal Iron Leg's eyes narrowed. He knew how strong his opponent was. His opponent's speed was too fast. He was even faster than his Iron Leg. It seemed like his king body wasn't weak at all. Kneel down and speak. Go! The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes stopped his killing intent and started humiliating the immortal Iron Leg. The immortal Iron Leg's face turned ugly. He wanted to kneel down, but as soon as he moved his knees, a hand patted his back. You don't need to kneel. Go! Go! The crowd in the restaurant was astonished. Someone had saved the immortal Iron Leg and said he didn't need to kneel in front of the High family. That was a provocation to the fighting evil faction. Everyone looked at the person who had stopped the immortal Iron Leg. He was wearing a large cloak and had a huge sword on his back. His aura was also extraordinary. "Your Excellency, do you want to die? Go!" The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferent. The Fair family had always kept a low profile in Demon Sea Town. That was why he hadn't immediately killed the immortal Iron Leg. Instead, he had humiliated him. But now, someone was provoking the fighting evil faction. Could it be that everyone thought the fighting evil faction was dead? "I do want to die." "So what? Go!" However, the cloaked man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. That guy was crazy. Wasn't he afraid of getting killed? "You have to kneel down. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. You know that if you offend the High family, even if you run to the end of the world, it'll be useless. You can't escape from death," said the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. He was threatening the immortal Iron Leg. The cloaked man had told the immortal Iron Leg not to kneel down, but he wanted to see if the immortal Iron Leg would kneel down or not. Although the fighting evil faction was low-key, they still had their own pride. "If you kneel, you'll still die. If you don't kneel, you won't die," the cloaked man said indifferently. The crowd was astonished. This matter was caused by the immortal Iron Leg. He believed that Lin Ling was no small matter. 3 months ago, all the major powers were annihilated by him. However, the Fair family believed that Lin Ling was only a so-so. In the end, he still died. This caused the immortal Iron Leg to be at the peak of the storm. If he didn't kneel, then the Fair family would want to kill him. If he kneeled, then he would be greatly humiliated. Moreover, the cloaked man who supported him would also lose face. "Kneel. As long as you kneel, I will spare your life and even kill the cloaked man behind you. If you don't kneel, die," the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said in an incomparably dignified manner. It was as if he was the ruler of everything. He knew that the immortal Iron Leg would understand how terrifying the Fair family was. "If you kneel, you will still die. If you don't kneel, you can live." The cloaked man was still as cold as before. He didn't fear the Fair family in the slightest. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, causing the undying Iron Leg's eyes to flicker. This matter was caused by him, so if he wanted to end it, only he could do it. There were only two choices. If he kneeled, then the Fair family might let him go. However, this would offend the cloaked man. After all, the cloaked man had helped him before, and even offended the Fair family for his sake. If he didn't kneel, he would offend the Fair family, and offend the fighting evil faction. Plop! Without any hesitation, the undying Iron Leg knelt down. "I take back what I said before. Lin Ling deserved to die. He is a piece of trash." After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose the Fair family. "Huh." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed proudly as if he had won a great battle. However, the cloaked man remained silent. The crowd looked at the silent cloaked man. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the cloaked man. The cloaked man had helped the undying Iron Leg to regain his dignity, but he had also offended the Fair family. However, the undying Iron Leg didn't stand firm because of the cloaked man's help. In the end, the undying Iron Leg knelt. If he knelt, the Fair family might not make things difficult for him. However, the Fair family might make things difficult for the cloaked man. They might even kill the cloaked man. "You made the wrong choice." After a moment of silence, the cloaked man said softly, "I didn't make a mistake. In this world, the strong are respected. He is stronger than you, so he has the ability to dominate everything. You have helped me to regain my dignity. I thank you very much. However, in this world, one's life is more important. This is also the reason why I, the undying iron leg, can live until now. The undying iron leg said indifferently. Since he had already offended the cloaked man, he might as well not give him any more face. Aren't you afraid of offending me and letting me kill you? The cloaked man said softly. Hee, you don't have the strength to do so. The undying iron leg said in disdain. This caused the crowd's heart to tremble. This undying iron leg was a fence-sitter. He had offended the Fair family, and the cloaked man had stepped forward to help him. However, the undying iron leg used the cloaked man as an excuse to divert the Fair family's anger to the cloaked man. Satisfying. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed. He looked at the cloaked man indifferently and said, "How pitiful. In order to help this trash, you overestimated yourself. In the end, this trash abandoned you, and you offended our Fair family. Today, you will die in Sea Devil Town." As soon as these words were spoken, many people felt that the cloaked man was very pitiful. He had attracted a fatal disaster for no reason. "I'm sorry. I didn't offend the Fair family because I helped him. It's the Fair family. I must make them suffer." However, as soon as the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, the cloaked man said indifferently. "What?" The crowd gasped. That cloaked man seemed to have come here specifically for the Fair family. Was he crazy? Plunge people into misery and suffering? The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. The cloaked man was very bold. Did he think that the Fair family was an ant? "You won't have the chance." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes coldly shouted. His body turned into a cold black fog. In that terrifying fog, a cold ghost claw grabbed the cloaked man's neck. Ghost God Force. The crowd's eyes narrowed. The Fighting Evil clan was indeed the most bizarre clan. The cloaked man was in trouble. Gotcha! However, the ghost claw had already grabbed the cloaked man's neck. However, the cloaked man's neck seemed to be as hard as metal. It wasn't damaged at all. What? Many people widened their eyes. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was a cultivator of the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. He also had the strength of the ghost claw. Even a cultivator of the Emperor's spirit layer wouldn't dare take it head-on. However, the cloaked man didn't even try to block it. That was too terrifying. The Fighting Evil clan will always be a despicable clan, said the cloaked man coldly. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes' expression changed drastically. The cloaked man was at the same cultivation level as him, but he was twice as strong as him. "Retreat!" shouted the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Such a strong cultivator could only be killed by the Fighting Evil clan. However, could he retreat just because he wanted to? Chapter 801. The High Family's Patriarch's Birthday Celebration Boom. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes exploded like a firecracker. His flesh didn't explode piece by piece, but turned into dust. It was a terrifying power. It was as if a huge chariot had hit the middle-aged man. Many people's jaws dropped. "You're courting death." On the other side, the three people from the High family were stunned, then they shouted angrily. Someone dared to kill people from the High family in the Demon Sea town. This was a provocation to the Fighting Evil faction. Shio! At that moment, a figure quickly crossed the ground. The figure stepped on the ground and the whole restaurant shook. Then, a fist was thrown out. Bang! 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 The three people from the Fighting Evil faction exploded and turned into dust. It was as if these people had never appeared in this world. It was so strange that people forgot to breathe. 4 died. Old Master Shao, your revenge has just begun. At the same time, a calm voice came out of the restaurant, making everyone's heart tremble. In one move, they were all killed. And it wasn't a powerful martial skill, it was just a fist. How much power was hidden in that fist? Paw! Under countless gazes, the cloaked man slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. However, his face was incomparably cold. What was surprising was that such a strong person was actually so young. Your choice is all dead. A cold voice came out of the young man's mouth, making the immortal Iron Leg, who was still kneeling on the ground, tremble. He had chosen the High family because he thought that if he didn't kneel, the High family would kill him and the cloaked man. Therefore, he knelt and even thought that he had made the right choice. However, the result was that several people from the High family had died, and the person he relied on had turned into dust. He seemed to have made the wrong choice. You're so strong. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have knelt. The immortal Iron Leg's heart was beating violently. He quickly stood up and smiled with gratitude. But you've already knelt. Humph. However, the young man said coldly. Hee, with the fighting evil faction here, I had to kneel. But now that I'm dead, I don't need to kneel. Immortal Iron Leg laughed. Then he saw that the young man's face was still as cold as ever, and a thought flashed through his mind, this young man wanted to kill him. Sure enough, the young man very quickly said coldly, although I came here for the Fair family, by coming forward to support you, I also shouldered the Fair family's obliteration. However, you betrayed me at the most crucial moment, do you think I will let you off? The crowd nodded in agreement with the young man. That young man had helped Immortal Iron Leg, so Immortal Iron Leg should have fought side by side with the young man, sharing weal and woe together. However, Immortal Iron Leg had surrendered and knelt down, allowing the young man to bear the Fair family's anger alone. Only after the young man had killed several Fair family members did Immortal Iron Leg smile and stand together with the young man again. How thick-skinned. His temperament was also very ugly. Wait a minute. Actually, the matter was originally a small matter. It was brought about by Lin Ling. We don't have much enmity between us. Sensing the young man's killing intent, Immortal Iron Leg became somewhat anxious. That young man's strength was very strong, and he was incomparably fearful. I came forward to support you because you said a word of justice. However, after that, because you wanted to save your life, you said that Lin Ling deserved to die. This caused my view of you to change again. That young man walked over step by step, making Immortal Iron Leg even more flustered. He kept waving his hand and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have faced the Fair family together with you. That's not the reason. The young man took a step forward, and his seemingly ordinary fist once again blasted out. The reason is, I am the Lin Ling that you said deserved to die. What? Immortal Iron Leg's eyes widened. This young man was Lin Ling. He actually said in front of Lin Ling that Lin Ling deserved to die. At this moment, his heart was as shocked as thunder. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Boom! The ferocious fist attacked, turning Immortal Iron Leg into dust, forever disappearing under heaven and earth. Another punch to kill. The hearts of the people in the restaurant trembled fiercely. What a terrifying strength. Then, they watched as the young man put on his cloak and disappeared from the restaurant. After the young man left, a series of horrified voices came out. He said before that he was Lin Ling. Didn't Lin Ling die? How is this possible? Many people felt that it was very unreal. 3 months ago, Lin Ling died under the siege of various major forces. This point was already recognized by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But now, Lin Ling appeared in the seclusion of the fighting evil faction. This is fake. Moreover, why did he appear here? Could it be that he came for revenge? The guesses in their hearts made the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had risen from the ashes. Although the incident in the restaurant was sensational, it was the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, so the news was not spread out in time. At this moment, the lively Sea Devil Town was already surging with people. As the #1 family in Sea Devil Town, guests came like clouds. The warriors of Sea Devil Town, regardless of whether they were willing or not, had to send birthday gifts. Although many people were unwilling and even wanted to rebel against the Fair family had already been recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were one of the major forces of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Three months ago, the experts of the Fighting Evil faction went out together to kill Lin Ling. In the end, they were completely annihilated. Many people thought that the Fair family was going to decline, but the recruitment of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had undoubtedly prevented the Fair family from declining. In fact, the Fair family was even more glorious than before. After all, with the support of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Fair family might give up hiding in the dark and tell the world that they were the mysterious Fighting Evil faction. At this moment, the vast Fair family did not have the gloomy aura of the past. A large number of people walked through the door and congratulated them. In the crowd, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak. He also followed the crowd in. He looked around. It seemed that the Fighting Evil faction had joined hands with the two ancient countries to kill him. The Fighting Evil faction had also benefited from being recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This was equivalent to stepping on him to gain benefits. The Fighting Evil faction must be destroyed today. Previously, when he broke through the void from the Goose Feather River, he wanted to find the Fighting Evil faction for revenge. However, he did not expect that the heavens would help him this time, allowing him to find the Fighting Evil faction so quickly. For this birthday celebration, Lin Ling also brought a large number of birthday gifts. He wanted to let the Fighting Evil faction enjoy their last days in this world. Today, the revenge of Old Man Shao will be paid back with interest. The Duan family of justice has arrived. They send 1,000-years-old spirit jade. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has arrived. They send a 10,000-years-old spirit mushroom. The Upper Three Regions ice field has arrived. The vast Fair family, the major forces of the 100 regions, sent people to deliver birthday gifts. Many people were secretly shocked. Out of the 5 ancient countries, 2 of them actually came. The Fair family's face was really big. Chapter 802. Distorting right and wrong. However, 3 months ago, a large number of experts from the Fighting Evil faction had died and the Fair family's opportunity had come. In that battle, because they had killed Lin Ling, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family had recruited the Fighting Evil faction. This made the Patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Empire believe that the Fighting Evil faction had the backing of a huge force. It was time for the Fighting Evil faction to surface from the shadows and let the cultivators of the 100 territories know of their strength. Although Lin Ling had died, he had helped the Fair family. Isn't this Hai Tian Can? Amazing, you've reached the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm at such a young age. In the future, the glory of the Fighting Evil faction will be on your shoulders. At this moment, in the square, many people were talking to a young man from the Fair family. The young man stood up proudly and calmly toasted everyone. This young man could be considered as a handsome young man. He had the demeanor of a general at such a young age. Moreover, he was the Heaven's Pride of the Holding Heaven Mansion. Currently, he was ranked 150 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. He was the most dazzling existence of the Fair family, Hai Tian Can. Of course, the most dazzling members of the Fighting Evil faction were the Yin-Yang Double Demons. Unfortunately, they had been killed in the pursuit of Lin Ling, otherwise, it would not be Hai Tian Can's turn to shine. Thank you, seniors, for your kindness. Hai Tian Can smiled and bowed. He calmly sat down, but his eyes were constantly looking at a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. That middle-aged man's strength was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he was the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was one of the 5 great ancient empires. If he could gain the attention of an ancient empire, his future would be even more prosperous. Therefore, it was rare for him to meet the envoy today. Naturally, he would think of a way to prove himself. Today is the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, Hai Jusher. I represent the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At this moment, the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire stood up and looked at the crowd indifferently. The entire square instantly became silent. Everyone was looking at the envoy in awe. The Hai clan has contributed greatly in suppressing the bandits. In the battle at the Yuhai, we mobilized 150 of our most powerful cultivators, including the previous clan leader, in order to eliminate Lin Ling and Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire. These two have committed all sorts of evil deeds, slaughtering the innocent in the 100 territories. Hence, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan clan and the Fighting Evil sect joined forces to fight against Qin Shao and his 1500 cultivators. Although the battle was difficult, for the sake of the world's peace, our three great powers did not fear death. In the end, we perished together with Qin Shao and Lin Ling. In this battle, only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan clan returned alive. What a pity! The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire shouted loudly, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Some of them had heard that the three great powers joined forces to fight against Lin Ling and his two companions. There were not 1,500 cultivators, but according to the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the number of cultivators seemed to have increased. Although many people were sacrificed, we still won in the end. Here, we must thank the martyrs of the Fair family. For the sake of the world, they sacrificed a lot. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire looked at the patriarch of the Fair family, Hai Jusher, with admiration, then clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. There was also a large amount of applause in the surroundings. The patriarch of the Fair family stood up and faced the applause indifferently. But in the hearts of the crowd, such hypocrisy. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to restore the honor they had lost in that battle, had actually slandered Lin Ling and his companions as having more than 1,000 powerhouses. But the truth was that the other side only had 3 people. Perhaps if they had said enough about Lin Ling and his companions, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not have lost so much face. Moreover, Lin Ling was not some devil, he was only a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to justify their actions, had really used any excuse they could think of. Of course, many people knew this, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only follow the crowd and applaud in admiration. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a disgrace. The Justice Duan family is a hypocrite. The Fighting Evil faction is even more despicable. The 3 great powers joined forces to wipe out the 3 of them, and in the end, they were completely annihilated. This is a war that everyone knows, but in your mouth, you have twisted right and wrong, and turned it into a war of pride. However, in the midst of the endless applause, a disdainful laugh suddenly sounded out, causing everyone to stop clapping, their hearts fiercely trembling. Today, powerhouses were as common as clouds, and it was also the birthday of the Fighting Evil faction's patriarch. There was actually someone who dared to say such words. Was he looking to die? Who is it? A martial artist from the Fair family angrily shouted. His eyes coldly swept over the square. Do you dare to say that you don't dare to stand up? Are you deliberately trying to slander our Fair family? Huh. At this moment, a hearty laugh sounded out. From the crowd, a man wearing a large cloak walked out. He held a jug of wine in his hand, laughing as he walked. There was an indescribable sense of heroism in him. If I dare to say it, then I naturally dare to come out. How could I be as shameful as your Fair family? After the loud laugh, a free and unrestrained voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. This person was crazy. Did he want to arouse the anger of the crowd? Sir, you must be drunk. The Fair family patriarch, Hai Jusher, coldly said. As he finished speaking, he quietly winked at a person beside him. Today, all the martial artists under the heavens were present. Even if he wanted to kill this cloaked man, he couldn't do it by force. He had to show the benevolence and righteousness of his master. The person beside him nodded and slowly walked towards the cloaked man. "Sir, you must have drunk too much, that's why you said the wrong thing." He seemed to want to support the cloaked man, but there was a dark light hidden in his palm. If one looked carefully, it was actually a ghost demon. Obviously, he wanted to quietly put the ghost into the cloaked man's body when he was supporting the cloaked man so that the cloaked man would die quietly. However, just as his hand fell on the cloaked man's body, a flame blossomed. It was as if what he touched was not the cloaked man, but a flame. "Dirty hand, get lost." A cold voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. The person who tried to sneak attack the cloaked man let out a painful scream. His hand was burning, and the flame was also burning his body. At the same time, the crowd also saw that the person's hand was letting out a sharp cry, as if a ghost was being burned to death. What a terrifying sneak attack! Many people were aware of the intention of the fighting evil faction. Their hearts fiercely trembled. The Fair family was so sinister. The cloaked man didn't even look at the Fair family cultivator who was being burned by the flame. Instead, he looked at the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and said, "You dare to proudly announce your achievements in front of everyone, but you don't allow anyone to disagree? According to what you said, the Heavenly Dragon Empire can proudly say that you are the number one of the 5 great ancient empires. If anyone disagrees, kill them." These words made the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's face extremely ugly. The cloaked man was obviously here to humiliate the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Good courage. The crowd looked at the cloaked man and secretly admired him. At this moment, only the cloaked man dared to stand up and speak. "My Fair family has always respected people. You say that we distort right and wrong, that's just your words." Chapter 803. The Return of Vengeance. Who do you think you are? However, after Hai Tianquan walked out, the cloaked man said indifferently. Hai Tianquan's pupils shrank. He had tried to talk nicely to make the cloaked man suffer. Who would have thought that the cloaked man would be so domineering? He had directly said, "Who do you think you are?" "Your Excellency, you have a high social status, of course I can't compare to you. I'm just an ordinary young genius from the sky-bearing government," said Hai Tianquan indifferently. It seemed like he was lowering his status by praising the cloaked man, but in fact, he was praising himself. After all, everyone knew that he was one of the top 150 young geniuses of the sky-bearing government. "You're right, you're just a piece of trash compared to me." However, Hai Tianquan's modest words made the cloaked man look at him with disdain. How arrogant! Hai Tianquan is a late emperor spirit cultivator, but he's being called a piece of trash. The crowd gasped. The cloaked man was going to shock the entire Sea Devil town. "You!" Hai Tianquan was staring at the cloaked man. He had wanted to do a perfect job and win the favor of the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, the cloaked man didn't act according to common sense. He had called him a piece of trash. Hai Tianquan couldn't stay calm anymore. "We can't talk properly, you're distorting the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless." Taking a step forward, Hai Tianquan pounced toward the cloaked man. A large number of afterimages appeared behind him, and countless beautiful female ghosts appeared. "Maybe you have some misunderstandings about the Hai family, but don't worry, the Hai family isn't a tyrannical family. We just want you to sit down and talk, we won't hurt you," said Hai Tianquan in a gentle and refined manner. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire nodded. Hai Tianquan was a talented young man, he was good at martial arts, he wasn't reckless. "You want to talk? I don't have time to talk to a piece of trash, I'll give you 10 slaps," said the cloaked man in a low voice. The crowd was astonished, the cloaked man was as arrogant as before. At the same time, Hai Qiansan's palm reached out. Spiritual energy surged as if it was tearing through space. His king physique was related to Yin spirits, and it even had a beauty to it. It was hard for people to guard against it, so he knew that the cloaked man would not be able to block it. However, as he got closer and closer to the cloaked man, Hai Tianken noticed that the cloaked man's icy cold eyes were staring fixedly at him from beneath the brim of his hat, and a wisp of extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Bang bang bang! The beautiful female ghosts behind Hai Tianken let out ear-piercing screams before they turned into white bones. It was as if they had met their nemesis. His Chinese lady spirits had used their soul power to attack, but little did he know that the cloaked man's soul power was even more terrifying, and his killing intent was even more terrifying. Whoosh! The cloaked man was still standing there quietly. With a slap of his hand, a tyrannical power erupted and easily slapped Hai Tianken's arm away. Then, he grabbed with one hand and slapped with the other hand. Pa pa pa. His voice was crisp and clear, shocking everyone present. A prodigy ranked 150th. On the prodigy roll of 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 the prodigy is the fair family a bunch of trash. Amidst the applause, a tyrannical voice floated out from the cloaked man's body. All the martial artists of the fair family began to tremble. This mysterious man was humiliating them, and he was humiliating them in front of everyone. Most importantly, the target of his humiliation was the most outstanding genius of the fair family. The crowd was also shocked. A moment ago, they had wanted to see the strength of the genius Hai Tianken, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog being grabbed by the cloaked man's hand. This was all too surreal. I'll kill you. Hai Tianken angrily roared as his neck was tightly grasped. He had wanted to prove his strength, but before he could do so, he had been treated like trash by this cloaked man. How could he raise his head in the fighting evil faction in the future? Kill me. The cloaked man's hand stopped slapping. He lowered his head and coldly stared at Hai Tianken. The murderous intent in his eyes caused Hai Tiansan's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, that was the true eye of a killing god. Suddenly, Hai Tianken regretted his previous words. That was because the cloaked man could easily suppress him. His strength was definitely above his, and those cold eyes didn't seem like he would show mercy just because he was a member of the fighting evil faction. The most important thing was that he gradually saw the cloaked man's appearance. It was him. You can die now. A firm voice resounded. The cloaked man's right hand formed a fist and punched towards Hai Tiansan's abdomen. 10 million points of strength erupted, and the small world within his body began to crazily revolve. Puff! Hai Tianken spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent like a prawn, and then with a bang, his entire body exploded and turned into ashes. Dead! The last genius of the fair family had died in front of countless people, and he had died on the birthday of the patriarch. The crowd forgot how to breathe, as if they had seen the most terrifying existence. Who are you? Why did you come to my fair family to distort right and wrong, and kill people as you wish? Hai Tiansan's voice filled with killing intent resounded, shaking the entire square. That cloaked man was too overbearing. Me distorting right and wrong? Or you distorting right and wrong? 3 major powers joined hands to kill 3 people, and you actually spread the news that you killed more than 1,000 experts. What a thick face. Of course, you won't admit your hypocrisy, but with me here, it's enough to prove it. A cold voice drifted out from the cloaked man's mouth. He slowly extended his hand, and then gently took off his cloak. He was wearing a blue and white robe. It wasn't luxurious, but it was as pure as the clouds in the sky. A handsome face and a tyrannical sword appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. His long hair fluttered in the wind, free and unrestrained. His eyes were ice cold, and his arrogance reached the clouds. "You are Lin Ling." Under countless shocked gazes, a frightened voice came out from Hai Tiansan's mouth. The crowd's expression became incomparably splendid. Lin Ling, a peak-level genius who had died 3 months ago, appeared in front of everyone's eyes again today. He hadn't died yet, and he had come for revenge. Many people's hearts were filled with a terrifying thought. "You are Lin Ling." The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family opened their eyes wide. Lin Ling hadn't died, which meant that the 2 ancient countries had died 3 months ago in vain. 3 months ago, the 3 major powers came together to kill me and Old Master Qin. Unfortunately, I haven't died yet, and I have returned today. Lin Ling's cold voice came out. Once again, it proved that Lin Ling hadn't died, and he had returned from hell to take revenge. The crowd also stared at the indifferent young man, and a thought appeared in their minds. Before, the 3 major powers had beautified themselves, and praised themselves, but after Lin Ling's appearance, everything had become extremely ironic. After all, Lin Ling was the person involved, how could his words have no weight? "You killed Old Master Qin. Today, the envoys of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family shall stay here forever, and the fighting evil faction shall be exterminated." Under the silent square, a cold and firm voice came out. The square was once again in an uproar. Lin Ling had returned to take revenge, and the first one to attack was the fighting evil faction, and it seemed like he wanted to exterminate them all. Chapter 804. Extermination. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his left hand, and countless black shadows sprayed out like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. They landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless people stared at the coffins. They were all black coffins. A total of 375 people. The voice sounded like it came from the underworld. Some people carefully counted the number of coffins and discovered that there were 375 coffins. Lin Ling's revenge was crazy, he didn't leave a single one alive, he even left a coffin for everyone. The square was dead silent. At this moment, everyone was motionless, they could only stare at the numerous coffins and the young man in the middle of the coffins. He was holding a magnificent sword, his blue and white robe was fluttering in the wind. The young man was domineering, his killing intent was so strong that it made many people tremble in fear. It didn't seem like a human, it seemed like a sword that floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Lin Ling knew why this sword wanted to kill, it wanted to kill Old Man Shao. "Do you know who you are facing today?" The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire stared at the coffins around him, blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Lin Ling was too arrogant, he actually prepared coffins for everyone. "Messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire, you don't need to show off your status, I can promise you that I will let you die in the end." Lin Ling raised his sword, and his murderous aura was unabashedly released. "Die in the end?" The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled, he was trembling with anger. Lin Ling seemed to think that they were going to die in the end. "You are very frivolous, but unfortunately, you are also very stupid, you are lucky to not die, you did not hide and cultivate bitterly, instead you can't hold back your desire for revenge, you came here to die." Lin Ling, Lin Ling, according to the rumors, you are brave and smart, but after seeing you today, it seems that you are not worthy of your reputation. Hai Jusher also looked at Lin Ling coldly, but he was not angry, maybe in his opinion, Lin Ling was just digging his own grave. The crowd recovered from their shock and scanned the square. On the square, there were countless experts from the fighting evil faction, in addition to the 2 envoys from the ancient countries, but Lin Ling seemed to be alone. Sure enough, the Hai family's patriarch was right. Lin Ling was too reckless. "Kill! Hai Juesher indifferently waved his hand, and all the experts of the Fair family rushed out in unison. Their imposing manner was magnificent as they pounced towards Lin Ling. In the square, Yin Qi and ghosts covered the sky as if it had turned into the Nine Serenities hell. The terrifying power of the Spectre clan was unleashed. Although this reclusive clan kept a low profile, once they surfaced from the dark, their aura was incomparably terrifying. They're all Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Many people left the square quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the young man in the square with anticipation. Lin Ling was as arrogant as the clouds. 3 months ago, he was hunted down, and 3 months later, he came back with revenge. However, the time was too short, and Lin Ling did not cultivate for a longer period of time. Wasn't it too reckless for him to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge? However, Lin Ling was the most dazzling monster in the 100 territories, he shouldn't be that stupid. Xiao Yan. Boom! At this moment, a low shout resounded in the square. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared. Its ferocious chi made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually controlled such a terrifying beast, could it be his trump card? Xiao Yan, you're in charge of putting the corpses into the coffins. Boom! However, a tyrannical voice floated in the air again, making the crowd's face stiffen. The ferocious beast was not there to support the battle, but to put the corpses into the coffins? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to face the entire fighting evil faction alone? Arrogant, kill him. This time, Hai Juesher was also furious. Lin Ling was going too far. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised his sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword actually became very heavy. Moreover, the ground was shaking, as if it couldn't bear the power that erupted from Lin Ling's body. That kind of extreme power even made time stop at this moment. It was very strange, Lin Ling didn't explode with a powerful aura, but it seemed that his body alone was enough to make the ground shake. Chi Chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's sword emitted a cold light. The sword was very cold. Many people felt that the coldness wasn't the coldness of ice, but the coldness of killing. Many people even saw that Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared, and only a sword was floating in the air. It was a sword of blood, as if it floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sword of killing. Desolate killing. A low voice seemed to break the frozen time, and coldly floated out. A sword slash seemed to come from the void, bringing with it a billowing killing intent. It was so cold that people didn't dare to look at it directly. Not good, everyone be careful. Hai Juesher stared at Lin Ling and instantly shouted. However, it was too late. When the sword slashed past, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The 200+ experts of the Hai family stopped in their tracks, and the time in the square seemed to have stopped again. Family head. One of them turned his head to look at Hai Juesher with difficulty, and his voice was filled with sorrow and regret. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the heads of the 200+ experts flew out, and blood spurted out from their necks. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was like a dazzling firework. This sword had killed all the enemies that came. How terrifying! The crowd trembled. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, and they knew that Lin Ling was a top genius. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and there were countless experts of the fighting evil faction who were higher than Lin Ling, but they couldn't block a single sword. What kind of sword was that? How could they know that that sword contained half a step away from 90% sword intent? It was a powerful sword that only appeared in the hands of top geniuses and ancient martial artists. No, this is fake. Hai Juesher stared at the scene in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ling's sword had killed a large number of peak Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Did this mean that other than the top geniuses of the Emperor Spirit Realm, no one could stop Lin Ling? Look at that giant ape. Someone pointed at the square after recovering from the shock. The giant ape was like a bull from hell, and it was coldly carrying the corpses into the coffins. It was terrifying. This man and beast had really returned from hell. Moreover, many people discovered that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's previous words were even more laughable. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had said that 3 months ago, the three major forces had dispatched experts to obliterate more than 1,000 warriors from Lin Ling's side. However, the current situation was that Lin Ling had single-handedly slaughtered all the High family's experts. One person was able to kill so many experts. What if Lin Ling's side had more than 1,000 warriors? There was no need to think too much about the result. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was really trying to beautify themselves for the sake of their own dignity. The grudge between me and the fighting evil faction came from the battle with the demon god Qi Yan. It was a fair battle. I lost, I died, the demon god lost, the demon god died. However, the fighting evil faction didn't accept their loss, so they sent all their experts to kill me. Since you dare to kill me, then I dare to do the same. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he walked forward step by step. The High family had suffered a great loss when they tried to kill Lin Ling last time. They no longer had any Saint Spirit Realm experts left. This time, Lin Ling had come for revenge and killed all the experts of the High family. The remaining people couldn't help but tremble as they looked at Lin Ling. Was the god of vengeance going to kill them all? If you want to blame someone, blame your surname High. There was no other explanation for this. There was only one reason. They were from the fighting evil faction. Their surname was High. Whoosh! Lin Ling's sword of slaughter slashed out again. High was a nightmare. In the distance, many people's hearts trembled. Not long ago, the surname High was a proud surname. They flaunted their strength and dominated a region. If anyone didn't listen to them, they would send out their entire clan to kill them. In the 100 regions, they had seized the prestige of the Ghost faction. But today, the surname High was a nightmare. This was the Ghost faction meeting the Death God. Plop! The last 3 people were also killed. The square was completely silent. Previously, it had been bustling with noise and excitement, but now, because there were so few people, it seemed incomparably desolate. The only thing moving in the square was the giant ape from hell, placing the corpses into the coffins. The coffins are filled with people from the fighting evil faction. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling had brought a large number of coffins to prepare for the High family. Today, he had fulfilled his promise. There are still 7 people left. A cold voice transmitted through the plaza. The remaining 7 people were all important figures. They were the family leader of the High family and the emissaries of various ancient countries. At this moment, they were all standing there in a daze. Before, when Lin Ling said he was going to exterminate the High family, they thought it was a joke, so they quietly waited for Lin Ling to be killed. Some of them even fantasized that if they killed Lin Ling, they would be able to exchange it for great merits in the ancient countries. However, in less than an hour, the High family was completely exterminated. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling exterminate the High family. The remaining 7 people were all experts, but they were only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, when Lin Ling transformed into the Death God, it seemed like ordinary peak of the Emperor's spirit realm couldn't shake him at all. Only those at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm or the Holy Spirit realm could do anything to him. Am I the only one left from the fighting evil faction? Hai Juesher stared at the coffins around him in a daze. Before, you beautified yourselves and said I was an ugly devil. Isn't this the result you wanted? How can a devil leave you alive? Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hai Juesher. Haijuasher's body trembled. Before, in order to convince the crowd, they had beautified themselves, but Lin Ling was said to be a devil who killed people like scything flax. Now, Lin Ling had shown them what a devil Grim Reaper was. Suddenly, Haijuasher regretted. If you said Lin Ling was a devil, then he was a devil. You can accompany them in death. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Then, he walked towards Haijuasher. He wanted to kill the last person of the fighting evil faction. Moreover, he didn't attack madly. Instead, he walked towards Haijuasher and told him that he was coming to kill him. You will suffer retribution. Stop. Haijuasher's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. You will never see it. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Flames surged from his left hand and the 10,000 small worlds in his body became active. They combined with the vermilion bird's flames and formed the Tai-E Unity Fist. Boom! Haijuasher wanted to block the attack with all his might, but how could he block the attack when facing a genius who was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm? He was killed with a single punch. Haijuasher turned into ashes. Layers of black ashes floated in the air, making the crowd's heart beat violently. Then, a gigantic ape threw some of the ashes into the coffins. The fighting evil faction had been exterminated. It was like a dream. 3 months ago, the fighting evil faction had sent experts to kill Lin Ling. 3 months later, Lin Ling had returned from hell and started his revenge. The fighting evil faction had become the first to be buried with him. The fighting evil faction had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. Chapter 806. Old Master Shao, rest in peace. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said coldly. The remaining 6 looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wiped out Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces in front of them. This is looking down on them. What can you do to me? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Went too far. They were mortal enemies, how could they go too far? Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't go too far by killing him but he went too far by avenging them? So Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. Strength was everything in this world. Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything, so why would he bother to reason with them? It was better to say, what can you do to me? This was also telling the 2 ancient countries that if I want to kill you, you can't do anything about it. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let you off. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire gritted his teeth and said, do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you? Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was very cold, like a devil's smile. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. Although he came from a noble ancient country, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although people had dignity, they were afraid of death. Lin Ling said that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you, so he didn't dare to say anything. The crowd's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was really domineering today. He forced the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire to not dare to say anything. You're afraid of me? You're all afraid of me. Lin Ling laughed again, causing the remaining 6 to grit their teeth as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating them, which also meant that he was humiliating their ancient country. They were unwilling to accept this, but subconsciously, they didn't dare to say anything. Maybe they still had a trace of hope in their hearts, hoping that Lin Ling would give face to their ancient country and spare them. The silent time was undoubtedly torturous, especially when the Grim Reaper was watching. When you never knew when you would die, the torturous torment was even more painful. Plop! Finally, one person kneeled down and said, Lin Ling, I am not someone from the ancient kingdom. This time, I was ordered to come here to celebrate the birthday. Please spare my life. This person was a subordinate of a powerful force under the 5 great ancient nations of the upper 3 regions. He knelt down and begged for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. I can only say that you're on the wrong side. However, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The sword of slaughter swung out with incomparable firmness. Whoosh! A sword scar appeared on that person's neck. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't understand why he had to die even though he wasn't from an ancient country. The pupils of the people in the distance congealed. Lin Ling's killing intent was very decisive and firm. Suddenly, they somewhat understood that Lin Ling's killing was not without principles. Although that person was not from the ancient kingdom, he walked together with the fighting evil lineage and belonged to the same faction. Therefore, he had to die. There were only 5 people left. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, and they even regretted coming here to celebrate the birthday. In the past, they were above tens of thousands of people and were respected by others. However, today, they were like ants in front of Lin Ling. Whether they lived or died, it was up to Lin Ling to decide. All of this was very ironic. At this moment, Lin Ling was not looking at the 5 people. Instead, he was looking at the sky. There, the faint figure of Old Man Shao appeared, and seemed to be smiling at him. When he first appeared in the Qin clan, Old Man Shao fully supported him. Old Man Shao even said that Lin Ling was the same kind of person as himself. For Lin Ling, Old Man Shao fully supported him. The mother-child worm that could lead to the great Qin Empire was given to him by Old Man Shao. It allowed him to return to the cloud domain and summon all the family heads of the great Qin Empire. When the Holy Clan was destroyed, all the family heads left. However, Old Man Shao was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so he went with Lin Ling. Old Man Shao was a great benefactor to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he died an unjust death. He did not die in a one-on-one battle, but was killed by a group of strong enemies. He even died not far from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's heart was broken. The first senior who loved him in his life died just like that. Old Man Shao, Lin Ling will definitely avenge you. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family, one day, Lin Ling will step on the imperial soil and take back everything for you. Lin Ling said word by word, and the remaining 5 people trembled. A terrifying thought suddenly rose in their minds. Lin Ling killing the fighting evil sect was just the beginning. He wanted to kill the 2 ancient countries. Die! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword came out, and heads fell. The remaining 5 people were killed in a single strike. Today, more than 300 people were sacrificed to Old Man Shao. Bang bang bang. The remaining 5 corpses were placed in coffins. The entire square was empty, and it was like a dead manor. On the day of the birthday, they were all killed. In the distance, the crowd's face stiffened. They could not believe what they were seeing. Then, they saw the young man take out paper money, burn it with fire, and scatter it in the air. Maybe Lin Ling was not able to pay respects to Old Man Zhao's death, so he used more than 300 people to pay respects to him. Old Man Shao, rest in peace. The figures of the man and the beast slowly disappeared from the Hai family, and the whole Hai Han became silent. The fighting evil sect had disappeared from the world, and no one dared to touch the countless coffins in the Hai family. They could only stay there forever. Lin Ling had returned with vengeance and killed the entire fighting evil clan like a bolt of lightning. The news spread like a rolling snowball. It spread to the 2 ancient countries, to the 100 territories, and even to the rainforest sacred land. Some people believed this news, but some people were skeptical. They thought that it was just a pretense made by the great Qin Empire for revenge. However, it was undeniable that one of the forces that killed Lin Ling 3 months ago had been destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the god of death had come for revenge. Only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family truly knew that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had come back for revenge. Especially Lord Long and Duan Xuanwang, their anger was monstrous. 3 months ago, they had sent out all their powerhouses, but they had been completely annihilated. Even Duan Xuanwang had died, but Lin Ling had not died. This meant that their people had died in vain. And what was even more terrifying was that because of this, they had completely broken off relations with Lin Ling. Now, they would have to bear the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that was not even 20 years old. In fact, these two powerhouses should not have feared him. However, they had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. This youth's rise was terrifying, and he was not too far away from them. If this continued, their lives would be in danger. This made them regret their actions, and they were even more fearful. But there was no turning back. So, they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land, 7 profound martial house. At the ancient gate, there were disciples coming in and out one after another. Lin Ling seems to be alive. I heard that he killed the fighting evil faction not long ago. This news has spread throughout the 100 territories, but I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then Lin Ling is the fastest growing monster in the 100 territories, but I think it's false. How could Lin Ling still be alive after being besieged by so many strong cultivators? Even if he's still alive, it's only been 3 months, and he's already killed his way back. That's too fast. I think so too. It's said that although the fighting evil faction's vitality has been greatly damaged, there are still many powerhouses. There's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator in charge, and Lin Ling is only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. That must be a rumor. Chapter 807. Lin Ling's return shook the heavens and the earth. I have a relative in Sea Demon Town who saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, and when his sword came out it cut off a person's head. He was indescribably confident and arrogant, and was the idol of all proud sons of heaven. Moreover, when Lin Ling came to the 7 profound martial house, when had he ever been a nobody? At the apprenticeship ceremony, he had slapped Master Su Fan, he had wandered through the Star Sea Pagoda, the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had killed a law enforcement hall disciple, his name had shaken the entire exquisite valley, and in addition to the Sky Universe Palace, Lin Ling was simply the most dazzling proud son of heaven in the history of the 7 profound martial house. He had created countless miracles, and he had stirred the hearts of all. Therefore, this matter was not impossible. Obviously, this disciple was one of Lin Ling's admirers. As he spoke, his words flowed like a river, and his interest soared. And a powerful proud son of heaven always had admirers. Some of the geniuses that admired Lin Ling also chimed in. Frivolous, free and unrestrained, brave and resourceful, this is the mad god Lin Ling. Nonsense, if he meets a more powerful proud son of heaven, he will only be a stray dog. On the other side, those that were dissatisfied with Lin Ling disdained to retort. The topic of conversation at the 7 profound martial house's front gate seemed to revolve around Lin Ling. In the crowd, Long Xiaochen and the others were excited. Whether or not the rumors were true, their boss name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling really didn't die? Ouyang Feiyang worriedly asked. Boss, life is very tough, he definitely didn't die. Yes. Blue Maple firmly nodded. Although he wasn't sure, he still cheered himself on. However, it wasn't just them. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many people that were worried about whether or not Lin Ling was still alive. For instance, in the distant ancient Dao Martial Palace, as well as in the Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries, the 2 heavenly concubines and Yu were constantly paying attention to any news about Lin Ling Peng Peng Peng. At this moment, the earth began to shake, as if an ancient giant beast was coming from afar. At the 7 profound martial house's main gate, countless disciples' eyes turned to look. In the distance, a 5-meter-tall giant ape was striding towards them like an ancient giant. It was like a demon king had descended. Everyone's heart trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. They saw that on the shoulder of the terrifying monster king, there was a slender figure quietly standing there. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent face held a smile as he proudly looked at the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, return. It was very sensational. Once again, Lin Ling did not keep a low profile like he did in the past. Instead, he returned in a domineering and magnificent manner. Perhaps he also knew that his current forbearance was useless. He had too many enemies. Moreover, he had already reached the stage of immortality. Therefore, rather than forbearance, it was better to be arrogant. When he returned, he would do it openly, like a king returning. He also wanted to tell those who wanted him dead that he, Lin Ling, had returned. He also wanted to tell his friends that he, Lin Ling, had not died. It's Lin Ling. The crowd's pupils constricted. The mad god Lin Ling had returned, and he was as wild as ever. At the 7 profound martial house's main gate, he had actually ridden a giant monster king and rebuked the wind and the clouds. This was the first person in the history of the 7 profound martial house. Boss! Boss! Long Xiaochen and the others shouted out in surprise. The worry in their hearts had finally disappeared. Their boss was truly their sky, always supporting them. Moreover, during this time, there were people from the ancient Dao martial palace who came to ask about Lin Ling every day. This time, they could finally report back. What, Lin Ling hasn't died? Boss! Within the 7 profound martial house, many people's pupils constricted. This time, they were finally able to determine that Lin Ling had not died. At the same time, in the rainforest Holy Land, many people also received the news that Lin Ling, who had once dominated the world, had returned. I knew that he wouldn't leave us behind. Yes. Within the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine looked at the mother-child insect in her hands and finally smiled. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, causing the nearby senior apprentice sisters to be surprised. During this time, their junior apprentice sister had been cold and indifferent, as if she had something on her mind. They could even feel that their junior apprentice sister's heart was filled with sorrow, as if she had no attachment to the world. But now, their junior apprentice sister had smiled like a spring breeze. That smile seemed to add color to the entire world. The same thing was happening in the distant Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Yu Yu looked at the mother-child insect, her heart leaping with joy. She couldn't help but dance like a peacock, causing many powerhouses to narrow their eyes. This proud daughter of heaven was in a very good mood today. Lin Ling had returned, and the response was tremendous. It was like a king had returned. At this time, at the 7 profound martial house's main gate, countless people were looking at the giant monster beast. They quietly stepped aside, allowing the monster beast to walk up the steps and step by step towards the gate. They didn't know why they had to give way, but the name of the mad god Lin Ling was enough to intimidate them. As for those geniuses that admired Lin Ling, they were all excited as they looked at this youth. He was just as handsome as they remembered him to be. He was peerlessly frivolous, and his aura was soul-stirring. Stop! The 7 profound martial house does not allow anyone to ride a monster beast. Immediately hand over the monster beast, otherwise you will be violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, at the gate, 2 figures blocked the giant ape, their icy voices sounding out at the same time. The 7 profound martial house has never had such a rule. And even if it did, is it your turn to care? From atop the giant ape, the icy voice sounded out, causing the several youths below to tremble. What a terrifying aura! However, as they watched Lin Ling swagger in, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. These people obviously had a grudge against Lin Ling. They had powerhouses supporting them, and they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. How could Lin Ling not know this? As for who it was, he was disinclined to guess. After all, within the Seven Profound Martial House, he had offended many people. Although we are not disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Seven Profound Martial House is the sacred temple of martial arts. How can we allow people to casually blaspheme the rules? We are here to uphold the rules. One of the youths sneered. Lin Ling was very proud. He had ridden the Monster King back, but he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the Monster King, and then sneak back into the Seven Profound Martial House with his tail between his legs. Ha! Ha! On top of the giant beast, Lin Ling faintly smiled, but did not say anything. This made the several disciples think that Lin Ling was afraid of violating the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. After all, no matter how crazy Lin Ling was, there were countless people in the Seven Profound Martial House who were stronger than him. As long as Lin Ling dared to violate the rules, Lin Ling would die just the same. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that although Lin Ling had the title of Mad God, he was brave and resourceful. What did he need to fear? Little flame! Little flame! Lin Ling coldly shouted. Little Flame's giant arms swatted out, and the several disciples who were blocking the way were ruthlessly swept away. They hit a distant rock and spat out blood. Their faces were pale, and they were incomparably disgraced. But the genius who had spoken was slapped to the ground by Little Flame's other arm. Stop me! A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was as crazy as ever. But this kind of craziness was very dazzling. A martial artist had to have this kind of drive. If anyone dared to violate their dignity, then they would use their strength to crush them. If they were as low-key as a dog, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Worthy of Lin Ling. Chapter 808. The banner returns, how dare you! At this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and several figures appeared at the entrance with a large number of people. The one leading them was actually Elder Su Fan. You hit a puppy, and now the old dog is here? On Little Flame's shoulder, Lin Ling condescendingly looked down at Su Fan, his voice filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you just returned to the Seven Profound Martial House and you dare to casually humiliate others. Do you think the Seven Profound Martial House is your home? Elder Su Fan angrily shouted, coldly looking at Lin Ling. His heart was boiling with anger. Why hadn't Lin Ling died? Why couldn't this bastard die? Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling's strength had broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He hadn't died, but his strength had increased. To Elder Su Fan, this was worse than death. Little Flame! Lin Ling shouted angrily. Little Flame, who was under his feet, let out a low roar. His right hand slapped the young man under his claws, knocking him unconscious. Even the ground cracked. This slap had an incomparably terrifying strength. Most importantly, Elder Su Fan had already arrived and told Lin Ling to stop. However, not only did Lin Ling not stop, but he became even more aggressive. In front of everyone, he had slapped Elder Su Fan. You! Elder Su Fan's complexion instantly turned ugly. After returning, Lin Ling was even crazier than before. How could he know that after experiencing life and death, Lin Ling's temperament had been sublimated? He knew that forbearance was useless, and only frivolity could protect everything. Therefore, if the world said that Lin Ling was crazy, then Lin Ling would be crazy for them to see. This person is a Moon Guard disciple, and I am a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven list. He ran out to reprimand me, and he doesn't know his own limits. Tell me, shouldn't he be punished? On Lin Ling's shoulder, Lin Ling looked down at Elder Su Fan. Elder Su Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. The 7 Profound Martial House was the temple of martial arts. Although the competition was fierce, the status was strict and there were many rules. When a Moon Guard level disciple faced a proud son of heaven, they had to have a respectful attitude. But if they provoked a proud son of heaven, then they would be injured or even killed. No one could blame them for this. After all, a Moon Guard level disciple's status was not higher than a proud son of heaven. Not only that, but a Moon Guard level disciple's strength was much weaker, and he had overestimated himself by provoking a proud son of heaven. How could a proud son of heaven be casually humiliated? If he fought back, then the 7 Profound Martial House would judge him innocent. Get lost! Lin Ling shouted again, letting Little Flame take large strides forward. Outside the gate, Su Fan and his disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had told them to scram. Damn it! However, other than Su Fan, all the other disciples made way for Lin Ling. It was extremely embarrassing and they did not dare to block Lin Ling's path. Elder Su Fan, shame on you. As Lin Ling passed by Su Fan, a disdainful voice sounded out. Su Fan trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Ling had not violated any rules. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling proudly entered the 7 Profound Martial House. Boss! Long Xiaochen and the others hurriedly followed Lin Ling, their hearts filled with excitement. This was indeed their boss. His return had alarmed the 7 Profound Martial House and intimidated all the enemies. Lin Ling led Long Xiaochen and the others towards the mountain valley. Along the way, many people were in awe, and did not dare to block their path. At this moment, the mountain valley was surging with people. The people of the Fire Ancient clan were settling down here one after another. During this time, the news of Lin Ling's death had spread out, causing the people of the mountain valley to be somewhat forbearing. If they went out, they would be ridiculed and humiliated by others. But now that Lin Ling had returned, the people of the mountain valley had a banner. They no longer needed to look at others. Grandfather. In the distance, Lin Ling saw Ancestor Extreme Flame. His heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps old man Zhao's death had caused him to cherish his family and friends even more. Outside the mountain valley, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with excitement. His old eyes were filled with tears. His little grandson really did not die. Within the Fire Ancient clan, many people of the Fire Legion were looking at Lin Ling with excitement. During this time, they had been received by the Great Qin Empire one by one. Only after arriving did they realize just how terrifying their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling was, and how many miracles he had created in the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling, this youth who was not even 20 years old, was their banner, and also their pillar of support. Everyone has come. Lin Ling had already jumped down from Little Flame's shoulder. As he saw all the familiar faces, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone was here. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaoman, the Fire Ancient Clan, and the Fire Legion. Elder Jian, Ouyang Feiyang, and even Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, and the others had also come. These people were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. When he had been wrapped up in murderous intent, he had almost turned into a mindless demon. At that time, it had been these people who had supported him. When he had been helpless under the oppression of powerful enemies, it had been these people who had supported him to become stronger. His heart of martial arts was to be free and unrestrained, to stand at the peak of the world. Chapter 809. I failed too. Lin Ling, I know you want to take revenge, but we are no match for the prefecture master. Sword Elder sighed. If he could touch the other party, he would have taken his revenge long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The second dream was backed by the prefecture master. The prefecture master even wanted them to challenge him openly. That way, the prefecture master would be able to kill them openly. Therefore, Sword Elder and the rest could only endure. The prefecture master. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that Sword Elder and the rest were worried. He even knew that if he wanted to take revenge on the two ancient countries and challenge the prefecture master, he still had a long way to go. However, how could he let go of the second dream just like that? "I'll go take a look at Big Brother." Lin Ling didn't say anything else and walked towards the depths of the mountain valley. In the depths of the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was dense. A slender figure leaned on the spiritual root and drank wine dispiritedly. When Lin Ling saw this, his body trembled. This person's clothes were dirty and he didn't care about his appearance. There were many wine bottles on the ground. This person's hair was white and he was completely different from the arrogant and domineering figure in his memory. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. His big brother used to be arrogant and arrogant. However, today, he had become like this. Even his hair was white and he was dispirited. The second dream brought great harm to his big brother. That kind of harm wasn't physical but mental. After all, the second dream was his big brother's first love. First love was always beautiful and made people yearn for it. Unfortunately, most first love was like a dream and it was easily broken. After one was broken, the impact was undoubtedly huge. Moreover, the second dream wasn't a matter of liking or not. Most importantly, she had betrayed Sakura. From the beginning to the end, the second dream had played Sakura like an ant. To be betrayed by one's beloved, this kind of impact was even greater. Not to mention, this kind of thing happened to the arrogant Sakura. The second dream. Lin Ling clenched his fists. That sinister girl was so hateful. Defeating a person wasn't scary. The scariest thing was to make the other party lose their martial heart and become a real cripple. Sakura was his family, his brother. In the past, when he was weak, Sakura had always protected him. In the Sky Universe Palace, Sakura had even used his head as a stake to prove that he was Lin Ling. So, how could Lin Ling not feel heartache when he saw Sakura in such a state? If you had a brother in your life, you would have no more regrets in life. Lin Ling was the same. Big brother. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Sakura, who was far away, to tremble. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief as surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling was still alive. He was excited, but he did not dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. He felt guilty. After all, he wasn't a fool. In the past, Lin Ling had warned him many times to be careful of the second dream. However, he believed in the second dream. Lin Ling had given him a spirit artifact, the second dream. Now, how could he still have the face to see Lin Ling? Second brother. Sakura murmured. During this time, he didn't see anyone. This was because he always had a feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He also knew that the entire Seven Profound Martial House treated him as a joke. But when he saw Lin Ling, he was excited, he felt guilty, and he took it to heart. Sakura took a large step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then, he knelt down. Second brother, I was wrong. He kowtowed heavily. Lin Ling gently sighed and helped Sakura up. Big brother, between brothers, there is no right or wrong. As long as you can wake up, nothing is more important than this. As long as a man has strength, why would he be afraid of not having a wife? The shame that the second dream gave you, don't you want to take revenge? Huh. Sakura helplessly smiled. Revenge, I want to. But that's easier said than done. I have already become a cripple, and my king body talent has been taken away by the second dream. How can I take revenge? He bitterly smiled, even more dispirited. Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to say something, but Sakura walked away step by step until he reached the spiritual root. He picked up the jug of wine and drank. Second brother, big brother has wronged you. You should go. Your graciousness, big brother will repay it in his next life. What he lost wasn't his talent, what was crippled wasn't his cultivation, but his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He walked towards Sakura step by step. With a wave of his right hand, the jug of wine in Sakura's hand shattered. Sakura looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He slapped out and slapped Sakura's face. Sakura's eyes narrowed. His second brother slapped him and he was already a cripple. He couldn't resist. Could it be that his second brother was here to mock him and humiliate him? This slap is to wake you up. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is your fear of failure. You must know that on the path of martial arts, how can there be no failures? And because of a single failure, you gave up on yourself and gave up on your beliefs. Hence, this slap is to tell you that if you continue to be so dispirited, you and I are no longer brothers. Lin Ling spoke word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. I know, failure isn't scary. However, the second dream has already become my heart demon. I want revenge, but what revenge should I use? Even if I still have talent, I'm still not her opponent. She is the disciple of the Manor Lord, an existence that can never be defeated. You can mock me all you want, but I only want to say that our opponent isn't an ordinary opponent. Sakura roared in anger. His emotions were incomparably agitated. The second dream had become a huge obstacle in his heart that he would never be able to overcome. It made him believe that the second dream would never be able to win. This woman's talent was terrifying, her shrewdness was deep, and she was the daughter of the Manor Lord. She suppressed him from all angles, giving him no chance to take revenge. Not only that, he also knew that if it was someone else, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. After all, the second dream was perfect. She was like a perfect girl bestowed by the heavens. Hence, even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. And since he couldn't, Lin Ling couldn't as well. Excuses. Lin Ling walked away step by step. His voice was like thunder in the sky, causing Sakura's body to tremble. He looked at that slender back in shock. You failed, so you became dispirited, so you believed that your opponent would never be able to win. However, you are a coward. You only failed because of your talent. But do you know, I also failed before and almost died. I was entangled by killing intent, I was chased by experts from 2 ancient countries. I almost lost my consciousness, but I persevered because I knew that I couldn't lose. I had to defeat my opponent. I couldn't lose because I wanted to soar above this world. I wanted to protect the tranquility in my heart. After that, I rose up. I brought back endless glory. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking Sakura's heart. Yes, he failed. He only lost his talent, but he was still alive. The mountain valley was like the most stable home, giving him the greatest protection. As long as Lin Ling didn't fall, no one would dare to invade this place. It also gave him enough time to stand up again. However, what about Lin Ling? He struggled outside and failed. Who would protect him? Who would support him? Who would allow him to rise up from failure? No one. Chapter 8:10. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven. At this moment, Sakura discovered that the little brother that he had always protected had also been protecting him. It was just that he didn't know it. Moreover, he discovered that his own failure and Lin Ling's failure were much more difficult. After all, that was a life or death crisis. However, Lin Ling had still stubbornly withstood it and continued to rise. The second dream is not the most terrifying. You say that she is perfect, that she is invulnerable, but I want to see just how fierce she is. Revenge, this is only the beginning. There has never been anyone that has been able to provoke me, Lin Ling, and then come out unscathed. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. When the second dream decided to attack me, she had already lost. The slender figure disappeared in front of him. That firm voice caused Sakra's body to tremble once more. His second brother was still boiling with fighting spirit, forever filled with confidence. A martial artist was free and unrestrained in the world. There was never an opponent that they could not defeat, only an opponent that they did not dare to face. The second dream once said that I have a better talent than second brother, but I am inferior to him. At this moment, I seem to know what that is. Sakra looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but through the layers of clouds, one could faintly see a faint blue sky. Was his second brother going to attack? Was he going to attack the 7 profound martial house's most talented, shrewd, and perfect daughter of heaven? Could his second brother win? At this moment, above the tallest ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, green leaves fluttered like the clouds in the sky. And above these green leaves, 2 figures quietly stood there, as if they were monarchs overlooking the endless rivers and mountains. One of them was already a monarch, but the other was a young girl that had just begun to reveal her talent. Master, Lin Ling has not died, he has returned. Yes. A soft voice floated out from the young girl's mouth, without joy or sorrow. He really is an unkillable cockroach. Dream, what do you think is so mysterious about this Lin Ling that he can't die so often? The man turned around and looked at the young girl. This man was the current 7 profound martial house master, Tianlin. He had strength and status that surpassed everything. He was the king of the 5 great ancient countries. I don't know, there is something about him that I cannot see through. Dream. The young girl faintly said. At the same time, she tucked her hair behind her ear. Her every movement was devastatingly beautiful, as if she were a pure lotus flower. Disher Tian has already been crippled. Lin Ling luckily didn't die, but next, it should be Lin Ling's turn to attack. Meng, are you confident? The man spoke again. It's just a small matter. Lin dream. Lin of course. She had a terrifying talent. She was shrewd. In addition to her current status, Lin Ling was mysterious. But could he compare to her? Moreover, although Lin Ling's name had shaken the Rainforest Holy Land, it was only a trivial matter to her. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many hidden powerhouses. It was just that the average person did not know of them. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to step into such a powerful domain, but she could. Good. Lin Ling, play with him until he dies. Tianlin faintly said. From beginning to end, he was firm in his position. He believed that the Di bloodline was a terrifying existence. Lin Ling had obtained Di Wuji's inheritance, but he was just a lucky boy, nothing more. The most important thing right now is for you to become an elder. Skyforest spoke again, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to shine with light. The 7 profound martial house had a strict hierarchy. You will be the first proud son of heaven to become an elder of the younger generation in the 7 profound martial house. Master! Skylin praised. How could his disciple be a nameless nobody? Therefore, it was time for his disciple to shine. Becoming an elder was also the first step. 3 days from now, it will be your day of glory. The 7 profound martial house will hold an elder ceremony for you. Master! A short 3 days quietly passed. The second dream was to become a new elder of the 7 profound martial house. This news snowballed, causing a sensation in the 7 profound martial house. The second dream, a proud daughter of heaven, was also a mysterious young girl. Many people longed for her, but not many knew her true identity. But during this time, the second dream had rejected Sakura and announced her identity to the public. Everyone knew that the second dream was the daughter of the current martial house master. Thus, even more people admired the second dream. This was a proud daughter of heaven who had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. As for Sakura, everyone laughed at him. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. But now, the second dream was to become an elder. No one in the entire Seven Profound Martial House refused to accept this. They were all looking forward to this proud daughter of heaven creating the first miracle of the Seven Profound Martial House, endless glory. Early in the morning, in the ancient square of the Seven Profound Martial House, a large number of people had gathered. There were Star Guard level disciples, Moon Guard level disciples, elders, scholars, and even old Xian. Everyone was quietly waiting for this moment. The second dream is younger than us, but her strength is formidable. Now that she has become an elder, everyone is envious of her. Yes, she is worthy of being the proud daughter of heaven that we look up to. She is so beautiful. I think that she deserves to become an elder. To become an elder at such a young age, perhaps she will be the next martial house master. The crowd was talking. Some admired her, some envied her, but most of them were sincerely convinced. Besides those from the Seven Profound Martial House, there were also powerhouses from the other major martial arts halls that had arrived. All of them were shocked in their hearts. The martial house master's disciple was truly not an ordinary person. She's come out. Chapter 8:11. Lin Ling had made his move. On the square, the first person to appear was a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe, and he looked cultured and elegant. As he stepped forward, an indescribable aura of a powerhouse filled the air. This middle-aged man seemed to represent the heavens. The aura that he gave off was not overbearing and dominating, but as mysterious as the heavens themselves. This person was the current martial house master, Tianlin. The eyes of the various martial arts hall powerhouses flashed, and they were secretly surprised. This mysterious powerhouse, Tianlin, his strength seemed to have risen again. He was one step closer to the peak of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. Then, everyone's eyes turned to look behind Tianlin. Following behind him was a beautiful young girl. She wore a long black dress, and her long hair was tied up. She wore black leather boots, and her delicate ears were adorned with a pair of moon pendants. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was extraordinary. Most importantly, this girl's eyes were deep and beautiful. As they looked into her eyes, the hearts of the youths couldn't help but skip a beat. They had a feeling of prostrating themselves before her. She is the second dream. She is as beautiful as a dream. This was the first time that the proud sons of heaven from the various martial arts halls had seen the second dream. Their hearts began to violently beat. Even if this young girl said something, they would still do it. Thank you all for coming today. As they arrived at the square, Martial House Master Tianlin's voice spread out. It was very soft, like a gentle wind blowing from the horizon, but everyone could hear it. From these words alone, one could see the Martial House Master's strength. Ha, this is just our luck. The various martial arts hall powerhouses laughed. Tianlin also smiled, giving off the aura of a grand master. Today's goal is simple. That is to have my disciple become an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House. He will also be the youngest elder in the history of the Seven Profound Martial House. Tianlin proudly said. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then, a burst of cheers sounded out. The second dream's talent was terrifying. This was a matter that everyone knew. In addition, his background was enormous. Who would oppose him? You deserve it. Many people nodded, especially some young geniuses. They even applauded, which made the second dream smile. Her beautiful face was calm, but she was excited. After all, she was about to achieve her first goal in life. She believed that this was only the beginning, and she would go even further in the future. This was the second dream. Life was not like that of an ordinary girl. She had her own goals, her own ambitions, and she was different from others. Of course, although I am the martial house master, I am not biased. The 7 Profound Martial House is a fair and just hall of martial arts. Becoming an elder is not up to me, but everyone else. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he had allowed the second dream to become an elder not because he was his disciple. Everyone laughed. Although the second dream was able to become an elder mainly because the mansion master was her master, the truth was that the second dream's talent was also very terrifying. Most importantly, everyone was convinced that she could easily become an elder. In the vast square, all the powerhouses and geniuses responded with applause. No one objected. Since no one objects, then this martial house master will announce this to the world. Let the world celebrate. Mansion Master Skylin faintly smiled, a satisfied look on his face. His disciple's fame had shaken the rainforest Holy Land. As her master, he would have a bit more face. Announcing to the world, that will be sensational. Many people in the crowd excitedly said. This announcement was not made in the 100 territories, but in the rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. At that time, both fame and fortune would be reaped. The second dream's lips curved into a sweet smile. All martial artists wanted to stand out and be admired by tens of thousands of people. She was about to achieve this. At that time, there would be even more proud geniuses that would love her and kneel before her. She loved this feeling of being in control of everything. She was a dream, she was the night. She had to control everything. The 7 Profound Martial House is a sacred hall of martial arts. To rashly allow a slut to become an elder, this is too shameful for the 7 Profound Martial House. Senior Skylin, you are only the mansion master, but you did not create the 7 Profound Martial House. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out, causing the entire square to fall silent. Someone was objecting. The crowd was in an uproar. After all, this objection was an existence that would offend the mansion master. This was even more terrifying than offending the 5 great ancient countries or the major powers. Under countless gazes, a large number of people arrived at the square. There was Elder Jian, Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, Elder Gu Sushua, and many others. They were mighty and majestic, their aura able to swallow mountains and rivers. The one leading them was actually a youth that was less than 20 years old. He wore a blue and white robe, and his face was indifferent. His lips curved up in a taunting smile. It was shocking. There were indeed people objecting, and it seemed that there was more than one person. Lin Ling. The second dream glared at the youth, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She hadn't thought that an ant like Lin Ling would come and interrupt her. This was the same as giving her a slap in the face in front of everyone. Was she a perfect daughter of heaven? Lin Ling didn't believe it. Lin Ling had nearly been killed by her in the past, and Sakura had been crippled. How could Lin Ling endure silently? Sakura had feared this perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling had not. He had said that his revenge had just begun. So today, he had made his move. Lin Ling. The entire square was in an uproar. The people of the 7 Profound Martial House were in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on the youth. This youth was so arrogant that his name of Mad God had once again shocked everyone. The most important thing was that Lin Ling had not come alone, but had brought a large number of people with him. Among them were many powerhouses, and many of them were the powerful Elder Xian. Lin Ling's rallying power was truly terrifying. The position of elder, is that something that a slut can do? The cold voice resounded in the square again, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Slut, they all knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He was definitely scolding the second dream. However, the second dream was the love of countless young men, and she was also the disciple of the palace lord. She was a perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling dared to call her a slut in front of everyone. What a bold move. Pa pa pa. The square was silent. Everyone looked at the group of people striding over, but most of them were looking at the youth in the lead. This youth was so arrogant, he didn't even fear the palace lord, Tianlin. Di Wuji's successor. The palace lord's eyes flickered. He was also incomparably surprised. All along, he was only afraid of the Di family. However, the strongest genius of the Di family, Sakura, had been crippled, and the sword elder had to swallow his anger. He knew that the Di family was no longer a threat. When Lin Ling returned, the palace lord did not place him in his eyes. He thought that he was a dead man. But who knew that Lin Ling was more terrifying than anyone from the Di family? He was a banner that brought everyone to the square to slap the palace lord's face. Lin Ling, who do you think you are? Do you think that the position of elder is something that you can decide? At this moment, someone angrily shouted from the side. It was Elder Su Fan. That is not something that a dog like you can decide. The position of elder is something that everyone can decide. It is something that the Seven Profound Martial House has the final say. I am only speaking on behalf of the Seven Profound Martial House's unwilling people. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was not afraid of Elder Su Fan, and coldly shouted. These words caused Elder Su Fan's eyes to widen. Lin Ling had called him a dog in front of countless people, and even in front of the other martial arts halls. It's over. I'm begging for the last few days of monthly votes. I've worked very hard these days, everyone can see it. So, fight with me, students. Chapter 8:12. Heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, unfilial, this kid is crazy. Today, all the big shots are gathered here, including the chief. Isn't he afraid of death? Damn! After the initial shock, many top geniuses' eyes flashed coldly. Mad God Lin Ling was a very domineering title, but to them, he was still just an ant. After all, Lin Ling was only ranked 200 on the genius list. There were more than 100 geniuses of the same age who were stronger than him. What right did he have to be arrogant? Moreover, he had insulted the second dream in front of so many people and called her a bitch. Lin Ling was courting death. Of course, in such a big scene with so many experts gathered here, they naturally wouldn't teach Lin Ling a lesson. Because they knew that the chief wouldn't let Lin Ling have an easy time since Lin Ling was so arrogant. The others also had cold smiles on their faces. That young man had offended the palace lord's dignity in public. Therefore, they also wanted to see how the young man would deal with this. Did he think that it was possible for him to interrupt the second dream and become an elder? Countless people were looking at Lin Ling, and the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She was angry before, but she was a shrewd person after all, so she quickly calmed down and smiled gently. Is it because I rejected your brother that you are against me becoming an elder? It's just that matters of the heart can't be forced. You are here to help your brother vent his anger, so you are here to cause trouble. Isn't this too unsightly? So that's how it is. The second dream rejected Sakura, and Sakura is Lin Ling's elder brother. No wonder Lin Ling is here. Hee, the disgraceful Sakura, he is simply a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Lin Ling is about the same. The crowd started to discuss. Lin Ling was here to cause trouble, it was very ugly, but he was here to help his elder brother vent his anger. And based on this statement, he wanted to stop the second dream and become an elder? Mocking and disdainful voices sounded out, causing the sword elder and the others to frown. According to the legends, the second dream had the wisdom of the heavens, and was as shrewd as the sea. Today, they had seen it with their own eyes. Indeed, it was not a small matter. With just one sentence, everyone in the square sided with her, and Lin Ling became the one who was making trouble for no reason. After all, matters of the heart couldn't be forced. Because he was rejected, so he came here to cause trouble. How would others care about him? Even if he was a toad, the second dream, she was more like a pure and noble swan. You're here on behalf of the D family, but aren't your actions a little too humiliating? In the high seats, the Martial House Master's expression was calm, but his voice was like a divine emperor from the highest heavens. Indeed, if Lin Ling had come here for Sakura, then not only would he not have succeeded, but he would have made a great mistake. After all, the conferment of an elder was a sacred event. Lin Ling had come here to cause trouble, and this was also a loss of face for the Seven Profound Martial House. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not have a good explanation for this, then his crime would be punishable by death. Everyone's eyes looked at the slender figure in the blue and white robe. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The second dream is really as intelligent as the rumors say. I just made a move, and you have already turned the tables on me. Admirable. At this moment, a light voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling was still able to maintain his calm. This boy's mentality was indeed steady. I came here to help my big brother regain his dignity. Therefore, I oppose the second dream becoming an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House. Lin Ling said again, and the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Ling really dared to say this. He had clearly come here for revenge. If he did, then he would lose face for the Seven Profound Martial House, and his crime would be punishable by death. Even the Sword Elder's pupils constricted. He did not understand why Lin Ling would say this. This was the second dream's plan. The second dream's lips curved into a faint smile. Lin Ling was not as terrible as he had imagined. However, the elders of the Seven Profound Martial House are highly respected and respected. They are teachers that are admired by tens of thousands of geniuses. If the second dream becomes an elder, then the Seven Profound Martial House's elder position is too worthless. However, Lin Ling's words changed, and his cold voice sounded out again. Therefore, I came here with my own selfish motives, but I also came here to represent the voice of the masses. I know that there are many people present who support the second dream becoming an elder, but there are also a few who do not agree. The square was silent. Indeed, most people supported the second dream becoming an elder, but that did not mean that all of them did. It was just that the second dream's background was too great, so no one dared to speak. That's just your opinion. The second dream's slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Lin Ling was very calm, and admitted his own selfish motives. But he was also very cunning. With just a few words, he had caused those who had previously hesitated to hesitate, and now they were even more hesitant to support him. My own words? Lin Ling coldly shouted, and raised his hand. We oppose. Behind him, the Sword Elder and the others loudly shouted. Although their numbers could not compare to the Martial House Masters, their momentum was still magnificent, enough to intimidate the heavens. Becoming an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House is no trifling matter. You must pass a martial, literary, and moral assessment. You must pass 12 Xian elders, 36 apprentices, and all the other elders must unanimously agree. But now, there are still voices of opposition, but you still want to confer the second dream the title of an elder. You are the one speaking. Lin Ling's cold voice once again sounded out from his mouth. His momentum was overwhelming, and the square was even more silent. The second dream's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was only an ordinary proud son of heaven, but he seemed to be very familiar with the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House, and knew the conditions for conferring the title of elder. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were frank and heroic, filled with a strong sense of righteousness. First, he stated that he had come here with selfish motives, and then he spoke openly, making it so that no one could refute him. The martial house master was also silent. He had thought that Lin Ling had come out to cause trouble, and that it had been a moment of impulse. But now he discovered that this youth was incomparably intelligent. "Then what do you want?" The martial house master's low voice sounded out. He faintly stared at Lin Ling. This gaze was enough to make any powerhouse tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling was fearless. He took a step forward, and his icy voice sounded out, "The position of an elder is sacred and dignified. The first rule of the 7 profound martial house is that only those who are unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial can become an elder." Everyone's pupils shrank. This was indeed the rule of the 7 profound martial house, and even the rule of the 7 martial hall. Unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial, this was not only the requirement of the martial hall's elders, but also the requirement of becoming a disciple. Therefore, there were some vicious and murderous geniuses that the martial hall would not recruit. However, the second dream was a perfect proud daughter of heaven. How could she possibly be unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? As the crowd began to talk, the second dream's complexion changed. Lin Ling's words were too fierce. She had somewhat underestimated Lin Ling. "How am I unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial?" The second dream also took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from her. At this juncture, she could not weaken her aura, otherwise she would not have the face to be conferred the title of elder. In the lands of the 100 domains, there will be chaos everywhere. The strong will be revered, and the weak will be treated like ants. Have you ever thought about this? Lin Ling looked at the second dream, and his icy voice floated out. "This is the truth of the world. How could I possibly change it? Therefore, I have never thought about it." The second dream lightly replied. "You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.